So, you want to learn about Zatanna Zatara, DC's Sorceress Supreme, Mistress of Magic, and soon to be Prime Magus. Well, you've come to the right place. I am here to guide you through Zatanna's history, characterization, her powers, anything and everything that you could hope to want to know about Zatanna. I have read everything that she's ever been in several times over, so I am your perfect resource for all things Zatanna. I'm making this video because Zatanna has an upcoming solo due to release this month in April. And I want people to feel like they can know the character, know her history, and feel like they can start this series without having to wade through the 60 plus years of the character. But I'll also have a reading guide so that if you do want to read about Zatanna before you get into her new solo, you will be able to do that. This video will have a table of contents that will help you navigate what you are looking for in regards to information about Zatanna. I've got stuff like, characterization, character history, stuff about Shadowcrest, pets, allies, enemies, her rogues gallery. And that way, if you need information for anything other than her upcoming solo, like if you're looking for information for writing about her, if you're looking for information in regards to her powers or power scaling and those sort of fandom debates, we will also have a section for that. So if you need any of those sections specifically, these are the timestamps for this table of contents. That way you can just get to where you need to go. But if you're here for the whole ride, thank you. I appreciate you. And without further ado, let's get into it. So we'll start with her character history, a pretty good place to start. Zatanna debuted in 1964, Hawkman number 4. She was introduced as the girl who split in two, and she had manifested in two different places for each Hawk to sort of go rescue. Hawkman and Hawkgirl are able to rejoin the mystically separated halves of Zatanna. After they do this, she explains that she has been searching for her missing father, Zatara. Zatara debuted in 1938 alongside Superman in the first ever action comic, Superman comic, which is pretty cool, pretty iconic. But he had sort of been missing from comics for about 10 years at this point, give or take. And so Zatanna was introduced as a sort of means to explain his absence and reveal that he had a daughter in the first place. So after working with the Hawks and explaining her situation and that she's looking for the missing Zatara, she leaves and goes on to team up with several other heroes, including the Elongated Man, Hal Jordan's Green Lantern, Ray Palmer's The Atom, retroactively Batman, and that all culminates in a Justice League issue where the details of how she found and reunited with Zatara are explained. So she tells the Justice League members that how she reunited with Zatara was she finally tracked down this sword that contained an elemental by the name of Allura. And Allura is not to be confused with Supergirl's mother, Allura, even though it's spelled the same. There is no relation between those characters. And Allura also has a twin who is blonde, but again, no relationship to Supergirl's mother, who is also blonde and named Allura. And this Allura in the sword says that she knows how to get to Zatara. So she follows the advice of the sword and goes to try and meet him. But it's revealed that Allura is the bad guy and that she is behind Zatara's disappearance in the first place. She is a dark elemental who has a grudge against Zatara for reasons unknown, and she had cursed Zatara. It was a pretty cruel curse. If father and daughter ever saw one another, it would result in death. So Zatanna summons copies of the heroes she had teamed up with: Hawkman, Elongated Man, Hal Jordan, Ray Palmer, and Batman. And working with these copies, she is able to defeat the Dark Elemental, break the curse, and reunite with her father, Zatara. And because of this adventure, because of Zatanna's search, this ends up being the first multi-title comic crossover in comic history, which is now a sort of staple of the medium. There had been crossovers, there had been like team ups before, but never an overarching plot that spanned multiple issues that you had to, buy separate issues in order to get the whole story. So it was a pretty cool moment for comic book history. So after Zatanna and Zatara are reunited, she would go on to appear in mostly backups for other comics, stuff like Adventure Comics. She does have backups in Supergirl comics, and then eventually a team up with Supergirl, which would be her first, all female team up. We are introduced to pretty much the first and only member of her supporting cast, the character named Jeff Sloan, who is her stage manager. You can sort of think of him as a mixture of Jimmy Olsen, Lois Lane, and Perry White all rolled into one character. He, serves as sort of her boss, a coworker, a love interest, and a friend. He was often used as like the human perspective for her wacky magical adventure so that she could explain things to him. And then, after a few years, Zatanna officially joins the Justice League. And this had happened because DC had released a poll to their fans, had fans write in who they wanted to join the Justice League and subsequently which character they wanted off the Justice League. And Zatanna won the vote. This was a little surprising to DC editorial at the time because she had not been in a Justice League comic for a good while. Like, she had last appeared in issue 100 and 101, I think. And when she joins the Justice League, it's issue 161. So it had been a couple years. Quick shout out to DC fans of the past who got Zatanna on the Justice League. We literally owe you everything. So Zatanna joins the Justice League with a new costume to boot and kicks off sort of one of her most important Justice League arcs to date, which reveals that her mother, Cindella, has been alive this entire time when she'd previously been presumed dead. After the birth of Zatanna, Cindella had returned to the Homo Magi and the Hidden City, which is revealed to be a subgroup of humanity, a sort of, evolutionary offshoot. And the Homo Magi, sort of like mutants, have the genetic capability to manipulate magic. They had originally been a part of Atlantis prior to its sinking, so they are also technically Atlanteans. So the Homo Magi left Atlantis and settled the Hidden City, which is in Turkey. And there they remained hidden because they have a genetic flaw that makes them fall in love with Homo sapiens whenever they lay eyes on them. A pretty random and weird genetic flaw, but I digress. And there they had remained for thousands of years. It's also revealed in this story that anyone who can wield magic, any human who can wield magic, is likely descended from a Homo Magi or has Homo Magi DNA within them. But interestingly enough, Zatanna was the first half blood hybrid Homo Magi in a very long time. Something that is hardly ever touched on, that she is the first, like, half-blooded Homo Magi born in who knows when. But it is something that the High Lord of the Homo Magi comments on. He keeps calling her a half-breed the entire story. So she and the Justice League go to this hidden city in order to meet and retrieve her mother, who is kind of being held against her will. And it's revealed that the reason for this is that Cindella has a mystic gem in her head called the Medulla Jewel. And the Medulla Jewel acts as sort of a battery or a power source for the hidden city. It powers a lot of their defenses, and I think even the barrier that keeps them hidden. But a sort of side effect or downside to this is that it is draining her life force. And so when Zatanna and the Justice League show up, it's revealed that the Homo Magi want Zatanna to take Cindella's place and function as a sort of living battery for the hidden city. During the final confrontation and the climax of the story, Cindella sacrifices herself and destroys the mystic power crown, which would have drained her life force so that Zatanna could take over. So she sacrifices herself so that Zatanna doesn't have to suffer the same fate, and Cindella dies, really bringing in that tragic superhero backstory. After the death of Cindella, Zatara retires, and Zatanna continues her adventure in the Justice League. She goes on to be a part of several arcs in the Justice League. None of them really have a big focus on her or her plot, her story, but she is a part of several big events. She also develops a sort of situationship with Barry Allen, who you could consider to be her first, like, love interest. I know that I'd mentioned Jeff Sloan a little bit ago, but they hadn't technically been together yet. There was a bit of, like, tension between them, but it was more explicit between her and Barry Allen because at this time Iris West is dead, and so Barry is sort of free to flirt with whomever he'd like, and at the time he liked Zatanna. Nothing does come of it though. They sort of decide to just be friends. She gets another new costume, which is supposed to be sort of a reflection of her being just her own character. It's a step away from Zatara's magician look and Cinderella's vampire genie costume. Shortly after she gets this new costume, she is a part of the new Teen Titans story where Raven forms the new Teen Titans. This story has kind of become a little infamous because it is thought that Zatanna was being a little demon phobic to Raven. It's a bit of a running joke between both Zatanna fans and Raven fans. Because Raven goes to the Justice League for help initially against Trigon, but Zatanna says that she can sense great darkness and great evil within Raven and suggests, this could be a trap. And so the Justice League refuses to help Raven, which of course then leads her to creating the new Teen Titans. So if you think about it, it's because of Zatanna that the new Titans form. You're welcome. It was mostly just, a plot device to explain why the Justice League weren't the ones to go with her to deal with Trigon and to sort of justify the existence of the new Teen Titans. So it is kind of funny that Zatanna managed to obtain a bit of a bad rap from that because again, it's kind of because of her that the Titans are able to form. So just saying. Shortly after this comes the Crisis on Infinite Earths, the famous DC huge multiversal storyline. And Zatanna does play a bit of a role. She does show up in Crisis on Infinite Earths, because everybody did. And so then we enter post crisis continuity. So prior to this, we had been in pre crisis continuity. Now we're in post crisis continuity because after the events of Infinite Crisis, a lot of characters' stories and histories were sort of rewritten or reworked. This was the company's first attempt to sort of like condense their continuity and to make it a little more cohesive to the average reader. I guess it remains debatable whether that was successful or not. But fortunately for Zatanna, her history appears to be largely unchanged. We know that the events of Zatanna's search were still in play, so luckily for us, we don't have to worry about her history pre-crisis versus post-crisis because it was mostly the same. Quick side note, it should be noted that during this time, right after like Infinite Crisis and the formation of the new Teen Titans, Zatanna's powers are greatly reduced. They are reduced from, pretty powerful magic to just elemental magic. She gets limited to just being able to manipulate like the 4 classic elements. She was in her Avatar bag before Avatar even came out. And this gets reversed around the time of the Zatanna special, I want to say. It doesn't have like a grand moment where it's like all of a sudden she's fully restored to her powers. It just, kind of gradually creeps up and then she just can do normal magic again. It was also during this time that the Justice League had sort of reformed into the Justice League Detroit era, and Zatanna was one of 3 members who stayed from the original roster to sort of head this new Justice League Detroit. She functions as sort of the Justice League Detroit's one of their trinity or their big 3 alongside Martian Manhunter and Aquaman. So it was a pretty interesting era for her character. Pretty soon after Infinite Crisis, Zatara meets his untimely demise. It's revealed in Swamp Thing that Zatanna is romantically involved with John Constantine. This is the first introduction to their sort of infamous romance. John Constantine is gathering a group of sorcerers and magicians to go and fight or be a part of the efforts to be against the Beast or the Great Darkness, and he asks Zatanna to join him. She, of course, agrees because she is a hero and she's romantically involved with him. But Zatara is not approving of John Constantine, and he says, if Zatanna's going, then I'm going. And so they all go to perform this ritual seance. And while doing that, a handful of magic users perish in the efforts, and the Beast or Great Darkness takes notice of Zatanna and she starts to burn up. This leads to Zatara casting a sort of infamous spell, Ikad M Datesni, and he takes her place and dies. This causes Zatanna great distress, and she gets very angry with John Constantine and says that she will never forgive him for this. And so, in the same issue that's revealed that they're romantically involved, they break up because he is semi responsible for the death of her father. Pretty soon after this, Zatanna goes on another pretty deep arc in the Justice League where she is abducted by a man named Adam. And Adam is interested in obtaining magical powers and begins to perform invasive medical experiments on Zatanna. They have her captured and have her held against her will in what seems like a very like traumatic, almost like horror style series of events. And Adam is able to extract her DNA and give himself magical abilities based on her genetic potential as a Homo Magi. So Adam starts to go on a bit of a power trip and explains and reveals that Homo Magi, when they use magic, it rewrites reality. It is a form of reality warping. And this is the first sort of confirmation that magic in DC Comics is a reality warping power. So this sort of retroactively confirms that whenever Zatanna does magic, she is warping reality. And so while Adam is playing God with reality, he begins to go insane. His mind begins to fracture under the weight of using these immense powers. And Martian Manhunter and Cynthia Reynolds show up in order to help Zatanna. We sort of get a first sort of moral dilemma for Zatanna because they show up and Martian Manhunter is like, whoa, Adam is going crazy. We have to help him. Zatanna, you have to help him. And Zatanna kind of goes, what if I don't want to? What then? She's like, this guy is crazy. He kidnapped me, experimented on me, and is now suffering the consequences of using power he couldn't possibly hope to comprehend, couldn't hope to fathom. What if I just left him to his fate? What about that? And Martian Manhunter is sort of, like disapprove. He's like, well, we can't force you to help him, but the Zatanna I know is a hero and helps people, even if they don't necessarily deserve it. And Zatanna is kind of like, fine, I will help him. And I kind of really appreciated this moment personally. I thought it was kind of interesting that Zatanna would be like, maybe I won't help him. He sucks, and I don't like what he did to me. So, maybe I won't do anything. And it's kind of interesting because, she does have the choice. She doesn't have to help him. He would probably just die and everyone else would have been fine. And Martian Manhunter, he is sort of peer pressuring her. He is sort of being like, well, you should help him. Good people would help him. But he wasn't going to do anything. Like, he wasn't going to force her to help. At the end of the day, she does decide to help him. It was a pretty, in my opinion, it's a pretty character defining moment because it shows that even though she's a hero and a good guy, there are some people that she doesn't want to help. She can be pushed to her limits, and that even though this character Adam had done some pretty traumatic things to her, she still does decide to help him because that is who she is. So Zatanna journeys into Adam's psyche and traverses the collective unconscious of all mankind. And she fights several psychic projections, sort of psychic manifestations of base instincts, these carnal desires. She is wading through it. She said it's very like trippy, it's very like weighing on her mentality because that was the thing too. She had also said that it would be very difficult, that it would be a difficult journey to undertake. So she's navigating the collective unconscious and then is able to get to Adam, and she's trying to free him, and in the process she sees the Godhead, whatever that means. And she and Adam, they sort of traverse through the Godhead and reappear back in regular reality. And Martian Manhunter is like, hey, what's happening? And they explain that they have seen their higher purpose, that they are connected to a higher level of spirituality, divinity, that kind of thing. And then she and Adam just teleport out of there, and that is her grand exit from the Justice League. Being a magician, she knows not only how to make a good entrance, but also how to make a good exit, because that is one hell of a way to leave a team. But then what kind of sucks is the events of this Justice League arc, about this Justice League story, are almost immediately retconned. It is probably one of the fastest retcons I've ever witnessed in comics, especially in pertaining to Zatanna. But so she shows up in a Spectre comic where her limbs go missing from her body. And it is kind of freaking her out because she can still feel them and she can feel that stuff is happening to her limbs. And she's like, this is weird. This is freaky. And she goes to the Spectre and Madame Xanadu for help. And it is revealed that Wotan is the one behind this, and Wotan reveals that he was also behind them seeing the Godhead, and that it was actually just an illusion, and that he was behind that whole debacle, and that he also has Zatara's ghost for some reason. And that his goal, kind of like Adam, is to gain access to Zatanna's powers. He is trying to bolster his own magic by taking Zatanna's powers, and the way he's doing that is this magical ritual that takes Zatanna's limbs for his own. So not only was it a pretty fast retcon, but it was also two examples of the same plot of these characters wanting to take Zatanna's powers. But thankfully, due to the intervention of the Spectre, they are able to combat Wotan, stop him, return Zatanna to normal, and then send Zatara's ghost on his way. It was very nice, very lovely. So then after that, she constantly and sporadically shows up in other stories and other team ups. Zatanna is kind of a character whose story is always told through other characters' issues, so that will be a very like continuing trend. She is a queen of team ups and cameos. But so the next major story is that we get this Zatanna special, and the Zatanna special was meant to be kind of like her first like solo title. It was meant to be a mini, but it got condensed into an 80-page giant or something like that. And the writer of the Zatanna special was kind of miffed about that. He was not happy with DC Comics for shortening his story. He was not very pleased with the final product because there was more that he wanted to touch on. He wanted to do more with the story. And so he had his name removed from the comic because he felt that it was a poor representation of his abilities as a writer, which is kind of interesting as a modern reader, because as a modern reader of Zatanna, when you read the Zatanna special, you're like, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good Zatanna story. And in fact, one of her better ones because it focuses on her and the Homo Magi, which doesn't happen very often. So in the Zatanna special, she is back with Jeff Sloan, and the romantic tension is dialed up. And Zatanna is getting sort of psychic dreams from her mother's ghost, Cindella. Because of this, she decides to return to the hidden city. And so she and Jeff Sloan take a perilous journey. And when they get there, they find that the Homo Magi are under a sort of mystical attack, that they have been cursed with a magical plague that is killing them. Several of them are sick, and there doesn't seem to be any hope of a cure. And it's also revealed that Zatanna has sort of got a prophecy going on, or was foretold to return to be a sort of savior to the Homo Magi. There is a whole statue. So that is kind of pretty interesting and exciting. So Zatanna undergoes the endeavor to cure the Homo Magi of this curse. So Allura is revealed to have been the one behind this whole curse of the Homo Magi because she has a grudge against Zatanna, and she just likes to do things because she's evil. So Zatanna is able to fight and defeat Allura, free the hidden city and the Homo Magi, and return home with her mother's ghost, smiling upon her and having started a new romance with Jeff Sloan. And then, kind of like with how she left the Justice League, almost all of this is immediately ignored and never brought up again. So, Jeff Sloan literally disappears from comics. I believe this is the last time we ever see him. He vanishes with no explanation. He's just gone. The story had kind of set up that Zatanna was sort of like, important to the Homo Magi, but that in turn is also never brought up again. And she, I don't think, has gone back to the Hidden City since this point. So, and this happened back in the 80s, so it's been like 40 years since this story with the Homo Magi. So after the Zatanna special, we do get a Secret Origins story. And the Secret Origins story reveals that Zatara is descended from Leonardo da Vinci. And on top of being descended from Leonardo da Vinci, He is also descended from Cagliostro, Nostradamus, and Nicholas Flamel. And it's kind of implied that he got like the best traits or, potentially mystical abilities from all these ancestors. And then it's also somewhat implied that the medulla jewel that Cinderella had that Zatanna inherited was created by Dr. Mist through the Flame of Life, which is a mysterious living magical power. It's kind of similar to the crystal from the Disney's Atlantis movie, sort of sentient magical energy source. And Dr. Mist used this to create several mystical artifacts, including Sargon the Sorcerer's ruby, Dr. Occult's talisman thing. In the picture of things shown to have been created by the Flame of Life, there is something that looks suspiciously like the medulla jewel, but this is not confirmed. It's just confirmed that he gave a lot of these to the Homo Magi. Reading between the lines, kind of naturally, you could assume that the medulla jewel came from this. So it's also kind of explained that because they are descended from Leonardo da Vinci, that's why they do magic the way that they do, the backwards speech. Because Leonardo da Vinci sort of famously wrote his journals in a mirror script so that they could only be read backwards or when held up to a mirror. And in this Secret Origins, we see that he got a magic book from Marco Polo and transcribed that into his mirror script. And me personally, going way off into speculation, headcanon, and fanon, I think that that is maybe the origin or the creation of logomancy, or the backwards speaking magic. Because this random magical book was translated into backwards, I think that created the style of backwards speaking of logomancy. This Secret Origin story is kind of frustrating because it sets up a lot of things for Zatanna's canon, for her lineage, for her genealogy, but again, none of it is ever really touched on or expanded on again. We get this history from Dr. Mist, and he says that he had been responsible for the creation of both these Zataras, that he was kind of behind the scenes manipulating things, manipulating events to go about creating magical champions, including Zatara and what he says is his magnum opus in Zatanna. But then in the same issue, it's revealed that he was crazy, that he wasn't behind these events. But it's a little confusing because then it throws into question whether or not the events themselves actually happened. We kind of are meant to assume that they still happened, just that he didn't have a hand in them. But again, again, it's an almost immediate like turnaround, like retcon. It is still canon. It is still accepted that Zatanna is a descendant of Leonardo da Vinci, and one of the only reasons that we know that or why that's said is from this Secret Origins, which potentially was an insane hallucination. So I don't know. So my personal interpretation and understanding is that the events detailed did happen. It's just that Dr. Mist was not behind them, just that he was aware of them or knew about them. But the world may never know. After Secret Origins, we get to the Books of Magic, which is a pretty famous comic. It is the creation of Timothy Hunter. And Zatanna does have a role in the Books of Magic, but in my opinion, the Books of Magic is not really a good Zatanna story. What happens in that book is that she and John Constantine meet again for the first time since Zatara's death, and she just kind of immediately forgives him. There's no real pushback, no real dialogue, no real back and forth, not him even really trying to ask for forgiveness. She just sort of is like, John, and throws herself into his arms. And then she sort of is there as a mentor figure for Timothy Hunter, but she doesn't exactly mentor him. She doesn't do much by way of mentoring him. And the Books of Magic were kind of like this exploration into magic in general. And I just feel that Zatanna's portion of the Books of Magic don't really do anything. She doesn't really do anything while there. It was just kind of weird. And I think that's a real shame. I do feel that the Books of Magic had a lot of potential for Zatanna, and it's just kind of squandered. But anyway, so she meets Tim Hunter, and they're friendly, and he likes her, but then he leaves. And that's kind of the end of it. After the books of magic, we get the mini Zatanna Come Together, which is her actual first solo mini. So this is the first, multiple issue Zatanna solo title. Zatanna Come Together establishes her as being located in San Francisco, or maybe that was Books of Magic. She is now based in San Francisco, when previously she had been sort of either like right on the outskirts of Gotham or, right on the fringes of Gotham. That was where her home mansion was. It was also at one point in New Jersey, which I think is funny. Zatanna Come Together focuses on her sort of bringing balance to her own magic and to her life, sort of toys with the idea that she has inherited different magical abilities from both her parents, that she has different magics from either of them. This logomancy from her father, and then Atlantean magic from Syndella. And Syndella's ghost does appear again. She's trying to warn Zatanna of an approaching danger. So Zatanna is trying to, prepare herself for this unknown mystical threat and is able to harness her abilities, and she gets a new costume, she gets a new magic staff and a magic necklace. She stops casting spells backwards and starts doing magic instantly. She also gets a new love interest by the name of Joshua, and he, I think, is one of her best love interests. He is very kind, he's very caring to her. He is sort of connected to the magical world, but he doesn't really have any magical abilities himself. But he like understands it because his mom is part of a coven. They have pretty great chemistry. And then Zatanna faces a new threat by the name of Chaos, spelled with an X. It could be pronounced a weird special way, but I'm just going to pronounce it Chaos because. And Chaos is an Atlantean sort of like eldritch horror. It's a cosmic entity that symbolizes and represents like chaos, naturally, destruction. It's just like an evil vibes entity, and it's hunting Zatanna down because it has a grudge against Homo Magi and Atlanteans. And I believe it's through this comic, it might have been revealed earlier, but we learned that Syndella is descended from Arian, the first sort of sorcerer king of Atlantis. Arian is a demigod. He is descended from a god who is descended from the Great Darkness. So Zatanna, through Syndella, has a partial divinity, has a divine strain in her genealogy. So now we've got, not only Atlantean magic, but she's also tied to the Great Darkness, the mysterious Flame of Life, Leonardo da Vinci, and Logomancy. So there's lots of magical sources and influences that have culminated in this one hero. And so it was a pretty interesting idea of the focus of the story being about bringing balance to not only her magic but to her life and to the world, because that is how she defeats chaos, is she like dives into him and harmonizes this chaotic entity. She's able to bring balance to him and puts him into a slumber and goes about her life with her new bow, her new focused harness powers, her new costume. She shows up in a Spectre comic, teaming up with Inza's Dr. Fates and Etrigan in order to take on an Eclipso possessed influenced Spectre. And through their combined efforts and through the other combined efforts of Madame Xanadu, they are able to defeat and subdue this Eclipso Spectre. And then her come together costume and powers and love interest and story are completely abandoned, and we never see any of these details ever again. You'll maybe begin to notice that this is a bit of a running theme for Zatanna plotlines, that she gets sort of a really fascinating or interesting addition to her lore. She gets like a setup for a new journey. She gets this new establishment to her potential, and then almost immediately after it's cut short or abandoned or forgotten or just full on ignored. And so we have all these like dangling threads that just have nowhere to go, have never been woven back into the story. So after Come Together, Zatanna teams up with this new Fate character. I think his name is Jason. I don't remember for sure. But in this story, it's kind of revealed that she has this uncle figure by the name of Fulcanelli, and she refers to him as Uncle Fulcanelli But again, it's sort of implied that he's more of like a family friend, and so she just called him uncle because of how often he was around and his, closeness with Zatara, despite potentially not being a blood relative. The exact nature of their relation and their dynamic and how it works is pretty obscure. During the climax, during the fight in this issue, he dies. And say it with me, we never see him again. It never gets mentioned or brought up again. We have this potential relative, this potential uncle figure, and now he's just dead and we don't know really anything more about him. So yeah, this issue though is also pretty cool for Zatanna. We get to see her sort of be kind of scary for the first time. She hadn't really done that despite being a pretty prominent and powerful magic user. We haven't really seen her go crazy, and she does kind of let loose and go a little unhinged on this villain in the story. I would definitely recommend checking it out because it is fun to read. After Fate, we get the Day of Judgment story, which is where the Spectre gets sort of possessed or taken over by Asmodel, I believe, who is a fallen angel, if that's how you say that. So this fallen angel specter being is going on a rampage and sort of attacking the earth. And so in order to combat this, a magical team forms called the Sentinels of Magic. And Zatanna and the Sentinels of Magic go on a quest into hell in order to restore things as they're supposed to be. And before they leave, Zatanna is actually able to depower the Spectre's abilities. She's able to trap a portion of the Spectre's power in Madame Xanadu's crystal ball. So it was a pretty impressive feat. Aside from that, she doesn't do much else. She's just she's there with the Sentinels and along for the ride. And at the end of the Day of Judgment storyline, she says that the Sentinels of Magic will be there to help people. It's kind of implying that they're this new magic based team. But then they, I can't say that they never show up again because we do see them like once or twice, but after that, yeah, pretty much nothing. So again, this kind of interesting potential of a magic based team. The members were like Raven, Sebastian Faust, Enchantress, Madame Xanadu, I think Azrael, Dr. Occult, Ragman was there, Phantom Stranger, I think. It was a pretty like all-star roster of magic users, and I feel like it could have been interesting to see, but we don't get to see any more of them, so that's too bad. After the Day of Judgment, Zatanna kind of returns to the Justice League. There's several Justice League stories that she starts showing up in. I believe she's either like a reserve member at this point or she has officially joined, but she doesn't have any major arcs really. She does participate in the Black Baptism event, and in that story, she gets her first same sex kiss on panel through Enchantress's Anita Sulfida persona. Anita Sulfida devours a portion of Zatanna's soul during that kiss, and it starts to drive Zatanna a little insane. She goes on a bit of a magical rampage, and the Justice League is kind of like, ugh, because what happens is she manages to transform the moon. She transmutates the moon's surface into an ocean. She gives it a giant eye and wings, so implying that she has also made the moon alive. And she's going crazy, she's attacking, she's like spewing curses, and it's only through the intervention of Sebastian Faust that they are able to sort of bring her back down to her normal self. And she also repels Martian Manhunter while unconscious, and then after Sebastian Faust brings her down, she becomes one of the few Justice League members or heroes to have a legitimate stay in Arkham Asylum to rest from having going crazy a little bit. The next big Justice League arc that she's a part of is the Obsidian Age. Now, the Obsidian Age doesn't add a lot to Zatanna's lore, but it is a Justice League story that she is featured rather heavily in. She is still a supporting character. She's not like one of the main characters in this story, but her contribution to the plot and the story is rather significant. It is mostly just a couple of aura farming moments for her, if we're being honest, but it's cool. And the Obsidian Age, I think, is a really interesting story. It primarily deals with Aquaman and Aquaman's lore, but Zatanna is also technically Atlantean, so it's technically her lore too, if we're getting technical with it. But so yeah, I would recommend reading it. I won't go into too much detail about it, but she gets a global feat in that, so you should check it out. You should just read it. So then, after Obsidian Age, we get to Identity Crisis. And Identity Crisis is Zatanna's most infamous story. Identity Crisis is deals a huge blow to Zatanna's reputation, both in universe and to comic readers. A lot of readers who maybe don't know much about Zatanna, I have known them to at least be aware of Identity Crisis and to be aware of what has happened in this story. I think that Identity Crisis is poorly handled and is not very good for Zatanna at all. And it is sort of not very well received by Zatanna fans in general. So, what happens in Identity Crisis is Dr. Light, the villain, he gets onto the watchtower and sexually assaults Sue Dibney, who is the wife of the elongated man who Zatanna originally teamed up with back during Zatanna's search. After he assaults her and is captured, he threatens to do this again. He says, I'm only going to get out of jail. I'm going to come back to the watchtower because I know your guys' secret identities, and I'm going to assault all your wives, all the women that you know, because I can, and that's what I want to do. Which is a pretty dark and crazy thing to say and to threaten. And so Zatanna says, well, I can probably make it so that he never does this kind of crime again. I can make him forget our secret identities so that we don't have to worry about this. And this sparks a debate amongst the Justice League members present. And they sort of go a little bit back and forth about whether or not they should do this. And they decide to take a vote on it. And the vote ends up being yes, they should. So Zatanna begins her lobotomization of Dr. Light, and Batman shows up. He can tell immediately that they're not that they're doing something that they probably shouldn't be doing. Zatanna freezes him and they vote unanimously to erase his memories of the event so that he does not get mad at them for what's happened and so that they can proceed without being interrupted. And so Zatanna goes through with lobotomizing Dr. Light, and it's sort of a retroactive explanation as to why he turned from a Justice League villain into a Teen Titans villain and why he sort of became a little, you know, less of a threat. But then members of the Justice League's family start to come under attack. And they fear that it's Dr. Light because he does seem to be remembering what happened at this point. So during this whole conflict and this sort of revealing of their secrets, it does cause a fracture and a rift in the Justice League. At this time, Wonder Woman had also infamously killed Maxwell Lord, so she was sort of on the outs with the Trinity, with the Justice League. Zatanna goes to Wonder Woman after it's revealed what happened with Dr. Light, and they sort of have a cute moment. This storyline seems to just be about breaking up the Justice League and sort of having characters go off to do their own thing. And what I think is a real shame with this story is it doesn't really explore the themes or the morality that it brings up because, it's framed as entirely wrong what Zatanna did with Dr. Light and with Batman. Sure. But I feel like, it fails to take into consideration that Dr. Light has just threatened every female member of the League, every female character that is involved. He's threatened Lois Lane, Black Canary, Catwoman. He's threatened to sexually assault everybody that the League knows, every female person that the League knows. So Zatanna herself has been threatened with this. And this story just doesn't really delve into Zatanna's motivations or reasoning into why she would suggest to lobotomize Dr. Light. I think, reading between the lines, again, this is probably going more into speculation, headcanon, fanon, but to me, I would have said that the reason this happened is because at this point, Zatanna is an orphan and has been an orphan for a good little while now. She has lost both her parents in noble sacrifices for her, and the Justice League had kind of been there through both of those losses. I would have said that Zatanna sort of saw the Justice League as her family, that being on her own, she had come to rely heavily on the Justice League, and it was kind of sort of a found family instance for her. The closest that we get to an explanation is that Zatanna was a rookie and was trying to impress the Justice League, which I just don't feel like that super fits, but that's what canon says. So, and then, again, on top of that, Zatanna has directly been threatened. All the female members of the League that she knows and is friends with have been threatened. So if she's viewing the Justice League as sort of her found family, I feel like her reaction and her response is a little more understandable, dare I say justified. And they don't even really fully debate or engage with whether or not what she did was morally right. They don't get into that kind of line of like, does this cross the line of their vigilantism? Like how far should they take the law into their hands? Because it isn't breaking the no kill rule, but it is a crazy thing to do. It is a crazy thing for heroes to take upon themselves. It is a punishment for crime. They just flat out frame it as only wrong, that there's no like real moral weight to it, which I just think is a real shame. And I feel like if they had played up the idea that maybe she was right to do that, or to at least be like, she has a point, or if they had at least explored Zatanna's internal monologue or perspective on it, I could have seen it as a better story for her. But as it stands, it wasn't. So after Identity Crisis, there does sort of pop up a trend of it being like revealed that other villains had been mind wiped or tampered with, that Zatanna had messed with a couple of villains' moralities, primarily being Catwoman, but she is also revealed to have messed with the Top and Toymaker. And mind you, like, all of these characters she's never canonically interacted with. And so we just get a couple random stories of her teaming up with the Flash or Superman in order to repair the psychic magic damage that she'd done to these villains retroactively. And he was like, what? Because with Dr. Light, it felt kind of like a very, like, specific, almost special circumstance. And then they were just like, and then she also did it to these people for like no reason, but nobody else. And you're like, hmm. And again, it kind of like focusing on the wrong aspect of the potential of Zatanna deciding to lobotomize certain villains, because I feel like there were different directions to take this. But I digress. The story that had the most weight was with Catwoman, because it was revealed that she gave Catwoman a sort of nudge to become a hero psychically. And she reveals that she did this to Catwoman and is like, what I did was wrong, I'm so sorry. And they have a pretty intense arc of them being able to, not necessarily become friends after this, but to, sort of come to an understanding, sort of able to respect one another. And it establishes a sort of interesting dynamic between the two of them, which I can appreciate. So after these Mind Wipes and Identity Crisis era, we get into Seven Soldiers, which is one of Zatanna's more well-known stories, one of her more iconic stories. The Seven Soldiers of Victory were a team that the interesting thing about them was that they never met. It was a sort of anthology where all these different members of the Seven Soldiers are going about their own plots, their own stories, and it all ties together into one finale where they work together unbeknownst to one another to stop an alien invasion. Zatanna's segment of Seven Soldiers deals with her having lost her abilities due to feeling massive guilt and a loss of confidence over the mind wipes and some other negative events that she's had recently. Seven Soldiers gives her her first protege, which she calls an apprentice, in the form of Misty Kilgore. She and Misty go on a little adventure, and she is able to teach Misty a bit about magic and give her, some more guidance as both a hero and a sorceress. And so her adventure with Misty leads her to regaining her confidence, leading her to feel a little more heroic once more and to not feel like she is a mess up or a screw up. She has a pretty famous fight with a character called Zor the Time Tailor, who is famously a Spectre villain. She and Zor engage in a reality warping duel During this duel, Zatanna breaks the fourth wall for the first time, showing that she has the ability to manipulate comic panels and to manipulate events in the comics. Zatanna also once again comes to meet her father's ghost. They have a pretty tearful reunion and goodbye. And during the Seven Soldiers story, it had been sort of a plot background theme that she was searching for the Libre Zatara, or the books of Zatara. And he reveals that she is the books of Zatara, that she is his greatest gift of magic to the world. And so Zatanna being the Libre Zatare is a kind of interesting thing. Yeah, I think it's mostly meant to be metaphorical. It's still a cute thing for her to be. And then, unfortunately, after Seven Soldiers, we never see Misty Kilgore again. Now, I forget exactly when this happened, but I'll talk briefly about the Blackest Night event because Zatanna does have a small role in that. The Blackest Night deals with the resurrection of several dead heroes as Black Lanterns, and during the part that Zatanna appears in, she is forced to face her father as a Black Lantern and vanquish him, which she described as being rather traumatic. After she does this, she does leave the Justice League. So she had joined, and then this event of having to fight and destroy her father's Black Lantern corpse left her a little emotionally scarred, and so she takes a leave of absence. Excuse the Universe reboot. So after Seven Soldiers, we get to Countdown to Final Crisis. And in Countdown to Final Crisis, Zatanna runs into Mary Marvel, and she kind of takes Mary Marvel under her wing, intending for her to be a protege. But unfortunately, instead of following the route more of like Misty Kilgore, Mary Marvel is sort of more in the group of Timothy Hunter, where it doesn't really go anywhere. Mostly because Mary Marvel at the time is being affected by, I believe, both Black Adam's powers and then also Eclipso. She's kind of got a lot going on, and she is subject to external negative influences. And because of that, she attacks Zatanna when Zatanna takes her under her wing. And Zatanna, not super okay with that. And so the two of them have a fight in Zatanna's home, Shadowcrest. And Zatanna soundly beats Mary Marvel. It was a bit of a close fight since Zatanna wasn't like quite as bloodlusted as Mary was, but then she is able to banish Mary from her house and kind of just leaves her to her own devices. In my opinion, this does seem like a tad out of character for Zatanna. I believe that she probably would have found a way to help Mary Marvel, maybe just because I believe better of her, but it is possible that her characterization is taking a hit from Identity Crisis. They're portraying her as a tad more selfish, a tad less helpful, but that's neither here nor there. That's just my personal speculation. She shows up in a few more issues of Countdown to Final Crisis, but she doesn't really do much. That is the biggest plot point of Countdown to Final Crisis, is her gaining Mary as a protege and then swiftly banishing her from her house. So after Countdown, we do sort of get some big steps to restoring her reputation from Identity Crisis. And this is thanks largely in part to Paul Dini. So Paul Dini, if you don't know, is a writer from DC Comics who did a lot for Batman the Animated Series. He is the person who created Harley Quinn. He's written several Batman comics, and for a while he was writing Detective Comics. And it was sort of well known at the time that Paul Dini was a fan of Zatanna. And Paul Dini included Zatanna in the Batman the Animated Series. And it establishes that Bruce Wayne trained with Zatara, and that him and Zatanna were sort of like teenage sweethearts, that they were kind of into each other when he was studying under her father. And it was a cute little backstory that they had. But it was only canon to the Batman the Animated Series until Paul Dini included Zatanna in Detective Comics. And the reason that he includes Zatanna in Detective Comics is to have them reconcile over the events of Identity Crisis. So they team up, they go out together on a mission, and it is revealed now canonically that Zatanna and Bruce did know each other as children. This is sort of like the first kind of like major change to Zatanna's backstory since crisis happened, that she and Batman actually know each other and are actually kind of like childhood sweethearts. So they team up, they work together to bring down Joker, who was in disguise and was targeting stage performers. And during that story, Zatanna gets shot in the throat by Joker. It doesn't kill her, and she is able to heal herself before she passes out, and Batman takes her back to Wayne Manor in order to heal and recuperate. And after this ordeal, he explicitly forgives her for the events of Identity Crisis and for mind wiping him, which I thought was a pretty sweet moment. It is a good moment for their character dynamic. And again, I believe it is 100% just because Paul Dini was a fan of the character. Had he not been a fan of the character, who knows if they ever would have reconciled. So I feel like we do kind of owe Paul Dini a little for restoring Zatanna's reputation, or for taking steps to restore it in canon. After Detective Comics, Zatanna does rejoin the Justice League during the Ed Benes era. She doesn't really have any major arcs in this particular Justice League run. She has one really pretty cool moment where she takes on Amazo and is able to defeat Amazo, which is pretty awesome. And she does sort of help Vixen a little when Vixen starts to have trouble with the tattoo totem. But aside from that, there isn't really much for Zatanna during this era. But she is back on the Justice League, and that is super nice. After her return to the Justice League, we do get this story called Heart of Hush. And Heart of Hush has Zatanna and Catwoman kind of further reconcile a little. Zatanna sort of gives Catwoman advice on how to pursue Batman. Even though she and Batman had sort of had this childhood sweetheart thing going on, she's a Catwoman, go get your man, it's fine, here's some good advice on on how to win him over. And then Catwoman gets pretty injured during Heart of Hush, and Zatanna magically shows up to give her some healing ointment, and it's like, this will help. And of course Catwoman is grateful, so they do sort of take steps to become slightly closer and again gain more of a mutual respect for one another. After Hush, we get this comic called Reign in Hell. And Reign in Hell is pretty interesting for Zatanna because she once again journeys to hell. This is actually like the third time that she's done something like this. The other time was in Underworld Unleashed, but not a lot happens for her character in that. In Reign of Hell, she ends up teaming up with her father's spirit, who is in hell for reasons sort of not really explained. Like, he kind of casually hints that he's there to by choice to help lead a resistance in hell. So that's chill of him, that he's still trying to do crime fighting or fighting the forces of evil even in the afterlife. And they come into contact with Lobo, who was also down there for some reason. I don't remember why Lobo was there. But Lobo, being Lobo, just kind of starts attacking everybody and is on a bit of a rampage. And during this rampage, he harms Zatara's soul. And Zatara's soul starts to die. But you didn't know that could happen to souls. So Zatara asks Zatanna to consign his soul to the pit. And so Zatanna agrees and casts a spell that would destroy his soul, essentially. And this is so that he would not suffer an eternal torment. I don't know why he was going to suffer an eternal torment for this soul death, but he was. We see Zatanna go full dark mode. She gets fully bloodlusted, she is enraged, and Zatanna starts attacking Lobo. And the fight is really cool and really intense, and it showcases Zatanna using pretty extreme magic, stuff that she doesn't typically use. But she does eventually kind of snap out of it, come back to her senses, and she stops trying to destroy Lobo, and she instead just leaves him paralyzed, and she and the people she's traveling with just leave him there. And he would have probably stayed there if not for the actions of Black Alice. And then during the climax, during, the final conflict of the story, they're trying to leave Hell, but Lobo has returned because Black Alice freed him from Zatanna's enchantment. And they're once again fighting, but Zatanna has spent all of her magic, so she can't really do anything this time. Push comes to shove, and they end up getting out of Hell unharmed. So that's pretty nice. That's wonderful for them. But now Zatara's soul is destroyed, so that is a bit of a bummer. So then around at the same time, Zatanna gets her first ever solo comic, which is written by Paul Dini, who had previously done the work to sort of restore Zatanna's reputation in Detective Comics. And It is her first solo, and it is, it's pretty cute. It's pretty fun. I do think it has its flaws, and it's not perfect by any means, but it is a fun read. If you like Zatanna, you will enjoy the Zatanna series written by Paul Dini. I'm sure there are things that you won't like about it. There are things that lots of Zatanna fans don't particularly care for about it, but it's hard for us to hate on it because it's her first like official ongoing. It only lasts for about 16 issues, but it is still a fun ride. The whole series in general is pretty low stakes. There's not a bunch of crazy stuff going on at the time. It's just, kind of monster of the week type deal. And the series serves to give her some of her first, official rogues that are just like her own villains, some rogues that are recurring. It also sort of expands her supporting cast by delving into her stage crew. So now she gets like a full sort of like Daily Planet, but the people that she travels and performs with. We get a pretty interesting cast of characters, and I do love Zatanna's stage crew, and I think that a lot of them do deserve a little bit more insight, a little more exploration. So one of the major things that happens during this story, though, to further the plot, it's revealed that her new rogue, Brother Knight, rescued Zatara's soul from Zatanna's soul destruction spell after Lobo had harmed Zatara's soul. Did you follow that? Brother Knight instead took Zatara's soul in order to sort of have it as a weapon, and he uses it to combat Zatanna. So she once again has to fight the spirit of her father. But thankfully this time it does go pretty easy. She's kind of gained a little experience at this point in fighting her own father's ghost. And she's able to free him from Brother Knight's control, and he is able to disappear into wherever, hopefully not hell again. So yeah, so then a couple other things happen in the Zatanna solo, but I would recommend reading it for yourself. I won't go into too much detail. The rest doesn't super further her plot other than establishing a relationship with her recently created cousin, Zachary Zatara. Zachary Zatara is pretty interesting because we know next to nothing about him. And he suffers from the same problem that Zatanna does, where she's a little bit more obscure. But Zatanna has sort of this like Justice League credibility to carry her from obscurity. More people know about her than they do about Zachary. But Zatanna is still pretty underutilized, pretty sidelined. And so with her kid cousin, there's almost no hope for him to be in anything because we can barely get Zatanna to be in stuff. So Zachary does show up in the comic book and sort of establishes their dynamic, where she's sort of the older, nagging cousin, and he's the like younger hotshot, kind of blows off. It doesn't, take things seriously. He's a bit more of a party guy. And again, we know next to nothing about Zachary Zatara. He is her cousin, but we don't know who his parents are or how they are related to Zatanna. One Zatanna fan on Tumblr proposed the theory that he is the son of Falconelli, which would be pretty interesting and would, kind of explain why they refer to him as uncle. But again, there's just that like odd discrepancy. So how that works, how it fits for Zatara, how it makes Zachary her cousin, we don't know. And again, that's even assuming that Falconelli was intended to be his father, because he's dead now, so there's nothing to say about it. But yeah, so again, we just have no idea about his parentage or his past, or whether he was born from a brother of Zatara or a sister of Zatara. We got nothing. I do think that Zachary Zatara deserves a little bit of exploration, but I would rather focus on Zatanna, to be honest. No hate, no shade, no pink lemonade to Mr. Zachary Zatara, but once we can establish more about Zatanna, then sure, we can bring Zachary along for the ride. Delve into this family question mark in the family tree. One more thing, she does also kind of get a new love interest by the name of Detective Dale Colton, I think was his name. But again, nothing is ever really explored there because the series comes to an end, so they don't really get a chance to have a romance or a relationship. Also at this time, Zatanna has a pretty major arc in the Gotham City Sirens, where she and Catwoman and Talia al Ghul have a conflict. It brings her into opposition with the other Sirens, Harley and Ivy. And a lot of this has to deal with the mind wipes. They're coming back to bite both Zatanna and Catwoman because everybody's trying to figure out or protect the identity of Batman, and so the focus is on Catwoman and Zatanna for mind wiping her. And in the story, it seems like potentially maybe that Zatanna will once again mind wipe Catwoman. I feel that this is a little like, it's kind of like we're past that at this point, you know? I don't feel that she would have so readily and easily agreed to consider mind wiping Catwoman. I feel like at this point in her characterization, she'd be like, nope, I'm not doing that. I learned my lesson the first few times that I did the mind wiping, and every single one of them blew up in my face, so I'm not going to do that. But, you know, that was the crux of the conflict. She doesn't end up mind wiping Catwoman, spoiler alert. But, you know, the fact that it was pretty close to happening, I just feel is a little bit of a stretch. But I digress. And she also speaks with her recently revived father's ghost again. She asks Zatara for advice on whether or not she should mind wipe this person. And Zatara's like, do whatever the hell you want. Love and support you anyway. It was kind of funny that she asks Zatara what to do, and he's like, whatever you think is right. So then right after this, you know, plot with the Gotham City Sirens, and right as her solo comes to an end, we get the rather infamous Flashpoint and the creation of the New 52 universe. I do believe the Zatanna solo was cancelled because of Flashpoint. I think there possibly might have been other factors, but I know that Flashpoint did play a sort of major role because it comes out like right after. Zatanna does appear in Flashpoint, which is an alternate timeline created by the Flash when he travels back in time to save his mother from dying. I'm sure a lot of you know that story. If you're a DC Comics fan, you've probably heard of, at least in passing, of the Flashpoint. And so in this alternate timeline where everything is bad and terrible, Zatanna is part of a group called the Secret Seven. She's part of a group with Raven, and they take on Shade the Changing Man and the Enchantress. And Zatanna, during the conflict, she looks a mess, by the way. It's undoubtedly her worst costume that she's ever worn, hands down. Like, you can maybe argue that the Vampire Genie costume isn't the best, but it barely holds a candle to this look. So she casts a death curse on the Enchantress, and she explains that it's like a bee sting, so that if you cast a death curse, it kills you as well, which, no hate, no shade, no pink lemonade, is kind of bullshit. And so she dies from casting a death curse, and the death curse doesn't even kill Enchantress. So it's like, what was the point of that? And prior to casting the death curse, she cast a spell that would kill a normal person. I think she cast like a maiming spell, and it's like, babes, that I fear falls in the category of a death curse. You can't target someone's organs and be like, that doesn't count as death. You know, the rule was bullshit, and it's never been a rule past or since. People can cast death curses all the time without dying, and it's fine. So her tenure in the Flashpoint universe is short-lived, but that's probably for the best. And it's hard to get too mad at Zatanna's treatment in this timeline because everybody is treated badly, and it's just bad and awful for everyone. Everyone's dying, everyone's awful and maimed and out of character. Because that was the point of the Flashpoint timeline, is that, you know, Barry went and saved one person, went and saved his mother, and it made everybody's life worse. So, you know, it's hard to be like too mad about it because it isn't like singling Zatanna out. Diversity win. Everybody is treated bad. Everybody had bad writing. So Flashpoint, sort of like the Crisis on Infinite Earths, was meant to be a continuity reboot to create a new continuity for DC Comics. So this is now Zatanna's second continuity reboot that she's been through. And unlike Crisis, her backstory does change quite a bit. Quick side note too, so one of the other changes that are revealed for Zatanna's backstory in the Zatanna solo that is a result of the Crisis on Infinite Earths is that instead of in the beginning, she had sort of discovered that her father was missing, learned she had magic, and then immediately took off to search for him, using her newly discovered magical powers that she was kind of instantly a pro at. But due to Paul Dini's work on the solo, it's established that she trained in magic from a very young age, that she was training in magic and sorcery and stagecraft, all of the above. instead of having discovered them when he went missing. And so, unlike the Crisis on Infinite Earths, the New 52 does alter Zatanna's backstory a bit more, but we don't exactly get like a full like comparison, like side by side, of what was different and what wasn't. There's a lot of things that you could assume happened the same way, but we just don't really get an explanation. We don't really get a breakdown of the events of Zatanna's life. What I can tell you that is for sure different is that in the New 52 universe, Zatanna, John Constantine, and this new character named Nick Necros were teenager sort of like lovers. They were kind of a poly couple. They were a throuple, and they studied and trained magic together. And Nick Necros specifically was looking for the books of magic in this new continuity. And he became really obsessed with them, and it drove a wedge between him, Zatanna, and Constantine. And it pushed Zatanna and Constantine together. And this New 52 continuity is where the majority of the Zatanna-Constantine relationship comes from. Unfortunately, it is rather toxic, like pretty much the whole time. And so in the New 52, we get sort of this, rocky, tumultuous, toxic back and forth relationship between the two of them. And most of it is studied through the Justice League Dark comic book. So the Justice League Dark comic was perhaps the biggest thing for Zatanna in the New 52. It's pretty much the only comic book series that she is appearing in. She appears in a couple other like adjacent books, like in Phantom Stranger or Constantine. I think she does appear in a Deadman book. She has like a couple like pop-ups in the mainline Justice League book, but other than that, the majority of her story and her arc comes from the Justice League Dark comics. And the Justice League Dark comics, while iconic, while pretty interesting and fascinating, it doesn't really do much to explore Zatanna's character. She doesn't really get to be the main star of her own arcs in this book. She's usually just kind of like along for the ride for everybody else's arc. Zatanna's magic is also weaker at the start of the Justice League Dark, so that was a little frustrating to be reading. But the Justice League Dark, I feel, because you have to understand, the Flashpoint New 52 era was massively controversial. I think that Justice League Dark was one of the few successful runs from this era, because I think it runs like the entirety of the Flashpoint era. If I remember correctly, I could be wrong about that, but it lasts a long time. It has a good chunk of issues in it, and Zatanna appears in almost all of them. There was one arc that she didn't appear in, which ironically that arc was used to adapt the animated Justice League Dark movie, and instead of her not being in it, Madame Xanadu isn't in it, even though Madame Xanadu was sort of like the focal character of that arc. So it's just funny the way things work, the way things were made, and how things get adapted. Perhaps the biggest events that are important for Zatanna during this Justice League Dark are the Trinity War, where she and the Justice League, and I believe the Suicide Squad, or maybe the Justice Society, all come into conflict, and they're fighting and grappling over the Pandora's Box, which is a gateway to Earth 3, which is the evil Earth. Zatanna was the only character who was able to successfully protect herself from its corruptive influence, so that was pretty cool. She was able to cast a spell that shielded her from its influence, and she remained uncorrupted. And she does get some pretty cool moments where she's going toe-to-toe with multiple Justice League characters, so that is pretty awesome. And then towards the end, Zatanna becomes the leader of the Justice League Dark, which is kind of new for her. She had been the chairperson of the Justice League at one point, but we hadn't really got to see her in a leadership position, aside from the Sentinels of Magic that you'll remember from Day of Judgment, but they only appeared like that one time. She was sort of like this unspoken leader. She was an authority in the Sentinels of Magic, but they didn't really have like a clearly established leader. During the Justice League Dark run, Zatanna becomes the unquestionable leader. However, Zatanna is sort of out of character. Like, she's mean, she's really like almost vindictive. She's a little crueler. Like, I have a lot of warring opinions about the Justice League Dark because A, it was iconic and it was sort of a bolster for her as a character, and she has a lot of cool moments. but her character tends to suffer, and the majority of her characterization in her arcs are about other characters or about her relation to John Constantine, which is, you know, whatever. It's not, at least it's not about Zatanna, you know, and his ghost coming back. Zatanna actually remains absent almost the entire time. And so towards the end of the Justice League Dark, when she is the leader, they do manage to take on an omniversal threat, and Zatanna is the reason that it gets defeated. So it has one of her most impressive feats, where she defeats this being that devours all of creation, and she's able to restore all of creation for DC Comics. So that is pretty cool. But again, like, at what cost? I almost would have much preferred that she just had been like consistently characterized or reflective of the character that we'd known and loved from the past. But that's neither here nor there, because the New 52 universe came to an end. So now we enter the Rebirth era. And the Rebirth era is now a new continuity. It is a little less jarring of a change than the New 52 was, and it kind of is a return to form, like to how things were kind of before the New 52. We're now in our third continuity. We're now post-Crisis, post-Flashpoint, post-Rebirth. And the rules are also a little more different for the Rebirth universe. I can't remember exactly how. And I think technically still to this day we are in the Rebirth continuity. And DC, I think, has said that they're not going to do any massive resets again, which is probably for the best. I feel like they should really put a stop to those. But maybe that's just bias from have now gone through so many. So in the Rebirth era, the first major thing for Zatanna is the Justice League No Justice, which was a pretty interesting event where there were several kind of new Justice Leagues that formed, one of them being Team Wonder, Justice League Wonder, which features her, Wonder Woman, Raven, Etrigan the Demon, and I believe Dr. Fate. And they're working together. She has a kind of new, fun look. It's not vastly different or, you know, as different as her New 52 look was, but, you know, it is still a new look nonetheless. And it was fun. I liked it. I enjoyed it. And the Justice League No Justice leads directly into the Rebirth era of the Justice League Dark, because I don't have like the stats or I don't have the numbers to back up this claim, but I do think that Justice League Dark did very successfully for the New 52 era, because again, it got a movie adaptation, technically 2, animated, but still. So I think that Justice League Dark was ironically a bit of a dark horse, and they managed to be pretty popular, so they brought them back for this Rebirth continuity. And I think that the Rebirth Justice League Dark, in my opinion, is far better than the New 52 one. Again, I have very differing opinions on the New 52 Justice League Dark, but, you know, as I've grown and as I've read the Justice League Dark Rebirth, I believe that the Rebirth era is the better version. But that's just me. Maybe you'll feel differently. Who knows? But so the Rebirth lineup features her, Wonder Woman, Swamp Thing, Man-Bat, and Detective Chimp, and those were kind of like the main founders of the Rebirth Justice League Dark. And in my personal opinion, I think that it was a phenomenal idea to include Wonder Woman. I think that adding Wonder Woman to the Justice League Dark roster was a galaxy brain level move. I think that she fits really well with the Justice League Dark, being a character born of myth and, you know, fantasy, and she is magic adjacent, and so she's never really gotten to explore like the more magical side of her character. She does get to explore a lot of the mythical side, being an Amazon, and in a lot of her runs dealing with, you know, the gods, monsters, Circe, that kind of thing. And in this run, she is able to start using magic and to wield magical abilities. And I think that fits really well for Wonder Woman. I think that was really cool. So sorry to segue a little bit and to be like, you know, yay Wonder Woman, but, you know, how can you not, right? How can you not love Wonder Woman? Now, the decision to include Wonder Woman was also slightly controversial. Some people felt that she took up too much of the spotlight for the Justice League Dark, but I disagree.
I feel that Wonder Woman is also a character who suffers from the hands of DC editorial. Her current run, is proof of that. Despite being a member of the Trinity, is the member who's treated the worst. She isn't treated as equally as Superman and Batman are. And I think that giving her her own Justice League to head, and it being a magical team full of sorcerers and monsters, was just, it just fit. It just clicks. Everything's coming together. And it also furthered to develop her relationship with Zatanna, these two iconic Justice League heroines who they have interacted before in the past, sure, but their friendship had never gotten this much development. And I think that that alone is worth, whatever complaints one might have about the Justice League Dark Rebirth, because we are able to firmly establish this dynamic between two iconic heroines. It gives Wonder Woman more, female friendships, and it does the same for Zatanna, because if Wonder Woman is struggling to do that, you can also be sure that Zatanna's female relationships have struggled. And it was pretty true that while Wonder Woman was the leader of the Justice League Dark, Zatanna was unquestionably like the second in command. She was Wonder Woman's Lancer. She was the one that Wonder Woman was really turning to for advice and guidance, because Zatanna was obviously the more experienced in magic. And so this dynamic, I think, works really well for them. Zatanna sort of being not necessarily like second fiddle, but certainly being the second in command to Wonder Woman. I think I will happily take that any day of the week. I rest assured I have no complaints, no problems here with, them sort of co-leading a team of magic users and monsters. Zatanna is still sort of mischaracterized in the Rebirth run. I think because, obviously they were drawing more inspiration from the New 52 Justice League Dark. So you can definitely see that influence on her character in the Rebirth run. But it wasn't nearly as extreme as it was in the New 52. So even though it was still sort of in the opposite direction of what I personally would have characterized her as, it wasn't like as far. It wasn't as far off as it had been. And so in the Justice League Dark Rebirth run, it is revealed, confirmed, established that backwards magic and most other types of magic systems, magic utilizations in the DC universe are a way to shield the magic users from the other kind, who are the major antagonists of this series. The other kind, led by the Upside Down Man, who is a pretty iconic villain already. They come from the dark multiverse, and they are a dark reflection of Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft. And their whole goal is to devour magic. They want to eat magic. And so a way to shield themselves from that, DC magic users use rituals, they use certain spells, and they use certain ways of, protecting themselves from the corrosive, corruptive, and all-consuming seeking energy of the other kind and the other place, aka the dark multiverse. So on top of these Zataras having inherited logomancy from Leonardo da Vinci, it's now established that this type of magic also serves a purpose, that all types of magic do, but now it has like a canon reason for why they use it as often as they do. And I think that that is a pretty cool lore drop. I really like that addition to their history and to the way that their magic works. And then similarly, like with the New 52 era, Zatanna does eventually become the leader of the Justice League Dark in the Rebirth era as well. And that was a pretty cool, pretty big moment for her. But unfortunately, it gets cut short. It gets sort of cut off again because of the introduction of the Dark Crisis. Which, it's okay everybody, it's not a company-wide reboot, but Dark Crisis was really weird. It was a little over the place. They were trying to do it as like this big like moment, and one of the big moments was titled The Death of the Justice League, and Zatanna gets sort of taken from the Justice League Dark and put onto the Justice League just for them all to be killed off. Spoiler alert, they weren't. It was not an actual death. So the Justice League Dark series comes to an end in order to accommodate this new story and this new event. So as is pretty common with Zatanna at this point, there were plot threads that were kind of left dangling, that weren't really picked up again, that were just kind of left to, the wider fields of fancy. And so Zatanna dies with the Justice League, but they are brought back pretty quickly. I think partly because Dark Crisis and the death of the Justice League were not really well received. Most people that I knew and interacted with in the fandom at the time weren't super pleased with it. I wasn't myself, but I was following along for Zatanna. I was glad that she was there, but again, it kind of like at what cost? Zatanna also got a new costume at the end of Dark Crisis. I think all of the Justice Leaguers did, but then those costumes never got seen again. Add that to the list of costumes and plots that get swiftly abandoned. And also, super quickly, I do need to talk about Bloodspell, which happened during the New 52 era, but it wasn't canon to the New 52 universe. So Paul Dini comes back again to write a team-up story between Black Canary and Zatanna titled Bloodspell. And that was a really fun comic to read. Again, not much happens in terms of Zatanna's character history, but I do feel Zatanna is slightly more characterized correctly in that. I think she's slightly goofier, but it's just a fun read. It furthers the relationship between her and Black Canary. It establishes them as pretty longtime friends, which is super nice. And Black Canary's awesome too. I love Black Canary too. So to see them team up and to kick butt together, it's just a good time. And again, it only happens because Paul Dini loves the character. He loves Zatanna. He loves including her and stuff. And I think that the issues that were present in the Zatanna solo that he did are dialed back and toned down a bit. There's a couple elements still there. So after Dark Crisis and the death of the Justice League, where Zatanna is not dead, hooray, the next major plotline that she's a part of is Batman Urban Legends, where she, Batman, and Constantine team up to deal with this rift that formed because of Batman and Zatanna, and they come into conflict with extra-dimensional beings. This comic, I think, is a really good Zatanna and Batman comic. The Urban Legends arc that she's a part of, Zatanna does get to shine and gets to be her own character, and while the core conflict is her relationship with Batman and how it is still a little tumultuous, and it's about healing their past traumas together, I felt she is just a tad more respected in the Urban Legends book. And then Constantine is there, and instead of playing up this bitter jealous dynamic between him and Batman seem to get along pretty well, and instead Constantine is flirting with Batman, and it sort of created this fun trio dynamic between the three of them. I thought that the way that they were all written together in Urban Legends was really fun and really good, and it ended up being a pretty good time. It has some serious moments, it has some funny moments, and it has some cool magical moments for everybody involved. Everybody gets to have a good time. It does delve into her past with Batman, so you get a look into more of the details with that. It does also officially confirm that they dated when they were younger, so they are exes, as opposed to in her solo or in Detective Comics where they had a flirtation going on. This makes it so that their relationship was real. They did have a relationship. And there is a Detective Comics issue or arc from this era that is also pretty respectful of Zatanna. This is the number. I can't remember it right now, but I will when I'm editing. So this is the number for that story. And this reveals that Zatanna is the keeper of the God Sphere, which is a thing that kind of lets you know whatever you want to know. It's it's like omniscience in a bubble. And it's treated as very dangerous. It's a pretty heavy burden to guard something that can give you essentially omniscience. And Zatanna guards it very carefully, but Batman has come to her to ask her to use it, and she's like, no. She's like, this thing is crazy. I don't care how smart you are. And so we also do get a peek into more of their dynamic as children. We get a look into her teenage years with Zatanna, and it was kind of interesting giving her this burden, this responsibility of caring for this magical artifact, because it is kind of implied that she cares for magical tomes and artifacts with Shadowcrest, but it has never really been explicitly explored, right? So I thought that was pretty cool, and it's a pretty interesting layer to her character. Next up, we come to Lazarus Planet and the Lazarus event. I have mixed to negative feelings about the Lazarus event because it's an event about how magic is being tampered with and how the magic users fall under attack, but the main character and the main focus of the story is Batman and Robin. So as to be expected, a lot of the magic users are sidelined and they don't really get to be a part of solving the problem that directly affects them. They're kind of left like bereft and helpless while the other characters try to help them and help restore magic. So I don't particularly care for it, but Zatanna does get a couple cool moments, and she is sort of like posited as like this unofficial leader of the magic users. I feel like her character of the magic users was the one that everyone was more in communication with, was the one everyone was sort of turning to in this time, which was pretty nice, you know, seeing her again as this sort of leader figure. Even though there wasn't like a team to lead, she was sort of like this undesignated like authority amongst the magic users. But again, she's not like a main character. She's not a main character in an event about magic that is causing problems for the magic users. She's just kind of like there, and it's like, I'll help now, and then it's like back to Batman and Robin drama, and you're like, cool. And by the end of the Lazarus Planet event, it's stated that the rules and the laws of magic have changed again, which was something that had happened in like both Justice League Darks. So like where magic stands now is really anybody's guess because how it changed, what changed about it, why it was different, and what was different for the magic user specifically does not get touched on at all. Which, you know, you would think it would be because it affected the magic users directly, but none of them were the main character, so we don't know anything about it. They just drop this and like, oh, magic has changed, ooh, and then all the magic users dip, and you're like, wait, how did it change? Come back. After Lazarus Planet, then the next event was Night Terrors. And Night Terrors was really fun for Zatanna. I know that Night Terrors was also not a very well received event because it is, you know, essentially just characters dealing with deepest fears, you know, nightmares, that kind of thing. You know, stuff we've seen a lot already by this point. But Zatanna gets to team up with characters she hasn't before. She's one of the only characters who is able to resist falling into the nightmare, like, of the entire planet, mind you. She's able to resist that with her magic, so she's one of the few left awake, trying to keep things from falling apart while everyone's asleep. And she teams up with Robot Man. And the writer, Dennis Culver, shout out to him because he knew his Zatanna lore, which is not super common, you know. It's like him and Paul Dini. He did a really good job, and I really love his Night Terrors Zatanna book. I think it is really fun. It does deal with her and her sorrow over Zatanna being dead, and she is forced to face an illusion of his ghost corpse again. I found myself not really caring because it was just a fun story for her to be in, and I liked kind of the new stuff that was happening. I liked that she had this sort of major role in the event because that also doesn't typically happen. Like, as the past multiple crises have confirmed, she doesn't really get like a major arc, a major thing to do during these events, which I feel is a real shame and a missed opportunity because she has so much to offer, right? As the mistress of magic, she's very handy, she's very helpful. Let her help. So then after Night Terrors, the next major event is Absolute Power. And Absolute Power is where everybody loses their powers to Amanda Waller. Everybody, from every type of metahuman, every type of alien, every type of magic user, everybody lost their powers, and Amanda Waller had control of them. Don't ask me how that makes sense. Loki doesn't, but we move on. And Zatanna has a pretty noteworthy team up with Superman during this Absolute Power event. And she gets a really interesting monologue where Superman is like, oh, all this magic stuff really freaks me out. I hate magic, that kind of thing. And Zatanna kind of goes off on him, and it was pretty well deserved. She's like, Zatanna is just my name. It's not my superhero name. I don't have a secret identity. I am Zatanna. Magic is me. Magic is my life. This thing that you claim that you hate, it's my everything. I'm nothing without my magic. She goes, I barely have any friends. My only romantic prospect is John Constantine. She's like, Lord help me. She's like, there cannot be an outcome where I don't get my magic back. I need to get my magic back because it's my entire life. She's like, so let's go. And Superman's like, my bad. My bad, queen. You're so right. My bad. And it was pretty fun. It was a pretty interesting exchange between the two of them. She and Superman have not super interacted a lot. They have had their moments in the past. They're very sparse and far between. He's one of the few characters to be the first to forgive her for identity crisis, so that was pretty nice, but they don't typically interact that much. And so this was also, kind of a big moment for them and for their dynamic. I don't know, I just really like that take of Zatanna being like, this is my whole life. All I do is magic. So I need to get it back. So quit whining about it, please. I don't want to hear it. The only thing that I take issue with that is the friends thing, because I feel that Zatanna, from her conception, was a very friendly character, very personable. She is a character who is very beloved both by other comic characters, her audience, and then by readers, because again, we got her voted onto the Justice League all those years ago. But other than that, I thought it was a pretty good, character moment for her. So after everybody gets their powers back and Zatanna is returned to her magical glory, we get to the DC All-In era, which is not an event exactly. It is the start of a new era, and during the start of the DC All-In, they pushed this new Justice League Unlimited run, and Zatanna is a member, so she's back on the Justice League, which is super fun. She even got her own official Justice League card, and I have it here in my collection of Zatanna things. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but yeah, she got a promotional Justice League membership card that you could get whenever you bought a DC comic at your local comic book store. So that was really fun, and I loved going to the comic book store and picking hers up. Now, obviously, because she had received a Justice League membership card, and because she was kind of a bit of a major player in the Justice League Unlimited's first issue with Darkseid and everything, I had assumed that she would play a bigger role into the Justice League Unlimited, but she hasn't really. She's barely been there, to be honest. And I think that is a bit of a shame. I think that the Justice League Unlimited run had a lot of potential, but it just has not really capitalized on any of it. So that kind of sucks. But I digress. So after the All-In initiative and the creation of the Justice League Unlimited, we got a mini from this writer-artist named Jamal Campbell. And when I tell you it is the best solo title she's ever had, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not hyperbolizing. It is the best canon mini solo title that she's ever had. Jamal Campbell knows all of this stuff that I am telling to you. Jamal Campbell displayed vast knowledge of Zatanna's lore, her character, her powers, and how they work. He had vast knowledge of her supporting cast and her stage crew, her love interests, her enemies, her allies. And it is a really good run. And it delves into a lot of the things that we've previously discussed. There's a lot of callbacks to this character history that I've shared with you, and it is just really good. If you like the character in any capacity, you will like this Zatanna mini written by Jamal Campbell. So I would greatly encourage you to read it, because the follow-up will be this coming month, continued, again written and drawn by Jamal Campbell himself. and it will be her second official ongoing, the first one having been the Paul Dini run, and it's due in large part because her mini did so well and was so well received, because I can't say and express it enough that it was so good. It was really everything that Zatanna fans had been asking for in a solo title. Jamal Campbell really delivered. So I would say go read it. It is kind of a pretty self-contained story. Again, there's lots of callbacks to her history that you now are aware of, so you will be able to pick up on most of the Easter eggs. But I won't go too much into detail of the plot because it is still fairly new, and I am hoping that you'll read it and that you'll like it. If you want to look up plot details, that's totally fine, but I think you're missing out if you don't read it for yourself. And I would even go so far as to say is that if the only thing that you read from Zatanna based off of this video is the Jamal Campbell mini, then that's totally fine. Especially if you're planning to read her upcoming solo by him. Please go check it out. Please go check it out. Please read it. You can get the whole thing in trade paperback from like Barnes & Noble. It's great. It's called Zatanna, It's Showtime by Jamal Campbell. So go get it. Go pick it up. Go read it today. After her phenomenal mini, there were two major things that happened. One, that she had a Black Label Elseworlds story, also a mini titled Zatanna Bring Down the House. That won an Eisner Award, which is a pretty big deal for comic books. But it is technically like not canon to the main universe, so it's not required reading. It's not something that you have to look into. And so technically the stuff that happens in it also isn't super relevant to the main universe character history. But I do think it is worth mentioning because of the award that it won. It is recognized for its award. The art is fantastic. Personally, I don't love it that much, but it's not because I think that there's anything wrong with it. So if you want to read it, I would recommend it. I think that you would enjoy it. It's just that it's technically not canon. It's just an Elseworlds story. But those have plenty of merit. Those are lots of fun to read sometimes. So yeah, go check out the award-winning mini as well. And then the final thing that's happened so far was DCKO. Personally, I have a lot of problems with DCKO, but it was meant to be just kind of like a fun, like, brawler, like, crazy, exciting, like, shock value story. So you can, if you, like, read it through the lens of it not being super serious, you'll probably enjoy it better than I did. And what is very noteworthy about this comic book is the dynamic that Harley and Zatanna have. Their fight tie-in for the DCKO, titled Harley Quinn versus Zatanna, it is also technically the first book that Zatanna's name is on that went into a second printing. The fight between Zatanna and Harley Quinn, again, I have my sort of grievances with. I have some nitpicks about it, but it was massively popular, and the DCKO event is interesting, and I think that fight between Zatanna and Harley in particular is interesting. Maybe you don't have to read the whole DCKO for Zatanna's character, but if you want to read the Zatanna versus Harley Quinn, then feel free to do that. It sort of explores this relationship that Zatanna has with misusing her magic or using her magic for nefarious purposes. It has her relationship to killing characters, because it's never really been explicitly stated, but Zatanna is technically a no-kill character, largely because she's never technically killed anyone. There's like one or two instances where you could maybe argue Zatanna was partially responsible for people's death, kinda. But technically speaking, she never outright killed anyone. So that aspect of her character gets explored a little bit in the Harley Quinn versus Zatanna comic. That's probably the biggest plus that it has for me, is that it sort of delves into her mindset about killing characters, about killing in general, which just hadn't really been done before. And that's all I'll say on that. So we are all caught up with Zatanna's character history. And as I've been mentioning and, pushing for in this video, the next ongoing solo that Zatanna has, helmed by Jamal Campbell, is coming out this April 20th. 2026, just in case you're watching from the future. And in it, we'll start a new era for Zatanna, where she is dubbed the Prime Magus. And this is a new title for a DC character to possess. It's being described in canon as something that hasn't existed for thousands of years. I'm assuming that the first Prime Magus is going to be Arian, Zatanna's ancestor, but we don't know. We don't know for sure, and I'm super excited to find out, and I'm super thrilled to see what Jamal Campbell comes up with, because this Prime Magus status seems to be similar to what the Sorcerer Supreme status is in Marvel, where she is sort of like this leader of the magical community. She's getting like a bolster in rank, responsibility, authority, and that I think is really exciting for her, because it has been sprinkled throughout her character history that she is someone that the magical community looks up to, and that she is a leader among the magical characters, but it's never been really fully fleshed out. Like, she's been leaders of the Justice League Dark Teams and kind of the Sentinels of Magic, but so for her to be like this like official like authoritative figure in the magical community, I think is really exciting for her and has been a long time coming. I think it puts a lot of respect on her name, which we've been wanting for her as Zatanna fans. And because it's because it's an official solo that is going to keep going until they cancel it or until the next continuity reboot, I'm excited to see what this new era and what this new status could do and could mean for her, with the chance to breathe and with the chance to continue and to grow. Because like you've noticed in this video, a lot of plots and threads get left dangling when it comes to Zatanna. A lot of them get cut off or cut short due to continuity reboots or whatever, or just flat out ignored or not expanded on. And so this feels like kind of like the first time that a new status quo for Zatanna is allowed to start, begin, and breathe, and to, you know, expand into something new for her. So that I think is really exciting. And I think you should be excited too. Let's be excited together and let's check it out. So yeah, I hope that encapsulates all of the biggest character plot points of Zatanna. I hope now that you feel educated on what has gone down in her past, and that you can feel fully ready to appreciate this new era for Zatanna, and that you can appreciate whatever Jamal Campbell might make callbacks to, that you can maybe identify threads that he'll pick up on if he decides to. Not that he has to. Whatever he is going to do with this series, I'm excited for. But, you know, he does have the opportunity and the chance to explore a lot of abandoned plot points, which could be fun. Or he's just going to do his own thing. Also fun. Totally fine. I'm so excited either way. I can't wait. So, that's all the end for this section. Thank you for watching this part, and we'll move on to the next one. Welcome to the Powers and Abilities section of the Zatanna video. So, what are Zatanna Zatara's powers? So, obviously, she is a witch. She is a sorceress, magician. She is able to manipulate magic. The way that she primarily does this is by speaking spells backwards. That is to say, words backwards in a forwards sentence. So for example, Sihid Siwo East Sak Sleps. Sometimes it's pretty rare, but sometimes people hear that she speaks backwards and will reverse the entire sentence, which is not usually how it's done. It's happened a couple times, I believe, usually due to an editorial error. So what can you do? Usually, for the most part, for the majority, it's done the way that I showed you. This type of magic is primarily referred to as backwards magic. It is sometimes called logomancy. It was, I believe, at one point referred to mnemonic incantations. Mnemonic just means, like, you know, a way to remember things. Some people try to assert that Zatanna can only do magic if she's able to speak, which is not true and hasn't been true since her debut. Now, I don't necessarily blame readers for this, because it does happen in editorial where, like, and again, it would happen quite often where she would be shown doing a spell non-verbally, and then in the next time that she appeared, the next issue, the writer would have it be so that if she was bound or gagged, that she couldn't cast spells, that she couldn't do magic, that she was powerless. So that is pretty frustrating, and it is a bit of an editorial oversight, or sometimes a writer is trying to, you know, make it so that she's not too powerful to deal with the situation in the story, because she is again, a more obscure character, a more unknown character. So sometimes I believe that writers wouldn't have read stories that she'd been in, or wouldn't know that much about her, and would just, you know, assume that that was her weakness and go off of that. So it is, you know, a bit of a misconception that is perpetuated by editorial, but for every single continuity, every single era of DC Comics, she has cast nonverbal spells and has been able to do magic without speaking. Some people have also tried to assert that she can only do non-powerful magic non-verbally. The common argument will be she can do magic without speaking, but she can only do like powerful magic while speaking, which is also not true, because arguably one of her most powerful feats, the spell she cast to restore all of creation, aka the Omniverse in DC, that was done non-verbally because she didn't technically exist at the time. So she is able to cast the spell without even having a physical form, ergo no body, no mouth, no voice, no sound. So another pretty nifty trick is that Zatanna is also able to cast spells via backwards sign language, which is pretty cool, and sometimes how she gets around the semi-imposed weakness of not being able to speak. She will finger spell something backwards, which I think is pretty cool. Zatanna has also shown proficiency in different types of magical styles. She's able to cast spells with runes, again non-verbally. She's able to do blood magic. She's shown proficiency at tarot magic, tarot reading. So yeah, she's got lots of types of magic under her belt, but backwards magic is the primary form that her magic takes, that she prefers to use, and is also my personal favorite. I don't really ever want her to stop using backwards magic or logomancy because it's just iconic. Kind of like I mentioned in the character history part of the video, backwards magic has been around since Superman, so I feel like we should not try to get rid of it. So then what are the limitations of Zatanna's magic? Just how powerful is she? This will be the list of her most impressive feats, etc, etc, etc. Okay, so here is the breakdown of Zatanna's feats. So we're going to go in order from smallest to largest in scale, because I'm in charge. So first we'll start with the town's citywide level feats, starting with freezing a tidal wave that was bound to destroy, I believe it was Metropolis, creating air bubbles for civilians trapped in a citywide smog, and then levitating injured civilians to hospitals. She then blocked a missile with the power of hydrokinesis alone. She rebuilt a destroyed Metropolis using the memories of Perry White, Clark Kent, Superman. She was able to reconstruct not only the entire city, but give it like the feeling of how it was supposed to feel. Then we'll move on to natural law and forces manipulation. Starting with time, she displayed the ability to time travel multiple centuries in the past. She's also displayed the ability to time travel thousands of years in the past without too much trouble. As long as she had an anchor, she could do it. She's teleported backwards in time to Arthurian's court, to the time of the Pied Piper, to the time before Atlantis sunk, and to the Salem witch trials. She then has also demonstrated the ability to slow down time or slow down the flow of time. She also has displayed the ability to freeze time. She's also displayed control over forces such as gravity, probability, density. She has obviously also displayed the ability of reality warping, since technically anytime she does magic, it counts as reality warping. She was also able to give Superman the spell to seal a rift in space-time. At the time, she had lost her magic powers and he had gained magic powers, so it technically wasn't cast by her, but you know, we can assume that it was well within her ability to do so, since she had the spell for Clark and it worked fine. Zatanna has also displayed the ability of domain expansion. I'm just kidding. It's just called like spatial expansion. It's similar to the Doctor Who police box paradox, where it's bigger on the inside than on the outside. She's able to sense things transdimensionally and even bestow powers transdimensionally. She also one time accidentally caused spontaneous reincarnation in the Pied Piper. Zatanna has displayed the ability to not only create but own pocket dimensions, and that she is able to access at any time that she needs. For a lunar scale feat, she transmutated the surface of the moon into a liquid, an ocean. She also gave it giant wings and an eye, and possibly made it alive? Question mark. For global feat, she wrote her name in every sky. She merged Aquaman's soul with the entirety of Earth's oceans. She was able to resist a global psychic attack from insomnia. She also freed the entire Earth's population from mental alien mind control. I am not sure quite where to categorize these feats. They're somewhere beyond global, so I, like maybe solar system or multi-solar system, but that is a very loose categorization. There's a very loose umbrella, just so you're aware. She was able to turn night into day, and what's kind of interesting about this feat is this could have been achieved any number of ways. It's either a warping of reality to just spontaneously cause night to be day and to change that back again. It could be an instance of time travel where she just could transport them to either the next day or the day before, or a couple hours to when it was night or versus when it was day. It could be a spatial feat where she moved the Earth into the part in its orbit where it is night or day. So, there's quite a few ways that she could have done that. So that's part of why I don't know exactly where to categorize it. I think we could safely assume that it's supposed to be reality warping, since again, anytime she does magic, it's reality warping. But for the context of when she casts the spell, she's explaining to Bruce that the laws of nature don't apply to her. So, makes one think that she's manipulating a specific law, like, time or whatever else I listed. So I'll leave it up to you to decide what you think she does for that spell and where you would categorize it. Zatanna was also able to not only sense Martian Manhunter on Mars 2, but she was able to teleport herself and the entire Justice League there and then back without any wear or strain on her magical abilities. And the Mars 2 is in the Cygnus star system, which, depending on what star Mars 2 is supposed to be in orbit of, it's either a couple thousand light years away or a couple 100,000 light years away. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not an astronomer. I'm not too well versed on Mars 2's positioning. I'm not too sure of its universal position. So wherever it was, she was able to teleport to it and back without any problem. Zatanna also cast this spell to generate a year's worth of solar energy for the Watchtower instantaneously. She does it in a matter of seconds. And I'll need math for this, but I got this from the Battle Versus wiki, where someone apparently has calculated how much energy that is. I'm no mathematician. I'm a Zatanna-matician, so, I can't verify. But according to their work, it is 1.23 times 10 to the 34th power of joules worth of energy. Whatever that means. I just know that it's a lot, and it was a lot to have done instantaneously. It was a lot to have done in a matter of seconds, and again, pretty effortlessly. And then, fun fact, it does blind vibe, and Cynthia Reynolds is kind of mad at her for doing that, but then she's like, it's easy, I can just immediately fix it, and then she does. So yeah. Zatanna also was able to reveal Starbreaker's true form and then significantly harm him during a battle. And Starbreaker had absorbed an unknown amount of solar radiation energy, which means he had dimmed at least one star to become as powerful as he was in the moment. So she was able to affect an untold amount of times of solar energy. Again, not a mathematician, I couldn't tell you how much energy that means, But I know that it's, a sun's worth at least. So do with that what you will. And then Zatanna also faces an extra-dimensional eldritch horror from Atlantis. His name is Chaos. She's able to manipulate multiple energies from Earth in order to balance it and to harmonize this being of dark energy, dark chaotic energy. Again, I don't know where to categorize that type of ability. I don't know quite exactly where to put that in the scale, so we'll just leave that here in the misc umbrella of I don't know where to put these. Zatanna also has a universal probability manipulation spell that she cast, where she positioned the 7 soldiers of victory to be in the exact place that they needed. She awakened the universe to do this, so it is also a bit of spatial positioning as well. She was unaware of who the 7 soldiers even were, so she's working on very little information and is able to get everyone where they need to be in order to defeat the Sheeta invasion. So then we'll get into existential feats. Zatanna has been capable of causing existence erasure. She has also shown the ability to resist existence erasure at least 3 times. Zatanna has also displayed the power of soul destruction and soul transformation. She is able to destroy her own father's soul, and then she was also able to transform Sonny Raymond's soul into a lump of gold. It is described as also being a form of soul death, what she did there, because his soul ceases to exist and he simply becomes a lump of gold. And when Zatanna destroyed her father's soul, it's called consigning to the void. So that is the ability that she has. Zatanna has also perfectly resurrected 3 beings, Harley Quinn, the Nightmare Nurse, and a bunny when she was a child. And it's not necromancy, it's full on straight up resurrection. Like, they're not zombies, they're not twisted, they're not some dark versions of themselves. They return fully formed, fully healed. In Harley Quinn's case, her body had been blown up, so she is able to reconstitute Harley Quinn's body and place her soul back within that reconstituted body. And Harley Quinn suffers no negative consequences, no negative side effects from that. So it's a full-on reconstruction, reconstitution, resurrection. The same was also true for the Nightmare Nurse. She kisses the Nightmare Nurse in a kind of famous panel, and she takes a piece of the Nightmare Nurse's soul within herself and then is able to bring her back from having been destroyed. And then in the case of the rabbit just died and she brought it back to life. And Zatanna also herself suffered no negative consequences from doing these. So that was pretty cool. Zatanna has also displayed a form of reality warping known as event manipulation, which is where she is able to alter a character's backstory, in this case Harley Quinn's. She is able to alter Harley Quinn's backstory multiple times in a row, to the point that people in universe had new memories of this origin. She, Harley, and Poison Ivy remembered the original origin, but it seemed that the spell affected everyone else. And Harley Quinn, obviously, with these origin rewrites, had new powers, new abilities. So, it's a pretty succinct and powerful form of reality warping. And then not only was she able to do it multiple times in a row to the point that everyone in universe also believed that to be the real reality, she's able to put it back to normal easily. And then Zatanna also resisted the same type of ability being done to her and was able to resist and reverse it. Zor, the Time Tailor, had cast it on her to make her his daughter, and she put reality back to normal. Zatanna then also casts a spell in the New 52, and this spell was stated by the Phantom Stranger to have the potential to break down the walls of reality as they knew it. If it was done incorrectly, that it was a very difficult spell due to it being a teleportation of very disparate magical energies, and Zatanna is able to do it no problem when Phantom Stranger implied that he couldn't do it, or at least wouldn't, because of how dangerous it was and how potentially destructive it was. Zatanna then has a nigh infinite feat when in the Library of Babel, which is a library that contains one of every book ever written and every book yet to be written, every book, inside someone's head that has yet to be published from any reality, any universe. Zatanna casts a spell to write one word on every page of every book in the library, and that causes a massive, incalculable amount of books to appear. And so it draws the librarian of the Library of Babel to them and is like, cut it out. Oh my god. When Zatanna becomes a Chaos Lord, and when she fights the Upside Down Man in the other place, she displays the ability to manipulate the laws of magic and to distort them, warp them, so that they strip her opponents of their powers. She does this as a Chaos Lord through fourth wall manipulation, which we'll get to literally in a second, where she's able to grab hold of the laws of magic and break them so that it drains the Lords of Order of their power. And then in the other kind, she uses the power of belief to alter how magic works in the other place, or the dark multiverse. And it makes it so that the Upside Down Man experiences the cost of magic when that law had not previously applied to him. She's able to change not only how he believes in his own magic, but is able to change how magic actually affects him. And then, as promised, Zatanna is kind of famous for being able to manipulate the fourth wall and control it. It's slightly more powerful than just fourth wall breaking, but it, like, both of them are metafictional abilities. Due to this, Zatanna has been able to directly engage with the audience, directly engage with the comic panels themselves, and manipulate them, which is insanely powerful and pretty crazy. Zatanna then also has an omniversal or all of creation feat where she restores all of creation in the New 52 Justice League Dark. After it had been swallowed by Pralaya, Zatanna is the one who casts the spell of regrowth and causes everything to be restored right to the moment before it was absorbed by Pralaya. So yeah, that's it for powers and feats. So one question I get asked a lot about Zatanna is what color is her magic, or what color of her magic do I prefer? Because if you don't know, the color of Zatanna's magic varies pretty widely. Because people see characters like Doctor Strange or Wanda Maximoff and assume that Zatanna has like a set color for her magic. So originally, the color of her magic was yellow. That was pretty common for a lot of magic users at the time, Doctor Strange included. And I would say that the next most common colors for her magic are blue and pink. The pink, I think, was kind of like the next major one, and then the blue sort of started to show up more and more gradually, to the point where I think that blue is kind of now the most common one. But Jamal Campbell really favors the pinkish purple, and it looks really great, so, obviously valid. Me personally, I prefer the blue. I kind of like the idea that her magic is the same color as the DC logo. To me, it's just like, yeah, it's because she's DC's sorceress, because she's DC's mistress of magic. I also kind of like that it changes colors and that it's not set to one color. I think that it also is kind of pretty telling of her title as a mistress of magic, because it means she's, a mistress of all kinds of magic, all colors of magic. So yeah. Okay, and so then I also wanted to talk about the laundry list of Zatanna's powers, or the things she is able to do with her magic. Because Zatanna has, pretty much one power, which is magic. That's how she does all of her other abilities. But this is the list of separate abilities she's displayed with magic. Kind of like how you'll see in the nonverbal list. Some of these abilities are innate to her, as in she has them and she can do them without effort or without thought. Others she's done with like a spell. Because I see lists all the time on like Wikipedias, or I see people try to list off all of her abilities and they won't include everything. So I went through and I cataloged or compiled all the different abilities she's displayed in the past. So I will just read through them and showing the ability as I read through the list. So first off, we'll start with scrying, divining, locating. This is the ability to divine where things are, to see where things are, or to locate things or people. However you want to call it, Zatanna has this ability. Zatanna has the power of duplication, albeit it was a bit botched, but I assume that if she were to do it currently, it would go much better. Zatanna has the rather advanced power of teleporting or portal generation. She can do both forms. And then with those teleports or portals, she can go virtually anywhere in space. She's used it to travel through time. She has used it to travel through the multiverse, through different dimensions. She's used it on multiple people, on objects, on herself, on people or things she can't even see. She's used it to go to places like hell or purgatory, and she's even teleported things and people to multiple different locations simultaneously. So Zatanna's teleporting and portaling abilities are rather impressive. It's probably one of her most advanced magical skills. Zatanna has shown also pretty advanced transfiguration. She's able to transfigure people into really anything. She can transfigure animals, she can transfigure matter. The world is her oyster. Zatanna has the power of invisibility and of conjuration, which is the ability to create things out of magic. She also has a summoning ability, which is the ability to draw items to her. She's also used this to summon creatures or beings. And then here's a list of all the different kinesises Zatanna has. So obviously Zatanna has telekinesis. She's able to move pretty much anything and anyone with her magic. She can cause various things to levitate. She's also specifically shown ferrokinesis, terrakinesis, pyrokinesis, electrokinesis, fluorokinesis, aerokinesis, nephelokinesis, hydrokinesis, fabrikinesis. She has photokinesis, umbrakinesis, gravitokinesis, thermokinesis. She has ergokinesis, or the ability to manipulate energy. She's shown the ability to have power over personalities. She has spiritual manipulation. She's been able to directly manipulate magic itself. Animal manipulation or taming, she can control animals. Sound manipulation, aroma manipulation. Zatanna also has power over powers. She has shown multiple times to be able to grant powers, take powers away. She can dampen weaknesses. She can strengthen powers. Pretty much anything and everything you can imagine when it comes to manipulating powers. And for power taking away, she's done so to Superman, Impulse, to several villains. Zatanna specifically has also been able to resist magic. Zatanna has the ability of both mind control and body control. She can force people to do what she wants, either psychically or by just controlling their body against their will. Zatanna has several forms of mystical communication. I'm not sure how else to describe that ability, but she can commune magically. Zatanna has also displayed power over demons, being able to summon them, harm them, vanquish them, exorcise them, control them to do her bidding. Zatanna has the power of spell reversal or spell breaking, both for her own spells and for other people's spells. Some spells she can just say, like break that spell and it gets broken. Zatanna has phasing abilities or intangibility on both herself and others. Zatanna has the power to paralyze. Zatanna has vanishing abilities, and how this is accomplished, I don't exactly know. It's not really expanded on. She can just basically cause things to disappear. This effect can be pulled off in a couple different ways. Either she is causing things to simply cease existing, she is teleporting them away, she is causing them to become out of phase with reality. It could technically also just be a form of reality warping. There's just quite a few alternatives, so I've just labeled it as vanishing. And however it's being done, that's what she's doing. Zatanna has power over time. She can slow down time, time travel, and freeze time. Zatanna also has the ability to cause reincarnation in others. She once accidentally caused the Pied Piper to reincarnate for hundreds of years. Zatanna has the innate ability of mediumship, or the ability to speak with, commune with, and see ghosts and spirits. And then she also has the power over spirits, like I mentioned. Zatanna has size alteration. She can alter the size of herself and others. She has used it to both shrink, grow, and again to shrink other things. Zatanna has force field generation or barrier creation or warding. She can create, protective shields. Zatanna can astral project, and she can travel the astral realm or dimension. Zatanna has the power of illusion casting. She's really good at creating illusions. Weather manipulation. Zatanna has the power of flight. Zatanna also is quite good at casting spells for destroying things, so I've just grouped that in as destruction. She also has the ability to repair and to fix things, so you could maybe call that matter manipulation, or again, it could be a form of reality warping. Again, it's one of those things where however you want to say she's doing it, that's what she's doing. She has the ability to destroy and to fix things. Zatanna has psychometry abilities, which is the ability to see a thing's past or to see the past through other things. And then she also has clairvoyance or precognition, or even the ability to use tarot. Essentially she can look both forwards and backwards in time and view the future and the past. Spatial manipulation. Zatanna has the ability of somnipathy, however you want to say that, where she can enter dreams, control dreams, she can dream walk, she can do borderline almost anything when it comes to dreams, and she's even bested several dream-based villains, including Dr. Destiny and Fuseli, who is a demon lord of nightmares. Zatanna has telepathy and pretty much every ability that comes with it. She can read minds, she can look at memories, she can thought project, she can alter minds, she can mind control, as I mentioned. Her magical telepathy is also pretty versatile. Zatanna has displayed the ability to create or generate monsters or automatons. This is a pretty classic magical user ability. They are quite known for summoning and creating monsters to fight for them. Zatanna has pretty advanced healing ability. She has kept several people from the brink of death. She has healed her own wounds, other people's wounds. As far as we know, she doesn't really have a limit to healing. Zatanna has displayed the power of Eldritch Blast. That's my favorite way to refer to it, but essentially it is just creating a concentrated blast of magical energy that she uses to harm or break things. Zatanna has the power of sleep inducement, or the ability to make people go to sleep. When she fights the being Chaos, she is able to harmonize it or bring balance to it, which I think is considered its own ability. I don't know how else to categorize that. Zatanna has displayed necromancy, or the power over the dead. Spooky. Zatanna has also displayed resurrection of other people, most notably with Harley Quinn, the Nightmare Nurse, and the little bunny that she saved as a child. Zatanna has also cast spells for breathing underwater, which again, one of those abilities that there's multiple ways that can be achieved. She's either altering her own physiology, she's altering reality so that she can breathe underwater. She could even be changing or manipulating matter or the water itself to allow her to breathe underwater. However you want to say she's doing it, that's what she's doing. Zatanna, of course, has reality warping abilities. It was revealed that anytime she does magic, it is reality warping, so you can you can add that onto all of these other abilities that technically everything she's doing is reality warping. And of reality warping specifically, she has demonstrated event manipulation. And then we've got fourth wall breaking, awareness, and manipulation. She can engage with the fourth wall and the audience and even control it and control comic panels. Zatanna does have the ability to read your aura. So, Zatanna has blood magic powers. Zatanna also has the ability to translate or to create translation of languages. She once was able to just be magically translating while she and Batman spoke to a tribe of people who didn't speak English. Zatanna can shapeshift, although this ability is sort of a redundant one, since the same effect can be achieved through illusion casting, but she has specifically done both. Although interestingly enough, the shapeshifting is rather more rare. She does seem to have a preference for illusion casting. Oh, radiation manipulation. Zatanna also has the power to cause soul death or abyssal consignment, which could also technically be a form of existence erasure, since technically the person ceases to exist when their soul is destroyed. Zatanna has shown on a couple of occasions to be able to enchant objects or imbue them with magical properties. Zatanna can cause injury, ailments, or sickness. She also has the ability of injury transference. Zatanna can also cause human inflation. She has also cast a death curse. This came from the Flashpoint universe, so it was like a one-time thing, but she does have that ability. Zatanna also specifically has several vampire vanquishing spells. She is able to just kill vampires instantly. Zatanna has displayed the ability of technopathy, or the ability to command and control technology in various ways. Omniversal restoration. And as I mentioned in the character history video, when she changes night into day, that is also can be done with various means. Zatanna can animate objects, and then also she can grant life. She has been able to bring things to life, make them alive, create life. She has rune magic powers. She has the ability of rapid information gaining, or like a speed reading ability. She is able to quickly absorb information from multiple sources at once. Zatanna can generate pocket dimensions and has ownership of a few pocket dimensions. Zatanna has the power of optography, which is a pseudo-scientific term. It essentially means that she was able to create the image of the last thing someone saw before they died. This is kind of funny because it was thought to be a real thing before we knew better, which I think makes it all the more funny that she canonically can do this. Zatanna also has mana manipulation or mana restoration, which is kind of funny since mana or mana, however you want to say it, isn't exactly or strictly a thing in the DC universe, so it's kind of funny that it happened when she did it. It's not something she really talks about for herself, even though it is kind of implied that magic users in DC have like a set amount of energy that they can use. They have reserves, you know, that they can push past their limits of being able to use magic, but it hasn't really ever been called or referred to as mana or mana, even though it is, you know, a similar concept. It just hasn't been referred to that, but she can do that. And then lastly, Zatanna can create constructs out of magic and astral energy. She displays this ability in DCKO, which came out pretty recently. So yeah, that is the entire laundry list of abilities. So I better see those lists be updated correctly. And again, breaking it down like that, you know, isn't strictly necessary because again, it's all one ability, which is magic / reality warping. Those are just all the different effects that she's canonically displayed. I think it's just more fun to break it down like that, even though again, not strictly necessary. So yeah. So since this is the portion where we detailed Zatanna's powers, I did want to explicitly show all the times Zatanna has done nonverbal magic. So without much further ado, this is the list. We'll start off with a few times Zatanna has done blood magic, or where she's able to write spells. She does this for the first time in her fight against Amazo, and then she does it again in a fight against Joker in order to heal herself both times. She was also able to do something similar when her mouth was set on fire by demons from hell. She's able to write in the fire to free herself from the burning. As I've mentioned, she also is quite well known for using sign language to do her spells. The first time she did it was done through Paul Dini's blood spell, so shout out to Paul Dini for introducing the concept. She then uses it in a fight against Batmite. She then also uses it in Jamal Campbell's solo to force the Lady White's spectral hands away from her. And then she was also able to do it in the Absolute universe, where she uses sign language to phase through Wonder Woman. Now going on to magic that didn't need really anything, just her strength of will. In her debut, when she is split into two and is unable to fully talk in either form, she was able to teleport two objects to the museum that the Hawks worked at in order to gain their attention. So she was able to teleport both objects simultaneously without being able to even speak normally, let alone backwards. She is also able to non-verbally command Green Lantern's ring when she teams up with him, giving it a command to thwart the Warlock of Yis. Zatanna also seems to have a pretty strong innate psychic magical ability. She has demonstrated telepathy as well as mediumship. And when it comes to telepathy, she's able to do things like do spell summons with just her thoughts. She's able to resist Jean Jones while unconscious, also multiple times. She's able to restore the mind of a random civilian who had gone kind of insane because of witnessing reality warping. She was able to alter the memories of an entire crowd non-verbally. She was also able to alter Selena's memories without the use of a spell. She was able to psychically commune with her father's ghost. In the New 52 Justice League Dark, Zatanna is able to do quite a bit of pretty advanced psychic magic on the Nightmare Nurse's host body. She does numerous things like a deep memory probe. She's able to harness psychic energy to form a cage out of psychic energy that is fueled by the target's own emotions, making it somewhat indestructible. She's able to read Batman's mind and sense that he had numerous questions that he wanted answered. She alters the minds of another crowd in Sideways comics. She's then also able to psychically implant a location into Sideways' mind so that he can teleport them there. Zatanna is able to give psychic information to Mrs. Claus so that she is caught up on a situation, and this is also done pretty instantaneously. Zatanna does some sort of psychic effect on a guard in Creature Commandos. What exactly it does is unclear, but it does allow her to pass by without him stopping her. Zatanna at one point also magically boosts Black Canary. We see her doing an elemental attack without a spell. Zatanna also has innate mystical senses. She has an extrasensory ability where she can pick up on magical vibrations. She can also locate and detect people like the Martian Manhunter, whom she was able to sense from another star system. She is able to sense J'onn J'onzz in the Cygnus star system, which is, depending on the star, either a couple thousand light years away or a couple 100,000 light years away. She was able to mystically sense Selena, although it was a little harder to sense her because there was some sort of magic resistant talisman in play. She is able to sense and locate Madame Xanadu. We also see her restore the life force of the villain The Key, which is another instance of her helping a villain who had, done harm to her specifically, and was, a villain of hers. He explains his plight, and she decides to heal him and restore his waning life energy so that he's no longer in trouble. Zatanna has also displayed numerous telekinetic feats while not using spells. We see Zatanna being able to force back fireballs. We see her being able to shatter a door non-verbally. She does a pretty minor telekinetic feat of moving some cards around with a snap. We see her move a chair. Here she's seen manipulating multiple brooms to sweep away vampire ashes. We see her have a telekinetic outburst, which causes multiple rocks to rise up. She breaks the ground a little bit. She does a bit of nonverbal telekinesis when Harley Quinn comes to meet her, and then she is also shown to be able to break chains telekinetically. Zatanna also pretty commonly uses illusions. We see her form an illusion back in the Detroit era. She's able to conjure images in the Obsidian Age. She also shows Batman some images of the past. We also see her teleporting herself non-verbally in Identity Crisis. She also teleports herself and Black Canary during this pretty fun team-up. And I think it was also technically time travel. I think they teleport from the past into the present. And then we also see her teleporting other things like her hat non-verbally in her solo, and then her pet tiger Sasha in Bloodspell. And this spell also had the added effect of shrinking Sasha. So she also did size alteration here as well. We do see her levitate herself during the Justice League Detroit era. Zatanna also has a kind of pretty consistent clairvoyant ability. She does have psychic dreams fairly often, which obviously don't require the use of a spell. She has several warning dreams of the future or dreams about what is happening around the extrasensory. We see that when it comes to Wotan. We see her do that in Seven Soldiers, in The Brave and the Bold, and when Black Adam was possessed by a Chaos Lord. She's also done Eldritch Blasts quite a bit. She does it for the first time in Secret Origins, and then we see her do a lot of Eldritch Blasts in Come Together. She does it in Everyday Magic, in Justice League Dark quite a few times, and mostly against Constantine. She does a nonverbal blast in the Justice League Dark when she's in the Library of Babel. And then she also does another Eldritch Blast in Urban Legends. She's also done shielding, again for the first time in Secret Origins. And then she's also able to cast what's known as Apollo's Shield in Justice League Dark, which seems to be a non-verbal spell, but like a spell pretty much most other magic users would know. And then in Come Together, the entire focus of that book was her sort of developing her Atlantean magic and bringing it to be in harmony with her backwards magic. And so she stops casting backwards spells for that brief period of time. So she does numerous things non-verbally. She uses the fake spell Alakazam in order to conjure something. We see her conjure a cup in Justice League Dark, and then she also conjures a grave in Batman Black and White. Zatanna has an entire reality warping battle with Zor the Time Tailor, which is completely nonverbal. And then at the end of that fight, she does nonverbally break the fourth wall and manipulate comic panels. Zatanna does this bubble spell nonverbally as a child. What exactly it is, I couldn't 100% say for sure. I would maybe classify this as an illusion, but it's possible it's like a duplication spell. It could technically be hydrokinesis since she's manipulating bubbles. So whatever you want to call it, she did it without speaking. Zatanna has also shown the ability to transfigure people. She does it to an entire crowd, an entire audience, both changing them into bats and then back again. And then she also displays the ability to transfigure John Constantine into a bunny and back from being a bunny. Here we see her change her clothing without speaking. And again, she is also able to do tarot or to divine using cards, which is, a mystical ability that doesn't require a spell. She's able to do ritual magic with John Constantine. She does tantric magic. And then in Batman Urban Legends, she and Bruce do a ritual. She is able to regain her consciousness or her awareness while trapped in adult form and unable to even speak. So she was able to psychically cast the spell on herself in order to make herself more aware, which is kind of crazy to think about. She casts an anti-possession / protection spell on the Nightmare Nurse's host body. She's also able to mystically probe magical residue and figure out where it came from and gain all other kinds of insights from it. So it's like kind of a psychic spell, kind of a divining spell, it's a revelatory spell. While amped, she was also to repair rifts in all of space-time, and then with assistance, she's able to cast the spell known as the Tempest Juratus with Xanadu and the Nightmare Nurse, which does freeze time across all of creation. So that was pretty cool. And then, as I mentioned before, she was able to restore all of creation while technically not existing. So again, not having a mouth or a voice to cast spells. We also see her being capable of healing. And then kind of going back to her sensing ability, we do see her be able to sense and locate Batman transdimensionally. We see her be able to grant magical powers to Batman transdimensionally. She is also able to cast a sort of multiversal protective ward on Harley Quinn, which prevents the multiverse as it changes or reacts around her from affecting her. So it basically is an all-directional it's an all-directional protection that protects her from any attack that comes from at any point in the multiverse. It is a little complicated and not super explained, but it's basically just a really good protective spell that is on a multiversal level. And then in an Elseworld, we do see her create a bridge to the spirit world, and then she does some low-level soul manipulation as well. So yeah, that should about cover it for all the nonverbal feats and abilities that she has displayed over the years. So if anyone ever says she can't do magic without speaking, or that the only magic she can do nonverbally is weak, show them this. Alrighty, so welcome to Zatanna's race / ethnicity, because believe it or not, this question gets people pretty confused for the most part, because It does have a somewhat complicated answer, but short answer is Zatanna currently, as far as we know, is just Caucasian of Italian descent and partly Homo Magi or Atlantean on her mother's side. Any other racial or ethnic identity is not confirmed or not otherwise stated. Now, there are a couple parts that get people confused. One being this line from Streets of Gotham, where the character Hush refers to Zatanna as a G slur. For those of you who don't know, that is a slur used against Romani people. But the G slur is still somewhat pretty common in at least American English language. You know, people usually use it to refer to themselves as like a nomad or like a free spirit, even though it's a slur. So he calls her the G slur and also a carny. But this is not confirmation of a racial or ethnic identity. It does not mean that Zatanna is Romani. And most importantly, because she herself, her father, nor Cindella, nor anyone in their family or lineage have claimed to be of Romani descent. This is not a case that is similar or comparable to Wanda Maximoff. Wanda Maximoff has very clearly and, explicitly stated in canon and has very clearly and explicitly been referred to in canon as a Romani woman. It's the same kind of deal with Nightwing. Nightwing has also explicitly stated that he is Romani and has also been explicitly referred to as Romani in DC Comics. So those two characters are Romani. Zatanna, as of yet, is not. Now, what also adds to this confusion is the Bombshells version of Zatanna, which is an Elseworld. That character, that version of the character, is Romani and Jewish. The setting or backdrop for Bombshells is that, it's this alternate universe that is World War II. So it is used to portray discrimination against Romani and Jewish people at that time. And Zatanna is a character used to tell that particular story. But she is not the mainline version of Zatanna. There are quite a few differences between her and the mainline Zatanna. It's a different universe, it's a different world. So her racial and ethnic identity in Bombshells is not the same as her racial ethnic identity in the main universe. Another common one that gets tossed around a little bit is the implication or suggestion that Zatanna is Turkish, because of the Homo Magi and their hidden city, which is located in Turkey. But it isn't in Turkey because the Homo Magi are of Turkish descent. They're there because that is where they settled. They came from Atlantis. They immigrated from Atlantis into Turkey to establish their hidden city, to establish their secret little society. And for a large part of their comic history, they remained separate from humanity. They did not interact with Homo sapiens because of their initial genetic flaw that made them fall in love with people whenever they saw them. So it is, as of yet, unlikely that Zatanna is of Turkish descent because, again, with the same case of the Romani idea, she has never stated or confirmed or explicitly said or explicitly been referred to as Turkish. Interestingly enough, in Jamal Campbell's mini, which is so good, it is sort of implied that Cindella is Turkish, or that, that maybe he is retconning the Homo Magi, or at least Cindella, to be Turkish, because Cindella uses Turkish language. There is Turkish decor when she meets with Cindella's spirit in that comic. So there is the potential that this could be retconned post this video being released, which is fine. Anything's possible, any retcon is possible, but as right now, as of 2026, she's only ever been Caucasian, Italian, Homo Magi. And I see this type of discussion comes into play when people talk about fan casting Zatanna, or when people talk about race bending the character for the, a live action version. Because let me be pretty clear, her racial identity isn't super important to her. So if Zatanna were ever to be cast in the DCU, really anyone of any color could play the character if they wanted to, and it would be fine. She's only even ever mentioned a handful of times being Italian, and I think that there's only one comic where Zatanna does go to visit Italy, and this comes from a DC Talent Showcase, so it's kind of up in the air, up for debate if that is even canon. I like to think it is. The DC Showcase that I'm referring to is pretty cute, so I would like it to be canon. I think it's a fun story of her visiting this Italian village that her father would protect when he was still alive. But as far as we know, Zatanna only ever lived in America. It's also unclear whether Giovanni lived in Italy. We know that his parents immigrated from Italy to America, but it is kind of uncertain if they came before or after he was born, or how old he was when they immigrated. So it's really kind of anyone's guess what the situation is there. Yeah, because we just unfortunately don't get a lot of exploration into that part of Zatara's past. So even her kind of claiming that she is Italian is a bit of a stretch, because I don't believe she's ever even lived there. So yeah, that is, as it stands, that is the whole situation with Zatanna's race and ethnicity. I hope that cleared things up for you. Alrighty, welcome to the age portion of the Zatanna video, because Zatanna's age is actually pretty confusing. And unfortunately, this is the case for a lot of superheroes. This isn't a problem exclusive to Zatanna, but her age does seem to change around a little bit. It does seem to be kind of bumped and moved around from time to time. So let's get into it. So popping in from editing, I realized that I had gotten all the math wrong in what I was about to say, so I have to redo it. So just bear with me really quick. So initially, when Zatara goes missing, we have no real set. So from the beginning, Zatanna's age was kind of out of flux, and the details weren't really detailed or important, or if they were, they seemed to change kind of from issue to issue as the years progressed. So initially, the first statement that we get, the first kind of clue to Zatanna's age, is that Zatara was missing for 20 years, and that Zatanna had distinct memories of him as a child, and that he disappeared somewhere in her childhood, but that she could recall like him speaking of certain things, or that she had an emotional attachment to him. So at her debut, or when she reunites with him in Justice League number 51, the youngest that she could be there is 23, since 3 years old is about when memories start to form. In my personal opinion, I would imagine that she would have had to have been older than 3, but we're working with so little information, I just have to like ballpark it. So as time goes on, the details do remain still kind of fuzzy. So the next sort of clue we get to Zatanna's age is that the search for Zatara took about 3 years, which is how long it took in the real world for the story to be completely published. Meaning that, you know, assuming she was 23 when they reunited, based on the lowest possible ballpark, she would have had to have started searching for him at around the age of 20. But then the next sort of bit of information revealed was that she was 18 when he disappeared, which kind of throws a whole wrench into that timeline. Because if she was 18 when he disappeared and the search took her 3 years to complete, that would make her 21 at the time that they reunited, which in my personal opinion is still too young. But that's what it says. That's what we're working with. So this narrative seems to be the case for a good little while. That is until it was revealed that she and Batman were childhood friends, that she and Bruce Wayne knew each other as children, meaning that they were around the same age. This kind of means that she can't have been in her early 20s, at her like 21, when she interacts with the Justice League, let alone when she joins it, because Bruce Wayne is kind of in his 30s and is typically canonically in his 30s when he is with the Justice League from the start, from the first time. So again, the revelation that they were childhood friends does kind of throw a wrench into this whole timeline that we have going on here, as does the whole that he disappeared for 20 years, because that little detail does not really seem to be canon anymore, even though that's what it was at the time of the debut. That was quietly and slowly done away with. It seems that now his disappearance was just 3 years, which I also, in my opinion, think is too short of a time, but I digress. And so the timeline of events of him disappearing when she's 18 and only being gone for 3 years, and then her being the same age as Batman, does not really mesh. It does not really fit well. All these different pieces don't really go together. And it's like, well, one of these things can't be true. But we don't get any new details until the New 52 timeline, which is a separate timeline, where we don't even know if Zatanna disappeared in that timeline. There was like a brief little mention about it at the start of the New 52 that is never developed or expanded upon, and then it just seems to be that he is dead in this timeline without really indication that there was a search for him, that he was missing in between those 2 points. However, we do get confirmation that Zatanna is in her 30s in the New 52 timeline. So it's kind of interesting that we know that New 52 Zatanna is in her 30s. But then, as you might be aware if you watched the character history video, we get another timeline reboot. We get to the Rebirth continuity. And the Rebirth continuity does sort of put things back, and the New 52 stuff is no longer really considered canon, but that kind of leaves us still now with more questions than answers. Because Zatanna is still considered childhood friends with Batman, and even now it is revealed that they dated when they were teenagers. And it is also pretty much confirmed or established in Jamal Campbell's mini that Zatanna did go missing when she was 18, and that the events of Zatanna's search do play out. But we don't know the timeline for Zatanna's search and how those fit into her life. We just know that they happened. So that is all that we have in regards to canon. So if you want to step this way with me into fanon, into fan theory, into speculation, here's what I would propose, here's what I would suggest, is that Zatanna does disappear when she's 18 years old, but that the search takes 10 years. So that she is about 28 when they reunite. You may be thinking that's a long time, but I halved it from the debut, so that by the time she joins the Justice League, actually, she's maybe 30, in her very early 30s, which would place her about the same age as Batman when he's on the Justice League, making that whole timeline work. And I think that it can even work that she's on the Justice League or with the Justice League until she's about 34, give or take, to work congruently with the New 52 timeline. However, I do know that Batman is also technically supposed to be considered in his 40s at current time of continuity. It's debatable whether, he looks like that or not, but I digress. But so then that, in my opinion, is when we start to delve into and explore the notion that Zatanna has a bit of a supernatural longevity going on, that she has inherited different aspects of immortality from the various different magical strains in her background, including but not limited to a direct line to the Great Darkness, the Dark World, Arian, who was a demigod, the implications that the Homo Magi themselves are long-lived, the implication that the Medulla Jewel grants longevity to those who bear it, that it was created from this thing called the Flame of Life, so naturally, potentially prolonging her life, the thread that Zatanna cast a longevity spell on himself so that he could remain active from the time of World War II onward and not have aged too crazily. The strain that she is also descended from the famous Nicholas Flamel and alchemy and its whole business with eternal life. I feel like all of these things can neatly come together to explain why Zatanna's age might be a little wonky or why she doesn't quite look her age. We know that in real life that the real answer is sexism and they don't let women to appear old in comics, or that even if they do look old, they will end up being de-aged like Agatha Harkness. But, in universe, this could be the explanation. So then Zatanna can sort of start to explore and discover what it means to be a young immortal or someone who is going to be unnaturally long-lived. And then we can settle sort of the continuity errors surrounding her age and her timeline. And the answer is just that she's been around a lot longer than we thought. And that she hadn't really considered it, she hadn't really been noticing, because, she's got a lot going on. She's busy. Bit of a workaholic, bit of a spellaholic. Her focus is elsewhere. She's not too worried about her age or her looks. She's just naturally beautiful. So yeah, that that is my proposition. That is my proposed answer theory to making this all work. But as it stands, it kind of doesn't work. Some part of her backstory has to have like a different canonical answer. Either Zatara disappeared when she was a different age, he disappeared for a longer time, she and Bruce are not the same age. But so yeah. Now back to the previous recording. So now working with the current continuity, with the current rebirth continuity, Zatanna is likely mid-30s to 40s. That is the age range that we're currently working with. So yeah, that's all the information that I have on Zatanna's age and lifespan. Do with that what you will. Welcome to Villains and Rogues. Here we'll do a breakdown of all of Zatanna's greatest enemies, her rogues gallery, everyone she's come into conflict with that is somewhat important to her specifically. Obviously, her first, greatest, and longest running foe is Allura, the dark elemental who originally cursed her and her father so that if they saw each other, someone would die. On her journey for the search for Zatara, she comes into conflict with the Warlock of Yis and the Druid, two magical users with different magical abilities that she is able to defeat with the help of Green Lantern and the Atom. She has one story where she comes into conflict with Merba the Magician, who is a descendant of Merlin, who ironically would become an outright villain of her and the Justice League Dark many, many years later. Merba the Magician, I think, has a lot of potential to be a more interesting rogue because he's basically an inverse of Zatanna. He's a failed version of Zatanna. He has a kind of an impressive magical lineage like she does, but he is more criminal, he's more selfish, more self-serving. His shows don't do nearly as well as hers do, and his magic isn't as powerful. So I feel like he should come back and they should have a bit of a bigger beef. Zatanna also has this foe by the name of Gorgonis, who is essentially a male Gorgon. He's a male version of Medusa, if you will. Has the ability to turn people to stone, the whole 9 yards. He showed up a couple times in her early adventures prior to her even joining the Justice League. She comes into conflict with him at least twice and then is able to defeat him, so it was pretty cool. Of course, there is Adam, and even though Adam was a one-time thing, I feel like his relation to Zatanna should be far more developed than it was, especially since he was killed off panel and that storyline was kind of cut short. But he does some pretty like traumatic stuff to her that never gets brought up again, and so I feel like he should have more potential, or he should be a more of a long-staying villain. So that's just my thought. Wotan kind of becomes an enemy of hers when he tries to steal her body parts in order to gain access to her magic, but with the help of Spectre, they put him in his place. He also had Zatara's ghost under his command for a bit, so I feel like they should fight a couple more times. Really duke it out of their systems. Zatanna came into conflict with the Demons 3 quite a few times. She fought them in the Justice League issue for the first time when she was the chairperson of the Justice League, so that was pretty cool. She also comes into conflict with them in both runs of the Justice League Dark, and at one point absorbs them into her own soul just to keep around. Tanarak is a long-standing villain of hers that she has come into conflict multiple times. He is, you know, a sort of like seedy, like black market nightclub owner who does nefarious things. She comes into conflict with him both in the Books of Magic and then in her own little solo Come Together. He is also kind of like Merba in the sense that he, again, is sort of like a darker inverse of her. He also works in like entertainment. He just kind of has a bit of a grudge against Zatanna. Zatanna was kind of willing to put it behind them in the past, but he was like, no, let's fight. Brother Knight is pretty much almost exactly like Tanarak, except modern, and she's fought him more times. He gets to show up more often, and he's got a bit of a bigger grudge against her and Zatara. The reason why is kind of obscure, but they just don't like each other. Generational beef. She inherits a villain from her mother in the form of Chaos, who is an Atlantean eldritch horror. He is hunting her specifically in her Come Together solo, but she is able to harmonize and balance him out. So while I like the idea of him staying in his slumber due to Zatanna's magic, I wouldn't mind him showing up again or being freed or the harmony being reversed so that Zatanna has to fight him again. Now, I include Lobo because she and Lobo had a really, really intense fight and a really intense beef during Reign of Hell. It never gets expanded on or brought up again, but they just really did not like each other in Reign of Hell, mostly because Lobo attacked Zatara's spirit and harmed it significantly to the point that Zatanna had to destroy her father's soul. Don't worry, that wasn't a permanent thing, but you know. And then Lobo was mad that she didn't actually kill him, which is a pretty Lobo thing for him to be upset about. He's like, you didn't have the guts or whatever. How dare you attack me and then not finish me off? So I feel like they should maybe interact more and fight some more, and it just be like a thing that they just do not get along. They do not like each other. There is also Gwydion from Seven Soldiers, who was a shapeshifter who is probably one of the most powerful shapeshifters, at least magically speaking, in DC Comics. Gwydion is able to take the shape of pretty much anything that you can imagine. And Gwydion is drawn to her by a spell that she casts called Bring Me the Man of My Dreams, but this warped it and brought this monster to her instead. She's able to fight and battle him and then turn him into a peaceful being that helps her in battle. But I wouldn't mind Gwydion becoming, you know, a foe. Like maybe he escapes from her spell and is like, I'm gonna be crazy again, and it's like, okay. And then we have Zor the Time Tailor, who was originally a Spectre villain, but then fought Zatanna again pretty intensely in Seven Soldiers. We also have the character named Siphon, who specifically was targeting Zatanna, and like Adam and Wotan, wanted to get her magical abilities specifically. The way that he does that is he captures and kidnaps her, again, kind of like Adam, just so that he could stay in close proximity to her. Doing that would allow him to permanently copy her abilities into himself, which obviously would have been a pretty big problem, especially if it was Zatanna's magic specifically. But thankfully, with the help of Superman and Power Girl, she is able to defeat him. But he seems to have a grudge with her that is in a similar vein of both Tanarak and Merba the Magicians, where he's kind of jealous of her extensive magical abilities. He says that he wasn't born with it, and expresses frustration that she has so much and can use so much power so easily. And I feel like that is also a pretty consistent theme with these Zatanna foes, where they are just pretty jealous of her. We just get lots of villains who envy her and envy her power specifically. Nimue Ravensong is another example of this. Nimue also makes comments about Zatanna being particularly powerful and not having to scrape by to get scraps of magic, that she's just born with a lot of it. She also goes through with a plan in an attempt to steal or gain access to Zatanna's magic in particular. We also have Fuseli, the demon lord of nightmares or of night terrors. Now, exactly where Gwydion fits into the hierarchy of dreams and nightmares is still, as of yet, unknown or uncertain, but it's implied that he's fairly powerful, since he's able to go into anybody's nightmares and tamper with them, torment them, that, you know, being a demon lord of nightmares is kind of a big deal. But we don't know. We just don't know. And how he fits into, you know, the dreaming of the endless is it really anybody's guess. He was also introduced in Zatanna's solo. And fun fact, him and Brother Knight are the only Zatanna-specific villains to have been adapted outside of comics. Brother Knight appears in Justice League Action, and Gwydion appears in DC Superhero Girls. I should also mention Ember, who is a half-dragon sort of lackey of Brother Knight. She and Zatanna do briefly come into contact, but Zatanna was very quickly and swiftly able to deal with her. So I don't know that I would like consider her a rogue per se, just because Zatanna can handle that super easily. But she has also been adapted, but she appeared twice, both in Justice League Action and in DC Superhero Girls. So for that reason alone, I kind of want to count her as a Zatanna rogue, because she's the only one to have been adapted twice. And in DC Superhero Girls, she's given a considerable buff. She's far more powerful in that version than she is in the comics. But I don't know. It feels like a little disingenuous or a little dishonest to like claim her as a Zatanna rogue when they barely fought like once. Let's let you, the audience, decide. Let's let you guys decide. She also comes in conflict with a character named Benjamin or Sonny Raymond. Benjamin Sonny Raymond is a casino owner who made a deal with Mammon, the demon lord of greed. He attempts to gain Zatanna's soul in order to extend his own contract with said demon so that his soul doesn't get taken into eternal torment. But this plan fails, and once he is beaten, he begs Zatanna to transform his soul into something else. He's like, anything else, literally anything else. Like, he's dying in front of her, and he's like, please spare me eternal pain and torment and turn me into something. And she's like, you understand, right, that is permanent and that you will kind of cease to exist. Like, if I transfigure your soul into something else, it's like essentially soul death. She's like, you're not gonna be around after that. And he's like, it beats the alternative. I don't want to suffer for all eternity. And she's like, and why should I grant you this boon? And he's like, please. And so she does, which is another instance of her helping a villain that has harmed her. So she's pretty nice. She's pretty nice to her villains, more so than maybe they deserve, but still. Oh, and so she does that. She turns his soul into a lump of gold, and he ceases to exist. He ceases to be. So there's not really a chance for him to come back. And that is also kind of a consistent theme with a lot of these villains that Zatanna has in her rogues gallery, is they're kind of one and done because Zatanna tends to handle it. They come into conflict with her, and then they are no longer capable of coming into conflict. Then we have Oscar Campbell, or Strangleshanks, who is revealed to be a evil, nefarious man who was a puppeteer who attacked her when she was a child, and Zatara turned him into a puppet, which gave Zatanna puppophobia, or a fear of puppets, which, fun fact, technically means that Zatanna has a disability. It does not get brought up a lot or expanded upon, but it was technically a disability. Currently, he is permanently stuck as a puppet and likely incapable of coming back, but never say never. Zatanna also deals with a phone by the name of Backslash, who uses a fairy to power a sword that allows him to reverse time a couple of seconds. Because he was reversing time, like, the spell was coming out like forwards instead of backwards, and so it was like preventing the spell from being cast. So the only way that she was able to get around this was by casting spells in palindromes, which was a fun workaround. By the end of it, she has taken his sword and severed his connection to it. So again, not really much he can do unless he gains access to another magical object, but he was really annoying, so I feel like he can come back as a rogue. So then I'll also bring up Dr. Light. Dr. Light isn't specifically a Zatanna villain, but in the past, like way before Identity Crisis, he had sat in the audience and used a light device to absorb magical energy from Zatanna's show that he in turn used to harm Superman. Bit of an odd situation, a bit of a detailed plan, but again, another instance of a villain trying to absorb or steal Zatanna's magic. So for those of you keeping score, that's 5 times now. And then, of course, later we do have the entire Identity Crisis thing where she lobotomizes him and alters his memory. So I feel like, there is potential for them to have a dynamic, but I'm also wary of that because then it has the potential to bring back things from Identity Crisis and to, maybe bring about more mind wipes, and that I feel is not really worth him being added to her rogues gallery. Like, I would kind of prefer we just leave Identity Crisis in the past. But that's just me. Maybe. It's just like, there's too much baggage. And then the final rogue in Zatanna's rogues gallery is the Lady White, which was created by the amazing, wonderful Jamal Campbell. She's a vampire with spectral, supernatural abilities. She's a vampire on the more ghostly side, which is kind of rare to see in vampires. It does have a mythological precedent. There are spectral vampires that exist in mythology. So it was kind of interesting to see that come into play and kind of sets her apart as a vampire villain. What was also interesting is that they also team up against Allura in order to take her out. But it was very clear that they didn't like each other by the end of that, and that the Lady White would most likely be returning. And we will probably see her again since she was created by Jamal Campbell and his upcoming solo is coming out. So I am looking forward to Jamal Campbell picking up the threads of that plot, and I want to see where that goes. I want to see his rogue return. So then I want to get into sort of team villains that Zatanna either faced while on a team or is more of an enemy to a specific team as opposed to just her. But I also want to point out that even though she fights most of these villains with a team and that they are a villain opposing a team, they do also tend to single Zatanna out, and they have a specific grudge or grievance or beef with Zatanna, and we're often targeting her or going after her specifically. But technically, they are team villains. So it's like, you could count them as Zatanna rogues, but also you couldn't. So first off, we have Felix Faust, who is primarily a Justice League villain, but it's like every time that he and Zatanna have fought, he's lost pretty badly. And again, he does tend to single her out. He's fought her both on the Justice League and on the Justice League Dark. He's just got a bit of a grudge against her. And then he was also adapted as a villain to fight her in both the Justice League Dark animated movie and then the Justice League Action animated show. So again, kind of like Ember, where he's been animated to be fighting her specifically, even though he's not strictly technically her rogue. But again, like, for that reason, I kind of am like, well, maybe he should be her rogue. Let's take him from the Justice League. And then we also have Dr. Destiny, who again is primarily a Justice League villain, but Zatanna specifically has been either instrumental in his downfall or directly involved in defeating him specifically. She has fought him or been involved with a fight against him 5 separate times, which I think technically is more times than she's come into conflict with both Allura and Brother Knight. So it is kind of funny that Dr. Destiny is just constantly getting his ass whooped by Zatanna, and usually in the Dream Realm too. And then we have Nick Necros, who was a Justice League Dark villain, but had a personal connection to both her and John Constantine, and they are ex-lovers, so there's lots of drama there. And he does some pretty horrific things to both her and Constantine. And he's not been seen since the New 52, so he might not even exist anymore, which is fine by me. He kind of sucked. But if we were to work him into the new current continuity, I would maybe want it to be a little different, but I wouldn't mind him becoming a rogue. And then we have Circe and the Injustice League Dark, which featured a bunch of magical villains, including but not limited to Papa Midnight, Clarion the Witch Boy, the Floronic Man, I think somebody else, but I can't remember who. But anyway, that team was created and headed by Circe in order to counteract the Justice League Dark. Even though none of these people are Zatanna rogues specifically, it would be cool to see her come into conflict with them, considering she's like, one of the biggest magic DC heroes, but And then I kind of like the idea of her and Circe being enemies, but I would not want to take one of Wonder Woman's rogues, because I feel like Wonder Woman's dealing with enough. We don't need Zatanna poaching her rogues. But I feel like Circe is iconic enough and big enough to become a problem for other people, and that if she were to have beef with other characters outside of Diana, Zatanna would be high up on the list. where it's a little more personal when she's fighting Zatanna. Then we have Pralaya, or the personification of the void that existed before creation. She is the one who swallows and absorbs all of creation, and that Zatanna is able to restore creation from. Pralaya specifically was speaking directly to Zatanna, seemed to be engaging with her most of the time when the Justice League Dark was in conflict with her. So I feel like in this case it would make more sense for her to be opposed to Zatanna, and where it would make more sense where instead of becoming a team villain, she became a Zatanna villain specifically. But again, it was kind of like a one and done thing. Zatanna reversed her effects and it put Pralaya back into a slumber from which she will awaken to absorb all of creation. But when it's her time. She was doing things a little early, a little ahead of schedule, and that's why she had to be stopped. And then lastly, we have the Upside Down Man, who was the villain of the Justice League Dark Rebirth. But again, he was very specifically antagonistic to Zatanna and Zatara as well. He was harming Zatara's spirit, which we all know Zatanna isn't fond of. And then it is Zatanna who deals the final blow and is the one who finishes him off. And then his power was also in her for a time and was affecting her, but that plotline was cut short due to Dark Crisis / Death of the Justice League. But interestingly, we do know that he's coming back for the upcoming Jamal Campbell solo. We know that him, Hecate, and Thoth, or Thought, depending on how you say that. I've heard it both ways. They're coming as a sort of triad, and what their role in the upcoming Zatanna solo is going to be is yet unknown, but I'm interested to see what happens there. It did kind of look like they were going to be a sort of Vishanti figure, sort of like with Doctor Strange, but we don't know yet. We don't know yet, especially considering that both the Upside Down Man and Hecate were pretty antagonistic. I would imagine that their dynamic with Zatanna will maybe not be too pleasant. But again, we don't know. We don't know. Who's to say? And then I should also probably mention Hecate because, again, she was primarily a team villain, but I would argue she was more Wonder Woman's villain on that team. Like, the Justice League Dark faces both Circe and Hecate and the Upside Down Man, and I would say Circe and Hecate were more skewed towards Diana, while the Upside Down Man is more skewed towards Zatanna. But technically, Zatanna is the one responsible for Hecate's death because she summons the Upside Down Man to eat her. So I feel like Hecate might have a bit of a grudge that she will want to voice or be a little miffed about in the upcoming solo. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the High Lord of the Homo Magi, who is the one who's mostly responsible for Cinderella's death. She and the High Lord sort of come to an understanding later in Zatanna's special, where he seems to sort of revere her a little more, having gone from like an antagonistic leader of the Homo Magi to a more like, we look to you, Zatanna. And it's like, quite the switch up, quite the 180. But I feel like we could count him as a rogue, or at least a former rogue that has made the switch. It is kind of interesting that one of her mother's people would be a bigger like antagonist in Zatanna's life, especially since he technically is responsible for Cinderella dying. So yeah, that's it for rogues and enemies. So I hope you enjoyed, and I can't wait to see who gets added to this list. So let's discuss some of Zatanna's friendships throughout comics and some of the dynamics that she's formed over the years. So probably her closest friendships currently at the moment are probably Wonder Woman and Batman. Those two she has the most sort of history, kind of stories with in a platonic matter. Zatanna and Bruce Wayne obviously having a shared childhood history thing and having been teenage sweethearts, and then that also evolving into League teammates, League co-workers, fellow fighters of crime. And then she and Wonder Woman have had some pretty notable team-ups in the past, but the realest, biggest addition to their dynamic was, of course, the Justice League Dark Rebirth era, which positions them as co-leaders of the Justice League Dark, or Zatanna sort of being Wonder Woman's right-hand man. Their friendship develops pretty deeply in that series. The next runner-ups for her best friends are probably among Black Canary, Vixen, and Harley Quinn. Black Canary, due to the Bloodspell comic that establishes them as longtime friends in the League. She has also had pretty notable team-ups with Black Canary. They've always been rather friendly towards one another. And then Vixen, their relationship comes from Justice League Detroit, which initially started out kind of rocky, and I kind of wish that we got to explore this dynamic a little bit more, where they were sort of in competition for a man named Dale Gunn, and they have this little feud over him, and then the plotline, as a lot of Zatanna's plotlines, gets abandoned, and we don't see really any resolution to that story, to that little bit of interpersonal drama. After she and Vixen sort of have this fight over Dale Gunn, then they just go to being normal friends. Of course, a couple continuity shifts happen along the way, but there's sort of like next biggest dynamic was when she was helping Vixen with the Tantu totem when it was going a little haywire, when Anansi was sort of messing with it. And then among the magic users community, Madame Xanadu is probably the one that she has like the most consistent history with. Her and Madame Xanadu are constantly teaming up together, constantly working together during crises. They have always had a very strong professional relationship that was only strengthened during the Justice League Dark New 52 era, even though there was a lot of in-team fighting during that run. Part of the reasons why it's, you know, a bit of mixed feelings for that story. But then in this Rebirth continuity, she and Xanadu are on pretty good terms. The Phantom Stranger has also notably been a really close ally of Zatanna. They have also worked really well together in the past. And Phantom Stranger tends to go to her a lot. Like, he calls on her a lot for really anything. Their bond also gets a bit of a push during the New 52, where she does save the Phantom Stranger's life. She prevents him from dying, gives him the means to travel inside his own head. It's kind of nice that this cosmic being has a healthy dose of respect for the Mistress of Magic. Swamp Thing and Deadman are also really close with Zatanna. They really like her in pretty much every continuity. Every comic that they've been in, they've pretty much had a pretty good relationship. Zatanna even one time cured Swamp Thing and was able to revert him back to being Alec Holland and separate him completely from being an avatar of the green. It was sort of said to be like a one-time thing, but you know, that's been said about a couple things in comics that often get reversed or, you know, undone. So that was a pretty cool scene. And then she and Swamp Thing were on both Justice League Darks together and were a pretty good duo on both of those. Deadman is just always hanging around the magic users, which is kind of funny because he can't really do much by means of magic, but they sort of like him, you know, like every team needs a mascot. He and Zatanna always have pretty good dynamic. She has worked pretty much with almost every incarnation of Dr. Fate, from Kent Nelson, Inza, to the one Jason guy whose name escapes me, Khaled. And she's always had a pretty good relationship with all of them. A sort of recent development is her friendship with both Detective Chimp and Ragman, primarily coming from the Justice League Dark Rebirth. Detective Chimp and her, I think, probably grew the closest aside from her and Wonder Woman during that run. Detective Chimp again seemed to really like turn to her during, like, you know, their sort of darker moments, and they would confide in one another. And during the Death of the Justice League event, when it was thought that she had died, Detective Chimp was one of the few characters who, I think the only one who actually says anything being close to mourning about Zatanna. He seems really torn up about her apparent death, and he's drinking because of it, which he's long had a struggle with alcoholism, and that kind of weirdly endeared him to me. Like, he was like, during that whole mess of an event, Detective Chimp was like one of the only ones to be like, it sucks that Zatanna died, I miss her. So I think that earns him a spot in the besties lineup. A really interesting friendship that she has is with the Phantom Stranger villain Tala. For those of you who don't know her, you might recognize her from Justice League Unlimited. But she and Zatanna are also pretty good friends, despite Tala 100% being evil and Zatanna 100% being good. Their friendship primarily comes from the books of magic, which is the one kind of thing that I liked being added to Zatanna from that story. She goes to Tanorak's nightclub where Tala is working, and Tala is really excited to see Zatanna. She's like, "Oh my gosh, Zatanna, what are you doing here? Now it's a party." And then that storyline is sort of continued in the later volumes of the books of magic, where Tala goes to meet with Zatanna for relationship troubles and advice, and Zatanna gives her good advice, and they don't fight even though they're on opposite sides. So I feel like there is a really fun frenemies dynamic to explore here, or just friendships having been made on opposite sides, and I think that's really beautiful, and I want to see more of it. I want to see more of them interacting and maybe even fighting a little, but like neither one of them being really mad about it. They're just like dueling but having a great time, or like fighting and being like, "So mimosas after this?" It has a lot of potential to be fun and funny and just whimsical. So love Zatanna and Tala's friendship. Also, super recently, thanks to Jamal Campbell, we have a friendship dynamic with Clayface, where they initially start out fighting due to external circumstances, but once those are removed, they are kind of able to come to a pretty decent understanding and are able to help one another out. And Clayface even mentions wanting to join her on stage or join her on tour, since they're both performers. And I think that has a lot of potential. I would love to see Jamal Campbell further that thread and have Clayface appear in the upcoming solo. And I think he might, because it was his idea to make them friends in the first place. And I kind of like it. It was a fun friendship, and he was helpful during the comic. It was one of those unexpected dynamics that kind of works. A similar theme is with Robot Man. She and Robot Man meet for the first time and team up for the first time during the Night Terrors event, and they get along super well, and they are able to bond over that, and I really love that story, and I want to see her Hex and Violence team up return. Zatanna also is really good friends with her stage crew, which features Andre, Mikey, whoever Andre's husband is, whatever his name is. And those three are pretty much the main supporting cast of her stage crew so far. They have a really sweet moment during Jamal Campbell's mini where they are worried about her. They come to her place and are able to give her sort of like a friendly pep talk to be like, "Hey, girl, you got this. You're the sorceress of magic. You're the princess of prestidigitation. Knock 'em dead." So much love for Zatanna's stage crew. And then some friends from times past or continuities past that have not really been shown since, but were kind of deep and important when at the time that they were being released. Her main like Justice League friends when she initially joins the league were the Atom, Elongated Man, and Green Arrow. All three of them were pretty like deeply invested in Zatanna's life and were really helpful towards her. The Atom in particular, and the Atom is kind of the only friendship from that era that survives and is able to get referenced a little bit more in later continuities. Her friendship with Elongated Man gets mentioned only once again in Identity Crisis, which, you know, but she and the Atom were kind of besties, and they have like a moment when she's confiding in him in the Justice League where she's lost her powers, how her magic has been diminished, and he's the first one to sort of like A, notice and figure it out and pick up on it, and then B, he's the first one that she tells. Green Arrow and her have like one adventure together, and then he was also very like passionate about her joining the Justice League, and then was very kind of hurt and mad when she initially rejects the invitation. She does grow kind of pretty close with Aquaman and Martian Manhunter during the Justice League Detroit era. They were the big three of the league at the time. They were the Detroit's Trinity, but those relationships didn't seem to really survive past the Detroit era. She was also kind of pretty close with Cynthia Reynolds and Vibe. Not as much, but they did seem to also have like a dose of healthy respect for her. So Zatanna debuted in the Hawkman comics, and I feel personally that she should be closer to the Hawks. Since they teamed up, they've had like 2 or 3 moments of being friends in different stories, and it's kind of sweet, it's kind of cute, and me personally, I would like that friendship developed a little more. Oh, and for Harley Quinn, she and Harley Quinn are probably the closest out of the sirens. Harley Quinn is the one that is the siren that she has the best relationship with. They have had a surprising number of team ups. I feel like it's, again, one of those dynamics you wouldn't really expect, but somehow works pretty well. All of their team ups have been surprisingly really fun and kind of deep reads. They're always down to help each other, to work together. Even though Harley Quinn might annoy Zatanna a little bit, she does seem to be able to put up with it more than other DC characters. Because that's one of the things about Zatanna's characterization and her character, is that she is pretty friendly. She's pretty personable. She gets along well with lots of different types of characters. And I feel like that's one of the reasons that she fits so well, on the Justice League, but also on the Justice League Dark, because they are kind of two different teams despite both being Justice Leagues. She was also able to mesh really well with the Sentinels of Magic. She's just one of those characters that fits really well into team dynamics. And it's always kind of been a part of her story that all of the details of her character history and her plot have been told through other character stories. So I feel like a sort of core concept, a core element of Zatanna as a character is that she belongs with other characters, that she teams up with other characters, that she's always interacting with the larger part of the DC universe and with lots of different parts of it, and is able to mesh really well with lots of different elements of the DC universe. She has always been sort of a friendly character that lots of other characters come to. And I'll say again, I think that part of the reason why the friendly aspect of her personality took a bit of a hit was in large part because of Identity Crisis, but then also the New 52. And then one pretty close relationship that is more like mentor-mentee, but still friendly, was obviously her with Misty Kilgore. Misty Kilgore and her go on a pretty impactful journey for both of them, and she is absolutely another character that I would love to see return. She and Tim Hunter do have a friendship, but I just feel that it wasn't super deep. Like, he clearly admires her, and she feels, like a sort of responsibility to protect him, but it doesn't really deepen or broaden much beyond that. That was until the New 52, where she is shown to be way more caring towards Tim Hunter, and I did like that aspect of the New 52. And then I do want to mention her dynamic with Catwoman, which started off pretty rocky due to, again, Identity Crisis and the memory wipes. But she and Catwoman are able to go on a couple team-ups together and really establish like a stronger bond. I don't know that I would necessarily call them friends, but they're certainly allies. They would definitely be willing to work together again, and they would kick a lot of butt doing so. I think that they have a mutual appreciation of one another, but I don't know that they would ever be able to fully become friends due to the past and all the baggage. During the New 52, she also was pretty good friends with the Nightmare Nurse. I would say she and the Nightmare Nurse developed a pretty good friendship, but Zatanna was also always weirdly antagonistic towards her. So, there's that. And then she had a couple of one-off, friendship dynamics that I thought were interesting in the case of Fire, Kyle Rayner, Supergirl, and Oracle. With Fire, their personalities sort of clash a little bit. Fire is a little more, fed up, and Zatanna was the one being a little obnoxious, which I kind of liked, which I thought was cute. Supergirl was her first female only team up, and it only happened the one time. And it was a similar thing too with her and Vixen, where they were fighting over a man, kind of due to extenuating external forces, but still. And I feel like they should team up again, and that would be fun. And then with Kyle Rayner, it was weirdly implied that maybe they would become a couple, even though Kyle Rayner was she's old enough to be my mom. And then in an alternate timeline, she and Kyle Rayner were married, and it was well, that's kind of out of nowhere. It felt very much like Black Widow and Hulk, you know what I mean? Kind of really random, just throwing anybody together. But again, their dynamic was kind of funny, so yeah, maybe I'll allow it. She and Superman also sort of have a bond, so I think it's kind of funny that she is somewhat friends with all of the Trinity, although I would argue that she's probably closest with Wonder Woman and Batman. But she and Superman do have a rapport. They've helped each other on numerous occasions. And I think I did mention it before in the character video that Superman was one of the first to actually like outright say, "I forgive you" for Identity Crisis. So thanks, Soups. We appreciate that. And then interestingly enough, the Robin that she's interacted the most with is Damian Wayne. So if she were friends with any of the Robins, it would probably be Damian, because they have worked together a couple of times now, notably during the Lazarus Planet, but also during the Silent Night Santa Claus team-ups. That is kind of funny to me, especially because I know that her ship with Nightwing due to Young Justice is pretty popular, and that it is kind of like a fanon headcanon desire for her to sort of like be a mentor or to welcome Jason Todd into the ranks of like magic users due to his connection with the Lazarus Pits. I have been aware of that. I've seen it. Personally, I'm not super down for it, but what, you know, to each their own. And then she interacted like one time with Tim Drake, where she was able to show him memories from one of the previous timelines, which is kind of a crazy thing for her to do. And then lastly, I'll mention her dynamics with Poison Ivy and Talia, which come from Gotham City Sirens. Neither one of them are on good footing. She's not on good standing with either one of them. They don't really seem to like each other. But I don't know. I don't know that I would lump them in with her enemies, especially because in a later comic, she and Poison Ivy seem to be getting along just fine, even though I think personally that they should still remain not liking one another. And then she and Talia have not interacted since Gotham City Sirens, so kind of up in the air where that dynamic is. And ironically, I would want her and Talia to maybe become closer. So like let's flip it a little bit. Let's have her and Poison Ivy go back to not really vibing with one another, and then her and Talia kind of coming to a chill understanding. So yeah, that is all for friendships and friendly platonic dynamics. Now let's move on to something steamier, a little spicier. Let's talk about lovers and romantic relationships, romantic partnerings. So obviously Zatanna's most well-known, most popular relationship is John Constantine. They were revealed to be dating in the same issue that her father died, and then they break up, same story. And then they don't interact for a couple years. They reconnect in the Books of Magic, where she instantly forgives him, kisses him, and then they part ways. And then in Come Together, she has like a dream about him. He comes to her in a dream, and she remembers learning magic from him and other things. And then their relationship gets a lot more fleshing out in the New 52, but poorly done. The fleshing out makes it pretty toxic, and when they're written together, Zatanna's character tends to suffer, and a lot of misogynistic, sexist tropes comes into play, some even depicting forms of abuse, manipulation, lying, that kind of thing. It's her most famous relationship, but it's also her most toxic one. A lot of Zatanna fans feel that she would be better off being separated from him, or at the very least that if they're going to be together in a story, that they just be teammates. Teammates, exes who get along fine now. I think that would be great. And that dynamic worked really well in the Urban Legends comic, where she and Constantine are just sort of pretty close friends. They have the history, but it's not a big problem anymore, right? They're able to work professionally. They're able to work together with Batman. I think that that is a pretty gold star standard for where their dynamic should be currently. But that's my own personal opinion. Her next most famous relationship is Batman. She, again, as I've mentioned a couple times now, they had the childhood sweetheart things going on. They knew each other as children. They dated as teens, split, came back to be having a weird sort of romantic tension as adults, but they decided ultimately to just be friends. And Zatanna would even go on to help him and Catwoman sort of get together during the Heart of Hush storyline. Her first sort of canonical romantic relationship was with Barry Allen, the Flash. This started when she joined the Justice League. Iris West had died pretty recently, and so it seemed like there was going to be like a thread or a, you know, potential build up to a relationship for the two of them, but then that didn't go anywhere. They also decided to just be friends, and I feel like it's kind of a shame that that storyline and that dynamic has been lost to the continuities. I feel like there's a lot of potential for drama there. Even though I don't necessarily want drama for drama's sake, I'm just saying there's avenues to explore. So even though it was kind of her first canonical romance, it was also kind of like her first situationship, which I just think is really funny. I just think the dynamic is really funny and interesting, and of the ones that she's had, I feel like we deserve to see some more of it. Her next canonical relationship was with Jeff Sloan, her stage manager slash supporting cast. They had always kind of had romantic tension, but then Barry Allen kind of got there first. So then after her situationship with Barry, she does develop a full-on partnership with Jeff Sloan, but then he vanishes from comics, never to be seen again, and we have no idea what happened to him to this day. So I don't necessarily want him to return. I don't even really think their relationship was that good. There was also elements of toxicity in there, but I think, you know, there could be potential for a storyline, you know, like what happened to him. We don't know, so let's find out. Let's take a look into it. And then her next situationship was with Blue Devil, and her and Blue Devil had kind of like insane chemistry. It was pretty wild, but again, it doesn't really ever build anywhere. Like, they kiss, and she asks him if he has a bed she can stay in for the night during one of their team ups, to which he's like, what? So it was pretty funny, but then after she implies that she wants to sleep with him, we don't ever see them really interact again. That was until Jamal Campbell's mini, where he more so establishes them as good friends. Then we got Joshua, who was a real sweetheart from her Come Together series. He was beautiful, lovely, really kind and respectful to her, which was something that surprisingly a lot of these relationships are kind of missing. In my personal opinion, Joshua is the best romantic interest that she's ever had. His time was brief, but it left an impression, and it was, again, he was just really sweet to her. But similar to Jeff, Barry, and Blue Devil, nothing ever amounts to it, and he also vanishes from the comics, never to be seen again. We then have Dale Gunn, whom she and Vixen have a feud over. Nothing amounts of it. He also vanishes from the Justice League Detroit era, and that plotline story is left kind of unresolved. As I mentioned in the friendship video, she and Kyle Rayner are married in an alternate timeline, and it was kind of implied that he found her attractive in sort of like a MILF way, which okay, I mean, like I guess I understand, but you know, it was just weird. It was a little weird vibes going on, her being like a cougar to Kyle Rayner. So yeah, there's that. Do with that what you will. Then we have Detective Dale Colton from her solo series, another more situationship. Like, he is sort of positioned as a potential romantic partner, or that she has romantic interest in him, but then the story got canceled and we never saw him again. So then probably also one of her most famous pairings is with Nightwing, and this comes solely from the Young Justice TV show. She and Nightwing are not the same age, canonically speaking. It would maybe also be sort of like a similar situation to her and Kyle Rayner. I don't know how old Nightwing is in comparison to Kyle Rayner, but I know that they're closer than she is to Nightwing. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it, especially because they haven't really interacted in the comics. I can kind of like it for the Young Justice universe specifically and as its own entity, but I don't super love it for main continuity, and I wouldn't want it to breach containment. You know what I mean? Plus, I feel like Nightwing has too many love interests going on, and too many of those fandoms clash over who he belongs with. So I would rather Zatanna just be removed from all that. We don't need that kind of drama. So then Dr. 13 is also listed as one of her romantic partners, but I'm pretty sure it's only sort of slightly mentioned that they dated in the past. I've read everything that she's been in, and I have not seen really any meaningful interaction between the two of them. So I don't even know why it gets included sometimes. In my personal opinion, I would want it removed. I just don't even want it to be considered a thing. So, but then I feel I should mention that there have been a couple of canonical kisses that she's had, most notably between the Enchantress's Anita Sulfida form and then the Nightmare Nurse, where in the case of Anita Sulfida, she kisses Zatanna in order to absorb a portion of her soul, and with the Nightmare Nurse, Zatanna kisses her in order to save her and resurrect her later on. And Nightmare Nurse had indicated that she was very much interested in Zatanna, and Zatanna said, not really my thing, but not clarifying whether it was women that wasn't her thing or demons that wasn't her thing. So, you know, she has also kissed Green Arrow, but she had cast a spell that made her more like Black Canary, and once her own personality is restored, it is sort of implied that she expresses a little bit of sorrow at not actually getting to be his love interest, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. And then is also kind of funny because in the DC Superhero Girls fandom, there is sort of a popular ship between her and that Green Arrow. So, you know, a bit of a comic precedent there. But again, he'd pretty much only had eyes for Black Canary at that time, so it was never meant to be. And then Superman technically kissed her during the Alex Ross Justice comics. It is a mouth-to-mouth saving her life or whatever, but that's two of the Trinity she's kissed. So who else is doing it like her? And then on that note, we'll kick off into some alternate universe romances, starting with Absolute Universe and her interesting flirtationship with Absolute Wonder Woman. Do I feel like she should kiss Wonder Woman? Yes, I do. Is it because she would have collected the Trinity's kisses like Infinity Stones? Maybe. But they also have like a pretty cute dynamic, and it would be wonderful if Wonder Woman could finally have, like, you know, a canonical girlfriend. I know that she's had, you know, some female love interests kind of in the past, but this Absolute Universe does feel a little different because it's gained so much attention and it's gained so much notoriety. There's lots of popular Absolute Wonder Magic fan arts. They're really good, and people are kind of really cheering and advocating for them to get together. And so I feel like DC, give the people what they want. Let them kiss. They don't even have to be endgame. They don't even have to end up together in the Absolute Universe, but, you know, come on. So yeah, big fan of whatever's going on between the two of them in the Absolute Universe, and I really hope that it gets to be developed into something, even if it's not endgame, even if they don't end up together. I think a relationship of any kind between the two of them would be fun and interesting. And then the next sort of alternate universe relationship she had was with Sebastian Faust, who is the son of Felix Faust. They have a sort of college romance in the Mystic U alternate universe, and that was kind of cute. You know, he was on the brooding side, so more her type, and they had just enough drama to keep it interesting. In an alternate timeline, I think it's called Future State or Future's End. Future's End, I believe. She and Etrigan are romantically involved when they're stuck in the Forever with the Justice League Dark. It was a pretty like random weird pairing. I don't know how I feel about it because it was an alternate timeline in an alternate continuity that is no longer really canon. It was just kind of a thing that happened. Maybe I'd be open to it. You know, it's not the first demon she would have dated. I could see it having potential in the main universe, but do I necessarily want to see that potential? And then I do feel like it's worth a mention that in the Bombshells universe, Zatanna and Constantine have a really good relationship, and that is one of the only times that I've actually liked them being together was in that Bombshells universe. He is really kind to her in that, and I thought that it was just like a sweet dynamic that they had, and kind of totally different from the main universe. And also in the Bombshells universe, she is explicitly queer. It's kind of not so subtly implied that she and the Joker's daughter were involved, but it's a little more assaulty on the Joker's daughter's end, because she's manipulating Zatanna. Zatanna can't leave. She's using Zatanna for her magic in that universe. So by far the most toxic relationship she's ever had. But a lot of it was subtextual. So, and then finally, she does have a canonical queer romantic relationship with the Silver Banshee in the Gotham City Garage alternate universe, or the Gotham Garage alternate universe, where it was sort of like a Mad Max theme going on, where everybody rode tricked out vehicles, mostly motorcycles, but and she and the Silver Banshee make jokes about having romantic dinners together, and she gets really worried and concerned when the Silver Banshee gets hurt. And that they were kind of cute. Not gonna lie, I was kind of down for it, but we don't really get to see much of them. But shout out and kudos to it being like one of the only like actual queer relationships that she's had. So I guess that should lead us to have a quick little discussion about her sexuality. So Zatanna has always been a bit of a flirtatious character. She is quick to flirt. She's very charming. She's very, engaging. People are really drawn into her. It's part of her showman personality. And so I kind of like that she's had a lot of relationships. I like that she's been able to have been shown in lots of different relationships. I think that's really fun. I think that she should be confirmed as at least bisexual, possibly pan, at least open to the possibility of dating a woman, or at the very least Wonder Woman. Come on, Absolute Universe, you can do it. I would also not be opposed to her dating Wonder Woman in the main universe, but I know that the chances of that happening are about as close as Superbat happening in the main canon. But so yeah, in my personal opinion, she's had enough queer subtext for there to be something to her sexuality, but as of yet, as far as we know, she has not stated anything. She's not specifically said she only prefers men. She's not stated she's bi or pan or interested in women, which I just think is a real missed opportunity. I feel like there'd be lots of potential for her to be in queer relationships. I think there's lots to explore there. I think it would be the right direction for her character. So yeah, that's all in terms of lovers. So now we're going to move on to pets. Zatanna has had quite a few pets, notably lots of rabbits and doves. Most of them go unnamed because she performs with them. But some of her earliest pets were actually two horses by the name of Raven, Mane, and Brass, which she and Jeff Sloan used to return to the Hidden City. She has a black cat, very stereotypical of her, and that cat later gets named as Pyewacket during Come Together. And then one of her most interesting pets was Captain Carrot, who is a bunny superhero that at one point had crossed over into our world, trying to save a lot of the animal citizens from his world, and they all get turned into normal animals. And when Zatanna sees the Captain Carrot rabbit in a normal rabbit form, she adopts him. She takes him under her care, which is kind of crazy, a crazy development. And then in her Paul Dini solo, it's revealed that she has an offspring of Captain Carrot that she's named Lucky, and that rabbit seems to have some issues going on. It's implied that it's aware that it could potentially have powers. It keeps looking at carrots like expecting something to happen. It's a weird situation that happened, but again, that thread gets kind of abandoned after the New 52 came along and bulldozed over that. And then we've seen Captain Carrot return to his normal heroic form, so whether or not she still has Captain Carrot or his son Lucky, we don't know. I would assume not, right? Like I would assume probably not. But it was interesting that it happened for a time. My favorite pet of hers is Sasha the White Tiger. The White Tiger actually debuted first in Gotham Girls, which was an animated webtoon thing that was once more kind of produced by Paul Dini. She and Catwoman team up in that to save her White Tiger. And then in the Bloodspell comic, the White Tiger is named Sasha, and Sasha is very intelligent. Sasha is able to sort of detect spiritual possession, or is able to detect when Zatanna and friends have been possessed. And in my personal fanon, headcanon opinion, I think that Sasha should be her familiar. I mean, she's a witch, you know, people would probably assume it would be a bunny or a dove, but that's part of why I love the notion that it would be a white tiger. I just think that that would be fun. And I just really love Sasha, and I want Sasha to appear more. I want to see more of her white tiger, and I want to see them go on adventures together, her and her animal sidekick. And I want Sasha to be revealed to be her familiar. Yes, I do indeed. I also want to talk about this rainbow bunny, which showed up in Wonder Woman Agent of Peace. This rainbow bunny is super adorable, super cute, very queer, but unfortunately it doesn't get named. We don't know what it's called. And then lastly, Zatanna has also turned another character into a normal sort of bunny, and that is her villain arch nemesis rogue, Allura. During their last confrontation during Jamal Campbell's mini, she turns Allura into a harmless bunny spirit. And so it's sort of like a magical bunny companion that is also happens to be her greatest foe in comics. And so that is kind of iconic, keeping your enemy as your pet in a non-freaky way. So yeah, that's all for named pets. I know that she has like a couple named pets in like other media, most notably DC superhero girls, but in the main comics, in the main canon, those are the only ones that I know of that are named. So yeah. So next I wanted to talk about different versions of Zatanna across the multiverse, because we have had some multiversal variants appear. Starting off obviously with probably the most well-known, the most current alternate universe, which is the Absolute Universe. At the time of recording, we're still waiting for issue number 19 to come out. So the arc where Zatanna has debuted in the Absolute Universe is not yet come to an end. So there are likely some stuff about her origin and her character that will unfortunately get left out of this video because I can't see the future. I can't include details about her that I don't know about yet. So if you are seeing this video from the future, feel free to talk about her. We love her over here. I'll be just as thrilled when we get the information in real time. So Absolute Zatanna is pretty interesting because she's got this new sort of punk rock design going on. That's how the artist described it. I know some people have been referring to her as like an emo goth baddie, but the artist, and I believe Kelly Thompson even said that they view her more as punk. This version of Zatanna was apprehended at some point by Veronica Cale and held for an indeterminate amount of time. We also know that Veronica Cale was pretty extensive in keeping her prisoner, binding her hands, feet, gagging her mouth, really anything to keep her from doing any kind of magic. Very Hannibal Lecter, very Silence of the Lambs. Absolute Zatanna's debut has been massively popular, has been widely acclaimed, widely well received. She has this sort of flirtation going on with Absolute Wonder Woman that a lot of people really like. And I personally am one of them. I'm really hoping that that amounts to something. I would love for it to become a canonical queer relationship, but we'll see. We have yet to see what will happen there. Absolute Zatanna, after being captured by Veronica Cale, was released in order to be used as a weapon against Diana. But Zatanna was really clever, and she first astral projects to Diana in order to bind their magic. She's able to bind Diana, and take control of Wonder Woman's magic whenever she's in her presence. And so when she shows up to actually fight Wonder Woman, she immediately uses their combined magic, Diana's magic, in order to free her from this Starro-looking parasite that Veronica Cale was using for this version of the Suicide Squad. And she's able to immediately free herself and leave the fight. It was really good. It was a really cool, impressive moment because it showed off that this universe of Zatanna is also pretty clever, pretty quick on her feet, pretty resourceful, which is all in line with the main universe. And then it's also revealed that Veronica Cale is also in control of Zatara, or Zatanna's father. That he is under some kind of curse, and that is why Zatanna had to initially fight Wonder Woman and free herself the way that she did. She also reveals that she cursed Veronica Cale's hands. At time of recording, we don't know exactly what that means, what that curse was, but I am very excited to find out. So yeah, Absolute Zatanna is really cool. Far and away one of the best alternate versions of Zatanna that exists, and far and away one of the most popular. I'm really hoping that, like with Absolute Catwoman, Absolute Zatanna gets a spin-off, or like her own mini, maybe even her own ongoing, because that would truly make history if Zatanna had 2 solos going on, one, and especially if one is from an alternate universe. That hasn't really happened ever, so I think that would be really cool. So then our next variant comes from Earth 13, and Earth 13 technically has 3 different versions of Zatanna. We'll start with the one that debuted first, but is technically not canon. The first version of Earth 13 was known as Arcane Earth, and this came from a comic tie-in for the online MOBA game called Infinite Crisis Fight for the Multiverse. So the Infinite Crisis Fight for the Multiverse comic book features a world from that game called Arcane Earth. It was designated Earth 13. It's a mystical sort of medieval style Earth, and in that Earth, Zatanna is known as the Silent Sorceress. So the Silent Sorceress is a mute version of the character who, instead of casting spells by speaking backwards, she wields a scythe in a sort of crescent moon shape. It looks really cool. And with this crescent moon shaped scythe, she's able to wield blood magic, which was stated in the comic to be the most powerful type of magic in that universe. So, you know. It was also revealed from the comic and some in-game dialogue that evil villains, evil forces of the world had tried to extinguish the sun, and Zatanna sacrificed her voice in order to rekindle it, bathing the earth in sort of a new mystical light. It's kind of implied that the new magic light had an effect on the earth, but to what extent we don't know, because it didn't really get that explored. This Zatanna has a sort of psychic owl that speaks for her, that is her familiar. It's the only time she's ever had a familiar. The owl is named Meryl's. And Arcane Zatanna, or Silent Sorceress Zatanna, is just really fascinating, and I really like her as a concept. So then the next version of Earth 13 is the actual canon version. This is the one that still exists and the one that has been referenced since its inception. This Zatanna is referred to as Anataz. She is a woman of color. Anataz is really interesting. She casts her spells in fully reversed sentences, which, if you saw the breakdown of her powers segment of the video, is not typically how it's done, and it's unclear whether this is another example of an editorial oversight where people assume that the entire sentence is reversed, or if this is meant to be a distinguishing stylistic choice, if this is meant to be like a differentiating version of magic between the characters, which I could see that could be an interesting way to go about it. We know that this version is pretty powerful. She is able to scry across the multiverse. She's able to locate and view Darkseid as he goes on a rampage across the multiverse and able to pinpoint him in different multiverses. We unfortunately have not gotten to see her do much, but she's still pretty cool. In my personal opinion, she and the Arcane Silent Sorceress version should merge and become one Zatanna, because I feel like that would just be pretty cool. And then the technical third version, which is also strictly speaking not canon but could have been, was a version of Zatanna that was going to be part of the Suicide Squad Dark. This comes from the pretty controversial round robins that DC did for a couple years in a row, where they would have people vote on what story they wanted to actually get made. So it boiled down to a popularity contest, which of course the Bat Comics won. So it kind of sucked for people who wanted to see these interesting other creative stories. They had even said at one point that the other stories would eventually get published, but as of yet that has not happened. There had been another one pitched by the Saska sisters, I believe, about Zatanna versus some nightmare villain, which I would have loved to see. But this version of Zatanna, she was a prisoner on Earth 13. She had her mouth stitched closed, and she had a relationship with Raven, that version of Raven, which was kind of weird. Not gonna lie, it was kind of weird. It was a little bizarre. Not a lot of people were into it, you know. A lot of people were like, no thank you, I'm not hungry. But it existed nonetheless. But like I said, The story was never fully published, it was never fully released, so technically not canon, technically it didn't happen, but it exists, it's out there. Then we have the Mystic U Elseworld, which was a college AU. It was a short about several of the magic users in DC sort of having college shenanigans and trying to prevent one of them from becoming a major villain in the future. What they did that was notably different was they make Zatanna not really a prodigy of magic and really struggle with magic. I personally wasn't a fan of that, but it is what it is. In that universe, she has a relationship with Sebastian Faust, and it was cute. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it when it came out, but it's not like super noteworthy. I feel like it's something that could have had more. I feel like Mystic U could have been potentially an ongoing, but it was just a one-shot story. So probably the next most well-known alternate version of Zatanna comes from Zatanna Bring Down the House, which is a Black Label Elseworld. Exactly where in the multiverse it takes place, we don't know. But this comic received a lot of renown when it released, and in fact it won an Eisner Award. So I feel like it's worth a check out. It's a very beautiful, visually appealing comic. Personally, not my favorite Zatanna story, but it is also an Elseworld, so you know, it can be as different as it wants. In Bring Down the House, they make Zatara evil, so that was a really interesting choice to have Zatanna deal with an evil version of Zatara. She doesn't typically do that. Usually she's fighting her dad's ghost, and typically he's not able to control himself, so you know, it's not his fault. But in this version, Zatara is a bad guy, so that was an interesting change to their dynamic. So then we have the evil crime syndicate version of Zatanna named Anataz Arataz from Earth 3. She casts her spells by speaking them upside down. How one accomplishes that, I don't know, but that's what it was. That's what the case was. It was also kind of implied that Earth 3's Anataz, when she casts a spell, the only way to undo it or to remove it was for her to specifically cast the counter spell that like it lasted until she got rid of it, which is kind of crazy. Like, imagine being able to cast permanent spells. Earth 3 Anataz is pretty instrumental in apprehending and containing Mr. Mxyzptlk, and towards the end of the story she feels remorse for all the bad things she's done in life, and she allows herself to be killed by Superboy Prime, I believe is who it was. So she is dead, but that was also technically, I think, 2 continuities ago, so maybe she's back. She also looked a mess. I hated her hair. So then we have Earth 23. Not much is known about her other than she's black. She looks really cute. I love the purple accents, but this is literally all that we see of her. So yeah. Then we have Earth 11, which is a gender-bent version of Zatanna, which would just be Zatara. So I imagine that how this world works is that Zatanna is the parent and Zatara is the child. This Zatara is also pretty flamboyant, so, and this universe is also pretty queer coded, so I imagine this Zatara would also be queer, but not much is known about him. He is a mentor towards Clarion the Witch Girl, which is a character, surprisingly, that Zatanna has very briefly interacted with, if at all. We have Earth 51, who I believe is a therapist and doesn't seem to have any powers. She is also dead. And other than that, not much is known about her. So then I want to talk about Deceased, which was a massively popular Elseworld story about, you know, DC and zombies. I thought it was pretty well done. Zatanna is portrayed as a survivor, which I thought was very fitting. She is pretty instrumental for parts of the story, and she helps defend the other survivors alongside Dr. Fate and Poison Ivy. She goes on missions with John Constantine and other heroes. We see her wielding Hellfire and destroying the zombified Plastic Man, so that was really cool. Overall, I really liked the Deceased Elseworld, mostly because it treats Zatanna pretty well, but I thought that their concept with the zombie virus was really interesting and pretty unique, pretty clever to their universe. Then we have the not so well received DC versus Vampires, which was just, you know, the premise of Deceased, but with vampires, and also worse. In that version, we see Zatanna has been turned into a vampire pretty early on, and then she also gets killed off really early on before anything important or plot worthy or relevant can happen. In my personal opinion, DC versus Vampires was not very well executed, and that's not just because they killed off Zatanna right from the get-go, because I did read for a good few issues after that, and I wasn't impressed. She did look really good, but unfortunately the art is done by a Nazi, so we don't really talk about we just don't really talk about DC versus Vampires. It's, you can skip it. I mentioned a couple times now the Bombshells version of Zatanna, and the Bombshells comics and the toys and the figures were pretty massively popular. Zatanna was a big part of the story. This version of the character is Jewish and Romani. She has, in my opinion, her best relationship with John Constantine. And she's just cute. She's a little cutie. I love the design. This version of Zatanna and Constantine also sort of adopt or foster this universe's Raven, which I thought was kind of cute. I don't think that's necessarily a dynamic that should carry over into the main universe, but I would like to see her and Raven interact more. She also does form a version of the Justice League Dark in this universe, so that was pretty cool. So then we have the Lil Leaguers and Lil Gotham, which are sort of like chibi verse versions of the characters. They're just cute. They're not super deep. We don't know much about Zatanna's story in either of them. They were mostly sort of like a gag story. So then we have Gotham City Garage, which was sort of like, a Mad Max style universe. That version of Zatanna wears bell-bottoms for some reason. She also has a romantic relationship with Silver Banshee, which was pretty cute. She does not feature really heavily in this story. She's only kind of in it towards the end and pretty much off to the side. But it was so cool that she was there. Gotham City Garage, I think, is a fun concept, and I think they were really trying to capitalize on Bombshell's success, but Gotham City Garage was nowhere near as popular, so I think, it quickly got scrapped, canceled, done away with. Which is a bit of a shame. I feel like it could have been fun to explore more of this universe, to see more of Zatanna, but alas. There is a Bizarro version of Zatanna. I think this is literally the only panel of her that exists. There is an Elseworld called Holy Terror, where Zatanna is sort of a religious fanatic and evil. She works for an oppressive church. In that universe, she comes into conflict with both Batman and that version's Flash, and she's a pretty big threat. She's pretty dangerous, and she almost kills Flash, and almost brainwashes him into joining her cause. Batman is able to stop her because she has stopped focusing on him because she doesn't view him as a threat. We then have Riddle of the Beast, which features a sort of elf-like Zatanna. Ironically enough, this Zatanna can't really do much magic. She's primarily a psychic mage. She is able to read minds and mess with them a little. She does very little in the story and serves primarily as a love interest to the character named Robin, who I believe is supposed to be an amalgamation of Tim Drake and Dick Grayson, because his name is Robin Drake, but he could just be Tim Drake. It's not exactly specified. She has one kind of cool feat of psychic magic, but she's pretty much absent for the majority of the story. We have this weird book called Books of Magic: Life During Wartime, and it's kind of about an alternate world that Tim Hunter unintentionally created. It's implied that everyone and everything in this comic is constructed of his magic and his own imagination, which is kind of crazy, especially considering the things that happen in this book and the things that happen with these characters. I personally wouldn't recommend I wouldn't recommend this story. I remember reading it and just being kind of grossed out just being grossed out the whole time. Zatanna is blonde in this universe, and she's a rebel fighter. She doesn't really get to do much magic. She is doing a lot of espionage and reconnaissance. She's going on missions, but we don't really get to see her fight all that much. But just the vibes of this comic are kind of gross. So I would say you don't need to read it. You don't need to. I read it to see her and to read about her, but I don't think it was worth it. Blonde Zatanna only really looked good on the cover, and that was it. So We have an animal version of Zatanna called Zap Panda. Here she is. And there she goes. Interestingly, we have a tangent Green Lantern who is implied to be one of several characters or to have one point been these characters. And one of the proposed characters is a version of Zatanna, a darker version of Zatanna from the multiverse who is, I think, more prone to necromancy than the regular version. She goes on a quest for power. She's, ambitious. And in her quest for power, it goes badly for her, and she winds up as an avatar for this Tangent Green Lantern. But it's also possible that this story didn't happen. So Tangent Green Lantern is Schrodinger's Zatanna, both Zatanna and not Zatanna at the same time. So if you're crazy and delusional enough, you can choose to believe that this is Zatanna or was at one point a Zatanna, but it also could not be. So then we have an Elseworld called Batman Full Moon, and I think it's my least favorite Elseworld. It's pretty close up there with Books of Magic, Life During Wartime. They're both pretty bad in my personal opinion. I think that Batman Full Moon does a really poor job of portraying Zatanna, which is unfortunate because I think it was an interesting story. I think it was trying to do some cool things, but I just feel that Zatanna should not have been included. I feel like she didn't need to be there. She didn't really add anything to the story. And they just have John Constantine relentlessly, lightly harass her. It was kind of weird. So in my personal opinion, you can also skip Batman Full Moon. So then there was a webtoon called Zatanna and the Ripper, which featured her going back in time and dealing with the Jack the Ripper. It featured the return of her nemesis, Allura, which was really cool. It's not my favorite Elseworld of Zatanna, but it was interesting and it was kind of popular, so I appreciate that. We then had a young adult graphic novel called Zatanna and the Jewel of Gravesend. This one was a really cute story. I really enjoyed it. It was a sort of retelling of Zatanna's search, sort of modernized and young adultified, and I thought it kind of worked. I was pretty impressed with it. This version of Zatanna speaks exclusively in mirror script, like full-on mirror script, which I also appreciated, because it does seem that some writers aren't aware that that's why these Zataras speak backwards, or that's why that they do their logomancy, is because of their ancestor Leonardo da Vinci, who wrote in mirror script. So her spells are fully reversed in that, and even though I'm not typically a big fan of that, because this version was specifically mirror script, I was more open to it. It's a pretty fun coming-of-age story. I thought the art was beautiful, and I just liked reading it. I think that if you're a fan of the character, or if maybe you want to get like a younger sibling into the character, you can give them this story. Then we had sort of a, not young adult, but like the one below that. I guess middle school level. But it was called Zatanna and the House of Secrets. And it was also really good. I remember being quite blown away when I read it and loving what was happening in it. And it, probably of all the Elseworlds stories, it's the one that I would want most to get made canon. I loved what they did with her lore in that story. I think that Zatanna and the House of Secrets is probably the best alternate origin we've had for Zatanna. And I would highly recommend it, even though it is skewed towards a younger audience. It was enjoyable. If you love the character, you'll really enjoy the story. So then I'll briefly mention some alternate timelines, which include but are not limited to Flashpoint, where she looks a mess and dies. We have Future's End, which had like two really weird alternate futures for her. Neither one of them are really enjoyable. I was like, oh, I don't like that. This one being the one where she is romantically involved with Etrigan the Demon of all people. She's really ruthless in that timeline and kind of scary. We also have Future State, which was an interesting story, but like most of these alternate timelines, I don't think it exists anymore. There was also an alternate timeline in the Batman Who Laughs Dark Knight's metal thing, where he killed her and was using her hand as like a weapon, which, not a fan of her dying, but the concept that Zatanna can be used as like a relic, like a magical relic, like parts of her body would have immense magical power and would allow people to cast backward spells, is kind of interesting to me. That is unfortunately kind of cool. It sucks that she has to die for that, but the idea that Zatanna is so magical that her body could be used to make magical weapons, kind of tough. Sure, like, why not? Hopefully nobody kills her in the main timeline, so we don't have to explore that, but that could be kind of a fun thing to explore, like, way on in the future. Like, someone has a Zatanna relic and they're using it to do powerful magic. I would kind of be okay with that. Maybe a little. And then I should also mention a couple of her amalgamations. Most famously, we have the amalgamation of her and the Scarlet Witch, known as the White Witch, or Wanda Zatara. Wanda Zatara was somewhat hypersexual, which I thought was an interesting decision. Her design is kind of weird. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty iconic, but I do think that if they were to revisit the amalgamation universe, that it should get an update. It should get an upgrade, I think. Yes, I do think that. I do like the white streak in her hair. I think that's pretty fun. And this version of both characters would be immensely powerful. If it has both Logomancy and Wanda's Chaos Hex Magic, that is pretty scary. She's a very powerful character. They unfortunately don't dive into that, they don't explore that, but this is a very powerful version of either character, and she would, I think, a lot of characters would be scared of her. There was also this Ravenna character that was created in an alternate dream world created by Dr. Destiny. This version of the character is dead because Dr. Destiny knew that magic characters could unravel his whole universe, so he combined Zatanna and Raven into one and was like, and she's dead because we can't have her running around. They'll mess up my plans. So it's not like a real universe, it's not a real alternate universe. But the concept is kind of interesting. I wouldn't mind seeing a merger between Zatanna and Raven. That could be fun to explore. There was also this interesting mashup between Zatanna and Etrigan. Zatragana. Etragana. Whatever you want to call it. Zatragan. I think that this also has kind of interesting potential. I don't think it necessarily needs exploration, but I'm intrigued. Sure. If they want to explore it, go ahead. And fairly recently, there was also this pirate version of Zatanna from this interesting pirate comic book on DC Universe Infinite, DC Online Infinite, whatever the app is. So it's only available digitally, but I kind of liked it. I like the design at least. She doesn't get to do much, she doesn't feature a whole lot, but she was still cool. So yeah, that concludes Zatanna Through the Multiverse. Those are all the alternate versions of the character.
So let's talk about Zatanna's personality. First and foremost, Zatanna has a bit of a showman personality. It's pretty typical for a character who is a performer, entertainer. She lives in the spotlight, and you can tell. She's got a very big, very bold personality. She's very showy, she's pretty flamboyant, and she loves what she does. She enjoys her profession, and it really shines through in her personality. She's also pretty flirtatious. She's known to be a bit of a flirt. Zatanna is also just really friendly, really charming. I feel like it again kind of comes with the territory of being such a, personality, having a very public personality. She knows how to be good with people, how to interact with them, and how to engage them. She likes people, she likes being around people, and she likes helping people. Zatanna has a bit of a reputation of being pretty generous, pretty willing or open to meet fans, do several encores. She meets fans, she does shows for like orphans for free. She has a really big soft spot for children in general. And then on top of that is the heroic aspects of her personality. She's brave, selfless, she is always trying to do the right thing. She constantly takes in strays. I think arguably, and pretty understandably, she is a good person. Now, Zatanna does have a bit of a temper. She's a very sort of like passionate character. She's someone who expresses emotion a lot, and that also comes with her negative emotions. Like when she's mad, she gets mad. She tends not to lose control. I think you can count on your hands the number of times Zatanna has lost control over her 60 plus years of comic history. She's very good at keeping her cool, staying cool and collected, calm under pressure, but every once in a while that temper slips out, and it is a force to be reckoned with. Zatanna also tends to have kind of short patience. She's not a very patient person. She has very little time for things that annoy her or irritate her. She's a character who really loves her sleep. She needs her sleep. She needs her 8 hours of sleep, or you won't like her in the morning. And while it's true that Zatanna has a bit of a soft spot for children, she's not like the best mentor. Sometimes she'll be interacting with characters like Tim Hunter, and she just like won't know like the right way to go about things. She won't know the right way to handle things or to do things, which I think is a very like humanizing quality of her, and is pretty funny in my opinion. And then Zatanna does have a self-confidence issue. She's been known to lose her powers or lose the ability to do magic if she loses confidence in herself or loses belief in herself. And belief is kind of a common motif in her power set, where it's like if she can believe she can do anything, then she can, but if she doesn't believe in herself, then she can't do her magic. She struggles with the idea that she's done wrong things in the past, like the mind wipes, and she feels guilty. She feels responsible for mistakes, for accidents that have happened. They weigh really heavily on her and can kind of cause her to feel like she doesn't deserve to have her magic, that she's dangerous, that she isn't a force for good, that she isn't actually helping people. And that thought kind of distresses her, because again, she's a character who wants to do good, she wants to help people. And so if she thinks that she isn't doing that, or if she feels that her mistakes are too great or make her not a good person, it brings her down. Sometimes she's portrayed as having a bit of a nagging personality, a bit of a nagging quality. She, in particular, will nag Zachary Zatara, taking on the older cousin vibe. And kind of like I expressed in her character history video, Zatanna also does have like her limits of like being pushed too far. This particular quality comes from the Justice League Detroit when she was kidnapped by Adam and medically experimented on. It was a pretty traumatic event, but she's handled it pretty gracefully. And when Adam started to go crazy due to gaining magical powers from his medical experimentation on her, she kind of like has this moment of being like, maybe I won't help him, which I think is really fascinating, a really interesting facet to her heroism. But it's also even more fascinating that she still decided to help him in the end, that she went on to help this villain who had harmed her, and that it isn't the first time she's done that. She actually has a bit of a pattern of helping characters who have wronged her in the past and going out of her way to help those in need, even if she doesn't personally like them, or even if they have, again, done something to wrong her or harm her. There was one time in the Justice League Dark New 52 where she is on a world, on a planet where people hunt magic users, and one of these magic hunters had shot her. It was a bit painful, and during a final confrontation, a big final battle moment, the citizens or civilians of this magic hating society are under threat, are in trouble, and she leaves the battle in order to protect the people, even though they as a society don't like her, even though these are the people of one of the men who shot her. She goes out of her way to make sure that there aren't any civilian casualties, that there are no sort of innocent lives lost during this battle that don't need to be lost, which I think is a really defining moment of her heroism. Zatanna is technically a no-kill character because she hasn't killed anyone in comics. There's like one technicality, like one instance of a man who was already dying, who was rapidly turning to dust, and his soul was about to be given to a demon, and he begged her to essentially destroy his soul and make it so that he wouldn't suffer in eternal torment. And again, this is a character who had actively kidnapped her, and she grants him this request, she grants him this favor. So yeah, so to me, Zatanna is just a fascinating character with fascinating morality. I really have just enjoyed her characterization, and I think probably one of the best examples of her characterization and her personality is, of course, Jamal Campbell's 2025 miniseries. I think if you want a good look at Zatanna and what she's all about, that's the comic to pick up, especially for looking at her personality. So yeah, that does it for characterization. So now let's talk about Shadowcrest, which is the Zatara ancestral home. It is a magical mansion filled with various rooms, various secrets. It houses an extensive library, tons of magical artifacts, and it has supposedly, allegedly, been passed down through the Zatara family for generations. And since Zatanna is the last of that generation, the house belongs to her. Zatanna acts as a caretaker for Shadowcrest. Shadowcrest has been described as one of the most unassailable buildings in this dimension, in this world, filled with various wards and protective spells to keep out evildoers, the powers of darkness, paparazzi, stalkers, etc. Shadowcrest also seems to have like that domain expansion thing going on, or the paradox of it being bigger on the inside. We've seen several different rooms on the inside. We know that there's a big library, we know that there's a study, there is a basement, there is a tower, there's a beautiful, gorgeous foyer. Of course, there's a bedroom for Zatanna to sleep in. Shadowcrest has also appeared kind of differently on the outside in several instances. Some of these instances, it's unknown whether the building Zatanna is in is supposed to be Shadowcrest, or if it's meant to be a different property that Zatanna owns. I think it could easily be explained as Shadowcrest taking the form of a different location, trying to blend into a different location, because Shadowcrest is also known to move about, Zatanna's moving castle. Continuing in that vein of Hal's moving castle comparisons, it's possible that Zatanna has a door that leads to several different locations, because we know that she has a mirror that leads to the inside of Shadowcrest. So canonically speaking, she does have at least one way magically in and out of the building. Shadowcrest changing locations also is sort of a way to explain maybe a couple continuity errors, because Shadowcrest initially was outside of Gotham, and then sometimes it was positioned in like upstate New York. I think there was even one time it was said to be in New Jersey. I think even at one point close to Arkham Asylum, but I could be misremembering that. Ever since the 90s, since Books of Magic and Come Together, Shadowcrest has been firmly positioned in San Francisco, and there it has mostly stayed. There are several sort of magical features about Shadowcrest as well, like it has a voice recognition at the door, and has the ability to project a sort of form of Zatanna to greet people when she's not there. It was even, this illusion was even sort of described as an extension of the house. There are several mystical and magical servants, butlers, maids that show up at her behest. There's doors that only open to her command. There are talking, living, inanimate objects in the house as well. There's an animated mummy. There's just a lot of weird and crazy interesting things going on within Shadowcrest. There's even one door that leads to a universe, to a galaxy. So it's very cool, it's very mysterious. Unfortunately, we don't know that much about it. Like, I've given you all these details, but we don't know how it was formed, who the first person was to own Shadowcrest or to build it. We don't know how it came to be in the Zatara's possession, how long it's been there, like exactly how many generations it's been in the family. And I, for one, would love to explore that aspect a little more. I feel like Shadowcrest is such a cool base of operations. You know, it's essentially, right, her Fortress of Solitude or her Batcave. And I feel like it deserves a little more fleshing out, a little more exploration into the depths of its many rooms and long winding passages. So yeah, that about covers the end of our tour of Shadowcrest. I hope we'll have more information for you about it in the future. Alrighty, so welcome to the next segment of Zatanna through media, or media outside of comic books, where we talk about everything she's appeared in, from TV to video games, movies, etc. So let's start at the very beginning, a very good place to start, with Batman the Animated Series. This was the first time she made the jump from comic book to the tiny screen. Batman the Animated Series was, of course, headed by Paul Dini. She is voiced by Julie Brown in Batman the Animated Series, who is super sweet, by the way. In this portrayal, she does not have any magical abilities. She is just a stage performer. And this is where the notion that she and Bruce Wayne were childhood friends came from. And then Paul Dini would later work this element into canon when he wrote
Detective Comics, and later her solo run. I think Batman the Animated Series does a pretty good job of portraying the personality and character that I've described in the personality portion. It's a pretty fun and interesting episode. And kind of low-key, I would be fine with Montague Kane, whoever he is, the villain of the episode. I wouldn't mind if he became a rogue for her to face in canon as well. Then we would get Gotham Girls, which was a webtoon that had several of the animated characters from Batman the Animated Series, primarily the women. Zatanna appears in a couple episodes, teaming up with Catwoman. In Gotham Girls, we are introduced to Zatanna's White Tiger, who would later become Sasha, who would later also be worked into semi-canon with the Bloodspell comic. Then we get to Justice League Unlimited, again written by Paul Dini. In Justice League Unlimited, she's voiced by the iconic Jennifer Hale, also super sweet, by the way. In Gotham Girls and in Justice League Unlimited, she does actually have magical abilities. In this episode, she teams up once more with Batman to head on Cersei. We got a Cartoon Monsoon animated, sort of like rough draft entry for a Zatanna animated solo show, again headed by Paul Dini. It was called Zatanna and the Trial of the Crystal Wand, where she came into conflict with Clarion the Witch Boy. But this animated project didn't get past the little snippet that we have. It didn't get past the, inception. It didn't get past the pitch. It didn't get turned into an animated series. But I think it could have been fun if we'd had an animated Zatanna series. But unfortunately we didn't. We then have Smallville, which to this day, at time of recording, is the only live action project Zatanna has ever been in. Serinda Swan is a phenomenal Zatanna. She looks like she stepped right out of the comic pages. But unfortunately, despite the great casting, the writing is not very good, and it is not a very good portrayal of Zatanna. I might even rank it as one of the worst. She's very out of character. She's not very moral. Her powers work differently. It kind of sucked because she looks great. She looked like an amazing Zatanna, but then personality-wise and really everything else-wise, she was not a great Zatanna. So while I would love for Zatanna to appear in live action, maybe in the current James Gunn universe, I am very wary because we've already had kind of a bad live action adaptation, and I really would just prefer like an accurate, cool, great portrayal of Zatanna as opposed to something that isn't like her at all. I do want to talk about this Mad TV animated parody kind of skit called Potions 11, which is a parody of Ocean's 11, featuring several magic users from various titles, properties, teaming up to pull off a heist. It included characters like Harry Potter, Gandalf, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and Zatanna. Now, Zatanna doesn't super look like her normal regular self, and she also doesn't really contribute much to the plot. It is just a bit of a gag episode, like the whole show is. But I did find it funny, and I feel like it is still worth a mention. Then we have Young Justice, which is probably her most well-known appearance. Most people that I've spoken to or interacted with came to know Zatanna because of Young Justice, or were introduced to her because of Young Justice. That or Justice League Unlimited, or maybe even Smallville. But I feel like a good majority of people who have heard of the character, it likely came from Young Justice. Which is also, it's a bit of a mixed bag, because season 1, Zatanna is pretty good, is really good in my opinion. Her personality is pretty spot on in that. The only problem is she's pretty nerfed throughout the whole show, and they weirdly de-aged her to be Robin's age, to be Dick Grayson's age. I think is sort of to be like, a reference to her relationship with Batman, which kind of makes it all the more weird. I also think it was because Robin was the only one without a love interest on the team, so they introduced her to be his love interest for the first season. Seasons 2 and 3, she is barely in, but it's not too bad. And then season 4 is really terrible. It's again one of her worst portrayals ever. It sort of mischaracterizes her, it adapts some of her worst storylines, and then it also gave her entire whole origin to Vandal Savage without even a hint or a mention or note or reference to it being her origin. I'm not kidding, down to who she was related to, it's all given to Vandal Savage. This whole arc about the Homo Magi gets adapted, and Zatanna doesn't really get to be a part of it, which I think is crazy, because the whole reason that the concept of the Homo Magi exists is because of Zatanna's origin. And so to talk about the Homo Magi and to talk about their lineage and who they're all related to, and to not include Zatanna in that is, I think, kind of insane, but you know. One of the next biggest things that she was in was the Justice League Dark animated movie, capitalizing on the New 52 era. And I think the Justice League Dark, I mentioned it during the character history video, but the New 52 Justice League Dark did seem to be a bit of a dark horse and sort of be kind of this sleeper hit that was pretty successful, I think surprising everybody at DC. Because we got 2 animated movies. The first one is pretty good. I think Zatanna's character could have used a little work, a little more spotlight. She's kind of reduced to this supporting character of just John, which, you know, tends to happen a lot. But I will say at least their relationship in the animated movie was way better than it was in the New 52 comics. So there's that. She is also portrayed as pretty powerful, but it takes a weird turn by having her lose control of her magical abilities, which I mentioned in the personality portion that typically doesn't happen. Like, you can count on your hands the number of times Zatanna has lost control of her powers. It just isn't something that she's known to do, or it isn't like a problem or arc that she typically has. It's something more in the veins of like Jean Grey or Raven or even Wanda from time to time. And I think, in my personal opinion, it's just a weird sort of like meshing. It's a weird trope to apply to her when it just has never really been a thing. But, you know, aside from that, aside from these small critiques, small criticisms, I do enjoy it. I think it is a good movie. It's a good movie for Zatanna. She gets some of her coolest scenes from that movie, so it's really good. I think it could have been better, but, you know, I'm not too mad with what it is. I'm not too displeased for what we got. But then the second movie is bad. The second movie, Zatanna is literally fridged for John Constantine and then apologizes for being fridged. Which is just crazy. That is a crazy thing that happens in the Justice League Dark Apocalypse War movie. And then this sort of led to the House of Mystery Constantine short, where Zatanna appears in it, but it's not the real Zatanna. It's, you know, it's an illusion, it's a distorted memory, a demon thing that is tormenting Constantine. So there's that. And then from the House of Mystery, that led to the Tomorrowverse, which was widely panned and not very well received at all. She cameos in it, and she cameos in the Crisis on Infinite Earths movies, and, you know, it's not too bad. I liked that she was in it, and that's pretty much the only good thing I can say about it, because she does take a part in the Crisis of Infinite Earths storyline, but it is pretty small, it is pretty minimal, so her just being a cameo in this movie does make sense. I was genuinely even surprised that they included her. Like, I was like, oh, there she is, yay. But Constantine got to have like a larger role than he did in the comic, and he was portrayed as sort of more important to the storyline. So that was kind of like the one thing where it's like, okay. It was funny because it was like reversed. Like, in the comics, Zatanna had a slightly bigger role and Constantine was the cameo, and so for the animated movie, she was the cameo and he was the slightly more important role. So it is what it is. Then we have DC Superhero Girls, which, genuinely, no joke, it is aimed for children, but it's probably her best portrayal ever to date. DC Superhero Girls does a really good job capturing her personality, her powers, her motivations. Like, it's really a great show for Zatanna. I think if you're a fan of the character, you should check it out no matter how old or young you are. I think the DC Superhero Girls 2019 version is pretty funny. It ends up being kind of hilarious and just a fun watch. I know that the show was also pretty good for Wonder Woman. And one of the other great bonuses about this show is it builds up like her female friendships. It has her develop close bonds with other female superheroes, which we kind of don't get to see that often in comic canon at the very least. So it was nice, and it was also a nice change of pace not to have her lumped in with Batman or Constantine, who tend to overshadow her or who tend to reduce her role. In this show, she's unapologetically a main character who has pretty deep arcs, like pretty surprisingly deep arcs, and she also gets to be pretty powerful. I would argue that DC Superhero Girls is also the most powerful animated version of Zatanna to date, which is just kind of crazy to think about. Like, DC Superhero Girls did not have to go this hard for Zatanna, but they did anyway, so that is pretty awesome. This show also is one of two to adapt her own personal villains, like the Demon Fusilier and the Brother Knight lackey of Ember. And then the show also gave her sort of an original villain. This character does appear as a Firestorm villain, but for the purposes of the show, they made this villain, her name is Casey Krinsky for Zatanna. They changed it a little. And again, delivered a pretty deep arc, for a pretty deep plotline for her and this character. It was also the first show to mention Syndella at all, to even hint at her. Syndella appears in it and is voiced actually by one of the actresses, but she isn't named, but we know that that's who it is. And it's also the only show to touch on the concept that she inherited different magics from her parents. It's implied in the show that she inherited dark magic from Syndella, which is a twist, and light magic from Zatara. So that was super fascinating, and it did seem like they were going to build to that or build to a confrontation with her mother in a later season, but unfortunately the show got canceled. So yeah, just a lot of really cool points, a lot of really significant points to DC Superhero Girls for a lot of work that it did for her character. Another really good adaptation of her is Justice League Action, which was once again headed by Paul Dini. In DC Superhero Girls, Zatanna is voiced by Kari Wahlgren, who is a phenomenal, iconic voice actress, also super sweet. In Young Justice, Zatanna is voiced by the famous Lacey Chabert of Mean Girls popularity, and who is a Hallmark Channel queen. Lacey Chabert returns to voice Zatanna in Justice League Action. Justice League Action, I would say, is probably the second best adaptation of Zatanna to date. Again, she's allowed to be pretty powerful, and a really cool aspect of this show was her fight scenes, which incorporate her using stage tricks and stage props for her fighting. Like in this show, she fights like she is a trained magician. So that was really cool. But again, she is kind of lumped in with Batman, and she tends to be just a little reduced to being a bit of a damsel in distress. But it happens very minorly. Like it's not that big of a deal. But it does happen, so that's why it's not like the number one spot. That, and it doesn't really adapt any of her major story arcs or characters, except for Brother Knight, who gets an appearance in this show. And 100% that is because Brother Knight was created by Paul Dini. I think Justice League Action is also worth the watch. It is also, again, skewed towards a younger audience, but I feel that people of all ages could enjoy this show. I feel like, it has to be said that animation isn't just for children. Even if it is skewed towards a younger audience, people can still enjoy it, right? So I would definitely recommend Justice League Action. Zatanna has a pretty funny appearance in the Lego Flash movie. Here she's portrayed as a student of Dr. Fate, which isn't really a thing. They've always actually been portrayed as sort of equals in the comics, always working on the same level, him coming to her for help, or them just working together to fight a crisis. And then she and Dr. Fate sing a musical number, which was pretty funny. There is also some singing done in DC Superhero Girls. It's just a silly, funny little movie. And she's voiced by a pretty funny actress, Kate Micucci, I think is how you say it. Sorry if that's wrong. And then there was Batman, the Brave and the Bold, which features Jennifer Hale returning as Zatanna. She is there for just like one little 2-minute segment, but it was still pretty cool. It has her facing Abracadabra, who is a Flash villain. But I think she should she should steal him and take Abracadabra to be one of her own villains, to be part of her rogues gallery. I think that would be a more interesting foil, is that her being a powerful true magic user and him being only able to imitate magic through futuristic technology. I think that that kind of clash kind of fits a little better, but that's just my opinion. Zatanna also cameos in several animated projects, including Scooby-Doo WrestleMania. She cameos in the Justice League Crisis on Two Earths movie, which is a really great movie, by the way. You should check it out. She cameos in the Justice League versus the Fatal Five, where she has a statue. She cameos in the Teen Titans Go to the Movies, which ironically was the first time she'd been in a movie that was released in theaters. So shout out to the Teen Titans Go movie for featuring almost everybody. Getting a lot of DC heroes on the big screen. That was pretty cool. I think she's also cameoed in the show, but I haven't seen those cameos, so I couldn't say for sure. There was also a really old Baby Looney Tunes, Tiny Toons, whatever that show was called, where they do like a mashup parody of the Looney Tunes characters and the Justice League. One of them being Santana, Santana, which was the skunk character dressed as Zatanna. Ironically, it's the only time that her Bughead or George Perez design has appeared outside of comics, so that is kind of funny. She also has a non-speaking cameo in the Harley Quinn animated TV show. I really wish that she got expanded into a full speaking role, or, got one episode where she teamed up with them. She does have a pretty good history with Harley Quinn. She and Poison Ivy don't really like each other, but that is fine. I think that would make for a more fun dynamic anyway. But alas, it was just little non-speaking cameos. So then we'll talk about video games. Perhaps the most famous, well-known one was Injustice, where Zatanna was a DLC for that game. And that portrayal of her is really good, is really top tier. I love Zatanna in Injustice. And even her appearance in the Injustice comics is pretty good. Not every character can say that. Not every character got treated really well by the Injustice comics and storylines, but that's neither here nor there. Zatanna's moves feature a lot of references to her lore and to her comic history. Her moveset was really fun and exciting. I really enjoyed playing. I spent many an hour playing as Zatanna in Injustice. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. Lacey Chabert, of course, returns to Zatanna. And honestly, genuinely, Injustice is one of the better portrayals of her as a character, which is kind of crazy to think about. And then she also does cameo in Injustice 2. She's not playable in the second one, but she does cameo in a few of characters' end stories, end credit stories, like when they beat the story game. Then we have Justice League Heroes, where Zatanna was a main playable character. Justice League Heroes is a pretty fun game. I really like it, and I think if DC Comics were to make a similar game like that today, it would do really well because it was a lot of fun. And Kari Walgren was once again Zatanna in that game. And also Justice League Heroes is a really good portrayal of her. I think Justice League Heroes really captures her character quite well. She's also one of the most powerful characters to play as in the game, so that was a major win. So not only is her character good, she's fun to play as, and she's a strong character. Like you can beat a lot of the levels playing as her, and so that is awesome. I love that. And this game also manages to feature her dynamics and her relationships with Batman, Martian Manhunter, and Wonder Woman. So that was awesome. I feel like, unironically, Justice League Heroes is maybe the top third, like the third best portrayal of Zatanna ever. Zatanna is also playable in several of the Lego Batman games and the Lego DC Villains game. All of them are pretty fun and great to play with. My personal favorite is Lego Batman 2. I really love that version of her, and I also really liked her in the DC Lego Villains game. That was a lot of fun. There was also the MOBA game Infinite Crisis: Fight for the Multiverse, where she was a playable support character. That game was very short-lived, unfortunately, so I barely got to play her when it came out, but it it was still fun. I remember having a good time. And the Infinite Crisis fight to the multiverse led to one of her more iconic alternate universe versions. So I've got a bit of a soft spot for the game, and I really wish that DC would somehow bring it back. Like, please try again, please. I promise we'll show up for this game. Maybe turn it into a mobile game. DC, you love your mobile games. And so on that note, we'll segue into mobile games. She is featured in quite a few DC mobile games, primarily as a support character. She's in Worlds Collide, she's in Unchained, Dark Legion, and DC Legends. They're all pretty fun, but they're gacha games, so it is usually a grind. The only one that I haven't played is DC Unchained, and mostly because it's not available in the US, so I don't get to try unless I do something crazy with VPNs and changing my phone's regional location. And I don't have time. It's not that important. But from what I've seen of her, she looked cool and she was interesting, and so I would have loved to play DC Unchained. So if any DC people hear that, let me play. I sort of take issue with Zatanna being a support character. I feel like a supporting role just typically hasn't really fit her style on teams. I feel like she usually is a support because she's one of the few characters who you could arguably make into a support and have it kind of make sense. She's one of the few characters who can fill the role, because there's not a lot of characters who in DC who I feel would fit a supporting role. So like I get it that like it's necessary to have some characters in a supporting role, and that you can make Zatanna fill a supporting role if you really want to. I just don't think it fits her all that well personally. I think Zatanna is more of a combat mage. She's more of like a battle, probably like a DPS, something like that. Zatanna, just in my opinion, should be a heavy hitter with how powerful she is and how strong her offensive magic is. She is pretty rarely on the defensive. She rarely is healing people, even though she's done all these supporting abilities. She primarily tends to focus on fighting people. She's a Justice Leaguer. She is there to take down the villains. But whatever, just my 2 cents on the subject. And then finally, Zatanna is in DC Universe Online. She is not playable in that, but you can model your character to look like her. You get to play alongside her if you choose to be a magic using character, which is pretty fun. I know that there have been a couple events, a couple storylines in the DC Universe Online game. I think there was a couple of Justice League Dark events. She had one design pretty early on, but she has since had an updated design, which I think looks pretty fabulous. And also kind of interestingly, the DC Universe Online game has a statue based off her, even though she's not playable in the game. So that's kind of iconic. So yeah, that rounds out her portrayals in media. Welcome to Zatanna's financial status, the portion of the video where we discuss Zatanna's finances, like we're bankers, because believe it or not, Zatanna Moneybags Zatara is kind of rich. As per Paul Dini's solo run, we know that Zatanna canonically makes millions of dollars. Her shows are very successful. She makes a good amount of money off of them. We know from Seven Soldiers of Victory that she is a New York Times bestseller, that she wrote a book called Hex Appeal. So it's assumed that she's also turned quite a profit from that book. We know she's made celebrity guest star appearances on things like Sesame Street, even if the Sesame Street one didn't pan out too well due to her pupophobia. And then because of Zatanna Black Canary Blood Spell, we know that she sells beginner magic kits for children, that they are sold wherever toys are sold. Again, it's also assumed that these do pretty well because they were lining the shelves. So it's safe to say Zatanna is well within the millionaire bracket. But it should be noted, Zatanna says that it doesn't really go that far because she does pay her employees. She pays for the shows, for the venues. She says that even though she makes a good amount of money, a lot of it goes back into, the show and the people who help make the show possible. But again, how much that leaves her with, how much profit that leaves her with is kind of unknown, especially considering that she probably doesn't have a mortgage because she lives in a magical ancestral home. And the worth of the ancestral home, filled with an untold number of magical tomes, books, and artifacts,
whose worth I don't know how you would estimate. She's just got a lot going on financially. I had made a joke that she could also be part of a Justice League rich alongside Batman, Oliver Queen, and Helena Bartonelli. And I think Dick Grayson is rich now too, or was for a hot minute. Don't quote me on that. I don't know them like I know Zatanna. So yeah, that pretty much concludes this segment. Pretty short, pretty sweet, pretty explanatory. Even though we don't have like an official like confirmed number, we do know that she does pretty well for herself. So I would be remiss if I didn't discuss DC's treatment of Zatanna in the past, and how being a female character has led to her being the victim of sort of sexist or misogynistic writing, sexist tropes, and because she's obscure and not as popular, she tends to be sidelined quite a bit, which I feel like can also be part of like the sexist thing, but it could mostly be the not as popular thing. I think they kind of feed into each other and lead to some mess. Firstly, as I mentioned, or as you would have probably observed in a couple segments of this video, I mentioned that Zatanna has a lot of dangling plot threads. These dangling plot threads are all kinds of concepts or ideas or characters that get introduced, that get added to her history or to her lore, only to be completely ignored or not expanded on or left unresolved and never really brought up again. There does seem to be a bit of a problem of most writers not really doing research into her, not really having read anything that she's been in, none of her previous stories, and that's how we get to a couple of these continuity errors, one of the biggest ones being some writers will assert that she needs to speak in order to do her magic, and so they'll have her be gagged or, otherwise have her mouth incapacitated, even though we've known since her debut that that isn't really the case. Zatanna tends to be a victim of being overshadowed or kind of, again, sidelined in favor of usually male heroes. It tends to happen a lot when she's with Batman or with John Constantine in particular, but it has happened for other characters as well. And there's this kind of interesting conundrum, interesting situation, where Zatanna is largely connected to the larger DC universe as a whole, because most of her story, most of her plot points take place in other characters' stories. She very rarely has books that are about her own stories. She very rarely has solo titles, and a lot of those are minis or one-shots, because then for the most part, if you want to get a look at her characterization, her character history, that takes place in other characters' stories. And so while it is kind of a unique thing for her character, and while it connects her to a lot of other parts of the DC universe, it sort of has this double-edged effect of also meaning that she very rarely gets the focus, even when the story is about her, or even when stuff is being added to her lore. She can sometimes be sidelined in a story that is kind of about her, because she's not the main character of the book. She will usually be guest starring, and then there will be this crazy lore drop, lore reveal, and then we have to move on because she's not a main character of the book, and I think that can also be a contributing factor to a lot of these dangling plot threads that just get left unresolved. I feel like in the case of Zatanna, it can be a little more difficult to get the whole picture because you have to draw from so many other different pieces, she's not like Batman or Superman where they have like 1,000 issues about them that you can turn to look at. In order to get Zatanna's full story, you have to go to Hawkman, to the Atom, to the Elongated Man, to the Green Lanterns, then you have to go all the way to the Justice League, then you have to go all the way to the Supergirl backup comics, and then etc., etc. You have to do a lot of jumping, hopscotch, back and forth. It's also been known to happen a couple of times where she'll do something kind of powerful, and then the next time she shows up in someone else's comic book, she'll state that she's weaker, or it will have been retconned. I remember one clear example is like when she transfigured the moon in Justice League Black Baptism, and then a couple years later during the Ed Benes Justice League run, the moon was headed towards the Earth, like going to collide with it, and they turned to Zatanna and asked, "Can you do anything?" And she's like, "I don't have nearly the amount of power to affect the moon." And it was like, you already did. Canonically speaking, you did affect the moon. What are you talking about? So it ends up being kind of funny, and again, creating these sort of inconsistencies, these continuity errors where she's shown to be able to do something and then it gets immediately ignored or denied or retconned. She has been damseled quite a few times. Usually a character, again, like Batman or Constantine, will need to rescue her, despite her being one of the most powerful sorceresses alive in the DC universe, despite her being literally trained since she was a young escape artist, despite her also having received training since she was young in martial arts. There's just too many times that it happens for it to be acceptable. Zatanna also tends to sometimes be negatively affected by the crises, by the crisis events, or the continuity reboots, not because her origins tend to change. Her origins tend to remain largely the same between each continuity, with like minor detail changes to her childhood or to her past. What these continuity shifts or what these crises events will do is, again, sort of cut off storylines that she has going on, or they'll interrupt plots that she has going on. The biggest example being the New 52 cutting off her solo run, or the Dark Crisis event cutting off her arc of housing or having absorbed power from the Upside Down Man within herself and struggling to sort of control that. That gets immediately abandoned and unresolved. So there's all these kind of weird contributing factors to making Zatanna's story a little frustrating, because it's just hard for her to get a continuous ongoing plot, a continuous ongoing thread, and for past ideas and past plot points to get expanded on or resolved. So that is also a big contributor and a big factor into why I'm making this video, to sort of show all of these things that have happened to her in the past, to show all these cool details that don't get explored, to show all these details that have maybe been ignored or forgotten or that people are unaware of, so that if a writer does want to engage with Zatanna and her story, they can take a look at what we have had, take a look at these dangling plot threads, and maybe be able to pick them up. Zatanna just has such a rich and interesting lore, a rich and interesting background. She's a fun and engaging character, and there's just so much potential. It's a gold mine of characterization, of storytelling, and it just feels like DC just sits on the untapped potential and is like, this is fine. Which is, again, a huge part of why I'm so excited for Jamal Campbell's upcoming solo. It's her second ever ongoing solo, and it's being written by someone who loves and respects the character and is aware of a lot of the lore, and is also doing really cool things, you know, introducing new concepts for her to explore, giving her this new status as the Prime Magus. That is just really fun and exciting. And so I'm hoping that there's no continuity reboots or huge crazy crises that interrupt this storyline. So yeah, Zatanna has tended to be mistreated by DC quite a bit, either due to her being more obscure or a female character, or because her story takes place in so many other different comic books that it can be hard to pinpoint, hard to research a little bit. And so I'm hoping that with this new era, that all can kind of come to an end, and that with this push and with this new interest, the amount of engagement she's been getting both from the mini and from the absolute universe, I'm hoping that this combined attention and popularity will really bolster her into the spotlight that she so deserves, that she desperately needs in order to get these plot points explored. So yeah, that's all for the segment of her mistreatment by DC and the sort of many contributing factors to her being sidelined, ignored, or otherwise underutilized. Welcome to the costumes segment of the video. If you took a gander at the character history portion of the video, you will have seen a lot of her costumes, but I just wanted to do a dedicated segment to that in case you were just looking for what she's worn in the past. So obviously we have the classic magician look, which is her most famous, most iconic look. She has pretty much worn this in every era, every continuity. It's instantly recognizable as Zatanna's look. I really love the classic magician look. I think it's perfect. I think it's unique for a superhero to have. I think it gives her a distinctive look, a look that kind of stands out amongst her superhero peers. I think it's a pretty unique silhouette. And I think it just really encapsulates like the history of her character, her origin, where she comes from, and a big part of her personality. So in my humble personal opinion, the stage magician look is the best look and is the look that I would prefer for her all the time. And the magician costume has had several variations over the past. We've had different combinations of jackets, bow ties, corsets or overshirts, button-ups. We've had different lengths that'll either be fully buttoned up or like half buttoned up. We've had boots, we've had pumps, we've had regular heels, we've had weird little slipper things, we've had fishnets, we've had pants, we've had pant fishnet combos, we've had fishnet gloves, we've had regular gloves, we've had no gloves. There's just lots of variation. We've had lots of different colors, you know, for the jackets or the corsets or underbusts, and I feel like that is pretty fun, and that there's lots of ways to have variation in her outfit without changing it too much. Like, regardless of what version of the magician look she's wearing, it's still recognizable as her magician look, and it looks pretty good. So next we have the costume that she gets when she first joins the Justice League. It's a pretty iconic era, and I think her costume is pretty reflective of the time and of who she was supposed to be as a character, because the look very much says, you know, supernatural being, supernatural person. It's a very like sorceress look. People have often called it either the genie or the vampire look, you know, because she looks somewhat otherworldly. She looks like she is not exactly human, which I guess is kind of fitting since the costume is supposed to be reflective of her mother and the Homo Magi, which are technically not humans, they're technically Atlanteans, an evolutionary offshoot of humanity. This look is very stylized for the time, reflective of sort of what that era of comic books or fantasy in particular thought of magic users. And like I kind of mentioned, the look is sort of inspired by her mother, Cinderella, even though she wasn't aware of it at the time. It is sort of introduced retroactively. But aside from it representing sort of an iconic era and an iconic arc for her, it is not one of her most popular looks. It's not very well liked, and I definitely understand that. I don't really hate any of her looks except for the Flashpoint one, which we'll get to in a second. But I do see the criticism, and I feel like this costume could use some reworking. I feel like if it got a bit of a modern boost, it would look pretty good. I feel like this is just one of the looks that if it got a good redesign, it could really pop off. But as it stands, it has not received that. So then we move on to a more iconic look of the George Perez design, lovingly referred to as the bug head or the lobster head look. This look again is more so to communicate that she is a superhero. The previous look was a little more on like the supernatural, otherworldly side. This costume very much says, I'm a magic superhero, and that's what I do. Zatanna has sort of always kind of drawn parallels to Doctor Strange. She tends to get compared with Wanda Maximoff or the Scarlet Witch the most, but I think it's pretty clear that she was more so DC's answer to Doctor Strange. She was very much kind of established as a Sorceress Supreme. She was doing a lot of things that were similar to Doctor Strange at this time. It's clear that Doctor Strange is sort of the influence or the inspiration for this era. Me personally, the Bughead outfit is not my favorite. I think it's just a little too random and a little too generic. Like, it is too generically superhero. I don't really love when she has a cape, but that might be Edna mode influencing my perception. No capes! I really always liked when she had a tailcoat, and that the tailcoat could create this sort of flowing effect without it being a cape. I thought that was a unique way of doing that. Like, when she's flying, it looks pretty interesting. But the Bughead is probably her second most popular design. A lot of people love it, and a lot of people are very fond of it, which is totally understandable. It was designed by the iconic George Perez, so like, I get it, but it just still is not one of my personal favorites. And I can't lie, I hate that it's a random bug thing on her head. I hate the concept of it being a bug or a lobster. I think if anything it should be a dragon, but you know, I'm not in charge. I don't get a say. Or it could just be like gems, you know, like a string of gemstones, but whatever. Then we have the Come Together costume, which
again, very reflective of the time. This comic book came out during the 90s, and you can definitely feel it. You can definitely get that vibe from this costume, from the comic book itself. This one kind of screams to me, more of like an urban magician, more of an urban sorceress, maybe urban fantasy style, where before she'd kind of been more like supernatural. This is a little more undertone. I think it is even kind of almost reflective of like the Charmed witches. Like, she has a very distinctive stylized look that says, I'm a modern girl who does magic. The look to me is also almost rebellious. Like, it has a very like I don't know, like just like an interesting kind of out there design, it's intriguing. Again, it is a look that I think could benefit from a more sort of modern update if it ever were to return. It has a special place in my heart because the Come Together story is really good and really short-lived. So this costume and this era don't really get that big of a chance to breathe. Personally, not a big fan of the bob. I would have preferred just her regular hair in this look, and maybe that would have drawn it all together for me. But regardless, it's just kind of like a fun, kind of campy look. Then we have the infamous Flashpoint design, which I think is the worst thing she's ever worn, ever. It just looks a mess. The panties combo is crazy. The weird Z across her face is weird. Like, she looks really punk in this, really sort of just edgy, and it just is not the vibe for her character. It was the vibe for the horrendous Flashpoint timeline, but just not for her. You know what I mean? Then we have the New 52 era costumes. She has a couple that I really like, and a couple of that I'm not a big fan of. She has this outfit that she wears like 2 times, but I thought it was really chic, really elegant. So it's kind of weird because in the New 52, they really love to refer to her as a goth. Personally, I don't think that fits really well, but some people have posited that she's meant to be sort of a whimsy goth, like a whimsical goth style, which I can kind of see. That has kind of opened my eyes to, allowing this era and this look to be referred to as goth, but still, in my personal opinion, it doesn't super fit. It feels like a bit of a stretch no matter what you're calling it, but I do like it. I think it looks pretty. I think she has some pretty chic looks. She has this all black design, which not the biggest fan of. I feel like there needs to be some variance of color, at least white or something else like blue or red, just something to break it up. I don't think her costume should be solid black. Because again, she just, like, her personality wise isn't a goth, no matter how angry and mean and combative she was in the New 52 continuity. I liked the little tiny jacket that she had and the fishnet gloves. I thought those were really cute. But these sort of looks are short-lived and eventually gets replaced by a sort of modern take on the George Perez design. So I have kind of mixed feelings about it because, as I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the George Perez design. So this New 52 look, I'm not that big of a fan of either. I think it does manage to be a little more unique to her character's style and to her look. I think it manages to incorporate more elements of her personality without being completely random, but it does still feel just a little bit generic to me. Again, a little more on the generic superhero side, when one of the things I like about her costume is that it's not a generic superhero look. But I digress. I feel like a lot of people have mixed feelings about the New 52 look. It sort of has mixed reviews, if you will. So then, after the New 52, after the third continuity reboot that she was a part of, we got this Justice League No Justice look, which is, again, mostly her magician look with a bit of an update. It looks a little bit different. I thought it was cute, and I thought it was going to be the new costume for this era, but it wasn't. So, again, pretty short-lived, but fun for its time. Her main look during the Rebirth continuity and the Justice League Dark of this era is also, again, a modern take on the George Perez design, but I would say more in the Come Together vein. Like, it's more of an urban fantasy type look. She's graduated from a tailcoat to a trench coat. She has pants instead of fishnets and little tiny shoes. And she has like this bodice corset thing going on. The colors are nice, the colors, I like the blue color of it, and I like the gem necklace that she has instead of it being a random bug on her head. There was, I remember, a lot of pushback on her having a braid. People really wanted her hair to be flowing and free and blowing in the wind. But I didn't hate the braid. I kind of liked that she had the braid. It was a little different. Her hair is still long, and luscious and beautiful, but it's just tied up into a little braid. But again, this was a more subtle take on the George Perez design, but I felt like one that more fit for her because it kind of says that she's like a street magician. It says that she is a part of the modern era, and you look at her and you think, yeah, she does magic. That girl knows magical secrets, and she does. So I think it ends up being a pretty good reflection of her character and a good way of combining the George Perez outfit with her classic magician outfit. I thought it was an interesting stylistic choice. And you can maybe even argue that it brings in elements of the come together look. I think this rebirth design was just a very subtle homage to all her previous looks. But there was a lot of pushback, not her most popular look, which I get. I think I could understand people pushing back against the understatement of it all, and again, people not really vibing with the braid. Totally fine, because there were some times when her hair would be completely down and that looked really good, and then there were other times where she had like two braids going on or two weird side ponytails, which I was not vibing with. I was like, do just the one braid, please, or just have the hair be free and loose and doing whatever. And then once the Justice League Dark Rebirth era came to a close, she mostly returned back to her classic magician look, because that's typically what happens after a new look or a new design is revealed. It has its moment to shine, and then we return to the status quo of the magician look, which again, I kind of prefer. I kind of like the magician look to be her main look. And then I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't discuss the Absolute design, which has been massively popular. Again, I kind of mentioned it before in another segment of the video, but the Absolute design is described as being more punk. And again, people have been wanting to refer to it as goth or even emo, but this, I think, very clearly says punk to me, kind of like the creators said it does. I think it looks really good, and it's an inverse of her costume, kind of completely. Whereas she's got fishnets on the top, she's got pants that go up to her midsection and a short jacket, whereas the flip of her costume is, I guess the little underwear. It's like a complete concept flip of what she wears and how the clothing works together. But again, this design has been massively popular. It's received multiple variant covers, multiple specialty covers, multiple incentive covers. It's captured a lot of fan artists' imaginations. This look has just been very positively well received. And it is technically an alternate universe version of the character. It's the only one that we're going to talk about for her costumes. But it's close enough to the main version. Like the Absolute Universe as a concept was meant to be the main universe, but just with less hope, and by taking things away from heroes to create a less hopeful world by Darkseid, because Darkseid's crazy. So, it's very close to the main universe, or it's supposed to be. So I feel like that's why it's important to sort of discuss it. And then finally, we have the upcoming Prime Magus look, which I am really excited for. This look is very unique. It's very different. It's really different from really anything that she's worn, but again, you can kind of see a lot of inspiration from her other costumes in this look. Jamal Campbell got to design this. It really stands out. She has this cape, but it's made out of her hair, which is fascinating. I think that this could potentially be drawing inspiration from Bayonetta, who is known for having clothing made out of her hair, for her hair, magical hair, doing crazy stuff. So I think that we could maybe assume that Jamal Campbell is a Bayonetta fan, which totally fine. She's iconic too. I also feel like I can see
potentially a reference to the sorceress from He-Man. I feel like you can kind of get that look from her silhouette and from the multiple colors of the hair cape thing. It just kind of says the sorceress to me, and I love it. And for this look, where previously we'd had sort of, you know, like otherworldly, or, you know, I am a magical superhero, or urban fantasy, I feel like that this look kind of says more high fantasy. I feel like this look is sort of something maybe you would see for an anime character, or, you know, something from like a like a D&D world. This Prime and Magus look just really says, you know, high magic. You know, it just very much is giving that vibe, giving that energy. And I think that that is really fun and a really cool take, a really cool theme to give to Zatanna, and one that she hasn't really had before. Because again, even though it's high fantasy, it is kind of a modern look. It does say high fantasy, but it's not like an ancient it's not like an ancient look, it's not an ancient design. And I feel like it also kind of says superhero. Like this says like a high fantasy superhero, like a crazy, powerful, supernatural sorceress. And I think it looks really cool. I'm really excited to see it in action, because from the bare minimal hints that we've received, it looks like it's going to be just really flamboyant, really out there, really exciting, really visually stunning, I think. This look has also so far been a tad, you know, mixed reviews, a tad controversial. Some people are pushing back from it, like they just don't vibe with it. Totally fine, totally understandable. I get it. We all have our opinions on these looks. But to me, I love it. And I can't wait to see what Jamal Campbell does with it. So yeah, that brings our costumes to a close. So I did want to do a segment on action figures, because I happen to own one of every single action figure of Zatanna ever made. I have a complete Zatanna collection at time of recording. So I wanted to show them off. It's a humble flex, but also to show you the different Zatanna figures that are available and what they're called, so that if you want to add to your Zatanna collection, you know what to look for, what they look like, what they're called, and maybe you can join me in the ranks of having a complete Zatanna collection. Okay, so this big, huge one, the one with the giant stage and the background, this is all one big figure that I've placed all of the other figures on. It doesn't look like a shrine, I don't know what you're talking about. But this is called the Prime 1 Museum Masterline figure. It is by far her biggest figure. You can see how big she is compared to some of the other contenders there, since everybody's in the shot. And then it also, I know it's hard to see it because everybody's on it, but it came with like a box, and it also came with Fusily there, hidden behind DC Superhero Girls Zatanna's purple hair. But it is the most expensive, it is the biggest one, and it is quite fabulous, I must say. This one here is the XM Studios Zatanna. It had a 1/4 scale and a 1/6 scale. She is quite fabulous. She looks amazing. A little detail about the book is part of it you could actually translate. I can't remember what it translated to, but I remember looking at it, and there are parts of it that you can translate into English. She has this magical briefcase full of like monsters and stuff that she is stepping on, and this cute little bunny there. A lot of these Zatanna figures come with bunnies, and that is a very fun aspect. Okay, and then back here is probably the second biggest Zatanna figure ever. This is the Sideshow Premium format, and it was the first one of its kind. She is actually wearing a real jacket, which is kind of rare. Most of the figures are not wearing real clothing. Almost all of them are wearing real fishnets. Here, I'll show you, like if they move, they are actual clothing, they're actual fabric. Almost all of them are wearing real fishnets, but this one is wearing a real jacket. And then this one was the other Sideshow Premium format figure. She is quite gorgeous. She is sitting on a floating cloth that, you know, manages to capture the illusion that she's floating, that she's leaning against something. I don't know how this statue works like that, but it does. There's nothing holding her up. She's leaning and slanted like that. I know it kind of looks like maybe she's leaning on the castle over here, but she is not. She is propped up by physics and magic.
She also has this gorgeous mirror base, which I think is one of the coolest bases that a Zatanna statue has had. So Batman the Animated Series has spawned quite a few Zatanna figures. This one is called the Diamond Select Toy Gallery statue. She is the biggest of the Batman Animated Series figures. This is the Batman the Animated Series action figure. She is very cute, very lovely. There was also this DC Direct Batman the Animated Series statue where she's coming out of a chest. And then right below it, there is a HeroClix version of the Batman the Animated Series. Here, right in center, you can see the Justice League Unlimited action figure. The Justice League Unlimited show had quite a few action figures. There's very few characters on the show that didn't get made into a figure. So thank goodness that Zatanna wasn't one of them and that we got to have her because she is quite iconic from that show. The New 52 Justice League Dark had an action figure, and here she is in all her glory. She looks very cute. I thought she looked very similar to the artwork. There was also two Justice League Dark HeroClix. You can see the one here in the front and center, which is the all black costume that we mentioned, and then the one in the back there with the little pink magic. They are both quite adorable. Thank goodness for HeroClix. And then there was also a chess figure. Like DC released a bunch of like chess pieces. They made the Justice League Dark Zatanna one. They dubbed this piece a pawn, and like, I'm so sorry, but there's no world where I would be playing chess and make Zatanna a pawn. Like, please be serious. The Alex Ross design also got an action figure. So she's missing her arm, and apparently that was a pretty common thing to happen to the Zatanna Alex Ross figure. I do remember like getting her out of the box and the arm just like came right off. But it was like, I was looking at comments about it and they were like, yeah, that happens. The the arms are quite weak, quite delicate. This one is the DC Universe Online statue. She looks very cool. This one was from a DC Direct line called Mages, Mystics, and Magicians. This is one of the only ones to feature her original classic costume and original classic hairdo. It's very chic. Kind of surprised that one of that classic costume even got made. But we did also get a HeroClix of that same design. You can see her standing here. She's very cute, very adorable. We have two DC Directs, Women of DC busts. This first one where she is coming out of a chest, reaching her hand into her hat, and she's got her tongue out in concentration as she's rummaging around magically. And then the second is her popping out of this book, looking all gorgeous and fierce, and the book is also partially on fire because magic. This one also came from DC Direct, and it's dubbed the Sultry Sorceress. It is the only figure of the classic George Perez design, and she looks very gorgeous. The only other time that that costume was made into a figure was based off of the Identity Crisis run. So it's kind of hard to believe that Identity Crisis got a run of action figures. There is also a HeroClix of that design. HeroClix is kind of the GOAT because they have made pretty much one for all of her designs. I have these two, but these two are custom figures. These are not official figures, so. Then, of course, we have the DC Superhero Girls doll. It is one of the only dolls of Zatanna. She is quite gorgeous. She is adorable. Love her hair. The other doll was the Toner, or maybe Tonnerre doll. I don't know how to say it. I'm so sorry. But she is also wearing real clothing because she is a doll. And she looks rather gorgeous. Look at that mug. And then here, under a layer of dust, I do apologize, but this is the Zatanna Squinky. It is kind of funny to just say that there was a Zatanna Squinky. I don't know how many of you remember the Squinky craze, but there was one, and DC capitalized on it and made a bunch of DC Squinkies, and Zatanna got made into one. This one is called the Kid Robot Bunny keychain. It is a thing that exists. I wish I could say that it had been like bunny themed because of her relation to being a magician and pulling rabbits out of her hat, but all of the figures had bunny ears. I don't know why or for what reason, but that is a thing that exists, and Zatanna was one of them. So I guess shout out to them. Then we have the Bombshells statue. I believe the Bombshells were initially a statue line that got made into comic books. Like, I think it was the statues that came first with all these designs, and then they wrote comics about them because the line was so popular. And then the Bombshell comics were also fairly popular. Popular enough to spawn a mystery mini line and a Lil Bombshells line. They are super cute and much more affordable. And then coming back down to HeroClix, we do have a Bombshells HeroClix. Zatanna has 2 Funko Pops. This was the first one to release. It was super exciting when it did. And then this one is the second one. And she is gorgeous, and she is based off of Jamal Campbell's design, which is a huge win. And I love that Jamal Campbell's design got turned into a Funko Pop, because that he deserves it. So then the Coles Supermarket, which is an Australian supermarket, released a bunch of DC superhero cardboard cutout toy figure things, and Zatanna was one of them. So that was a super funny and interesting find, and getting her here was a true struggle. So then we have the Cover Girls of DC figure. This one was based off of Adam Hughes' iconic cover. And then this one was released a couple years ago. She is very adorable with this gorgeous blue fire in her palm. This one here is the McFarlane Jamie Scott Campbell Zatanna statue. It was based off of Jamie Scott Campbell's art. And then after quite a lot of complaining, McFarlane did release 2 Zatanna action figures, including this one, the base design, and then this variant design. I personally am not too impressed with the variant design. I do feel it looks rather lazy, but this initial design I think is pretty good, except for the wand being gray, but you know, whatever. And then right here is the Eagle Moss little statue. That's her. Then we have this HeroClix of Zatanna in her Rebirth costume. It is the only time that the Rebirth outfit has been made into anything. And then back there we have Schrodinger's Zatanna as a HeroClix. If you remember from Zatanna Through the Multiverse, this HeroClix, one of the proposed origins, or perhaps one of the people who has borne the Green Lantern tangent title in the past, was Zatanna. So like, if you're delusional and crazy enough, you can believe that this is technically a Zatanna figure, but it's also technically a Lois Lane figure, and I forget the third person, but it can count if you are crazy like I am. This is probably one of Zatanna's best action figures. It was from the DC Universe Classics 75 Years of Superpower line. They made a whole bunch of action figures, and luckily Zatanna was one of them. And she is very fun, very great. She's also wearing real fishnets, kind of like the Alex Ross one too. There's only one action figure who is not wearing real fishnets, Justice League Dark. But yeah, this was also the first one that I ever got in my collection, so she's very near and dear to my heart. And then kind of hilariously, last year, I believe it was, or maybe 2 years ago, DC released a Zatanna Hot Wheels car. So that is pretty fun and pretty exciting that Zatanna has an official Hot Wheels car. I feel like it doesn't really fit her at all, but hey, you know, I'll take it. I didn't even know it was something you could ask for. Also super recently, Wendy's had all of these DC superhero mystery figures in their kids meals. They came in 4 different colors: gold, green, blue, and red, as I'm showing here. I got pretty much all of these naturally. I was determined to get them, and get them I did. I think the gold one was the only one that took a little more finesse. And then this one is the Bishojo. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to say it, but this is that statue. It is very anime inspired. She's super cute, super adorable. I really love how she looks. She is an amazing figure. And then here we have an Ami-Kami Zatanna. She only cameos in the Ami-Kami comics, but she is a super cute figure. And then way there in the back, there was also a Halloween variant of the figure, which is wearing orange, which is a first for her. And then this one here is the DC Direct Deluxe Collector figure. She's the largest articulated figure of Zatanna. Sorry, you can't really see all of her, but that's her in in all her glory. She is not quite a doll, but not quite a statue. You know what I mean? But she is iconic. And then lastly, it was super exciting, but this figure literally just came out this month. This figure had initially planned to come out, I think, last year or earlier this year, but it had been delayed. And the last update that it had had was that it would be delayed until June, I believe. But then, surprise, surprise, it was undelayed and they shipped it, and it came just in time to be added to this video, just in time for Zatanna's new solo. It really was perfect timing that this figure showed up, so I'm super excited that she got here. She's very cute. I love her magic and the doves and the bunny. She just looks super great. I feel like her and this XM Studios figure have the best magic effects. Like, they look so cool. And then this here is the Zatanna Standees figure, which is just super cute. It's a super cute acrylic plastic thing that you can add to your collection. And then I have made personally several custom Zatanna figures through the Hero Forge website. This one here is the Silent Sorceress. I really like how that one turned out. I feel like I kind of did my best work with that one. This one was just a generic Zatanna. This was like the first one I made, so I was just playing around with it. This one is Anataz from Earth 13, the canonical version of Arcane Earth. And I have her with her cool crystal ball that she was using to scribe. And then I have the Come Together Zatanna there in the background. It was just a little harder to get that design made accurately. And then I also made a Chaos Lord Zatanna design here, so that was super fun. So yeah, at the time of recording, that is every single Zatanna figure that has been made and released officially. That is everyone that you can pick up and grab for your own collection. There were 2 figures that were canceled, which was a second DC Superhero Girls figure, which featured her more classic magician look. And then there was a Bombshells action figure. Her and I think a couple other ones got canceled. This is what it would have looked like, so kind of sad that it didn't officially get made, but it is what it is. So yeah, looking forward to hopefully more Zatanna figures in the future. I feel like it would be great to get a Come Together Zatanna. It would be great to get an official Lego Zatanna. I would also love to see the Rebirth design get made, or the Chaos Lord design. And knock on wood, hopefully, with the new solo coming out tomorrow, at the time of recording, we can get a Prime Magus figure, because I think that would also be very cool. So yeah, that does it for action figures.
Okay, so here is my reading guide for Zatanna Zatara. This contains everything in chronological order. I did my best to cut out cameos and to only include stuff that she is in for like a good majority, or stuff that has, like a good role or is a good story. But I know that this isn't perfect. I wish that I had had more time. I severely overestimated how long this video would take to record and edit and make. So this is the best that I could do for the reading guide. Maybe if this video does super well, I will come back and I will do a proper reading guide, but I wanted to include it anyway. So this is the reading guide for this section of the video, and I hope that you enjoy and are able to take a look at some issues that you haven't read before. And here, just like with really any portion of this entire video, if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them in the comments. If you need any clarification or, any type of thing like that, I am here to help. Happy reading, or as Zatanna would say, yepa gina dayer.
And then one final thing I'll put in this video, not to humble brag, but I did get a commission from Michael Janin, who did a lot of her artwork on the New 52 Justice League Dark, which is one of the first runs that I read and like kept up with. It was like coming out when I was in high school, so I had already become a fan of Zatanna at that point, and so it was very exciting. It was a very exciting time for me to get this Justice League Dark team and for Zatanna to be front and center, even though now in the modern era as an adult, I feel like the characterization isn't the best. It still holds a special place in my heart, and Michael Janin's artwork was one of the highlights, and I still think his artwork is really good, and so I really liked it. This is a look at the piece. I really love it. I think it's beautiful. It's exactly what I asked for, and I took that right down to my local tattoo shop, and I got that image tattooed on my body forever. I love Zatanna a normal amount. I don't know what you're insinuating, but yeah, I love it. I love having a Zatanna tattoo, and I just love the character so much. So I really hope that you have enjoyed this video. I really hope that you have loved it, and that it has been helpful and informative, and that you had a good time, or that you used it to fall asleep and you got some good sleep out of it. Thank you for coming along on this journey with me. Thank you for dealing with several moments of bad hair. Please don't talk about it. Yeah, just thanks. Thanks a lot. So that is all. The end. Goodbye. And now I'm going to show you some bloopers. Really, Jesus. So first we'll go. Just kidding, I lied. I forgot to cast spells via strand of hair. It's just a fun time. I don't know why my hair is doing that. Zatanna stole. No, not yet. Not yet. If that's how you say it.
Ooh.
You know, Dr. Knight or my shiny ew. And oh, nope. Okay. No, actually, I lied. Fameless. Of astral kinesis. Ooh. Okay. 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 She does this one for. Oh shit! Sorry. I need water. And you know, the.